it's the fashionably late Dynasty Dummies Day True Draft Show with J. Mike, myself, and Jake Anderson at NFL Draft Talk. Are you really at NFL Draft Talk?
You know what? I probably should switch it just for like 3 days of
We've
the year.
gone back and forth.
Or at least like maybe even like rookie draft season, just throw it back,
We there's a lot that's happened. There were 10 first round fantasy relevant picks yesterday in a draft or a class that everyone has been telling me for months is terrible. It had more first round picks than 2022 that everybody told me was the second coming. And the second round has started off with a run of Will Levis and Sam Laporta and Michael Mayer. Like we're rolling.
We've got fantasy goodness all over the place. So I'm excited to be here. The national nightmare is over. Will Levis has been selected. He stays close to the state of Kentucky. So listen, I'm pretty stoked about that. I'm pretty stoked about it.
Yeah, and it is an interesting spot, still a place that is kind of up in the air in Tennessee with the quarterback position. I mean, obviously you've got Tannehill, but he's kind of in the last throes of being an NFL quarterback. You had Willis, but now you've got Levis too. It's great. It'll be good for the name game because you'll be able to do like Willis, Will Levis. It's great.
What I really want to know, to not just to what we owe the honor, the privilege, to have the Jake Anderson with us, if only one night, right? A little Luther Vandross, if only for one night, if only for a little while. Jake, like there's probably at least a subsection of folks who don't know you, which is crazy.
I would imagine there's a lot.
Right?
I mean, how much things have changed in the industry, and how many different podcasts and relationships that have been built since I stepped away, which was I don't even know how long ago. Probably 4 years, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
time is just out of control.
You were still around big time hardcore with the 2019 class because that was DK.
Yep. I think that was when I rode off into the sunset.
This is the DK Metcalf guy for those of you scoring at home.
This was Jake Anderson's Jordan push off and pull up at the elbow, splash, and then just it was fun, y'all. Like DK Metcalf, 3-cone what? Splash. That's how that went for those that are just now catching up on some Jake Anderson. But thanks, man. I'm grateful to have you.
I watch you guys all the time. I watch the Hootenanny, and I mean, I'm just a fan now, and it's like, I was always just a fan, but like, just being out of like the scene is like, I truly just like get to watch like the people I really enjoy, and it's awesome just to like, because that's what originally brought us all here. It's just
absolutely
like we did this because we were just hardcore fans, and just like. Unfortunately, like time just became so difficult to like, it got to a point where it was just like, it felt like work, and I didn't ever want it to be like that. And, that's why, I stepped away, but like, I miss like moments like this and this kind of situation.
Well, and I can tell you got the itch because you and I have a pretty good running DM about who we're watching and what we're seeing.
Well, it's mostly I'm so jealous of how far behind I am of you. I'm just trying to like catch up where I can and like watch some games here and there, and like I've only I just don't get a chance to like get deep, so it's like I try to watch the top guys and have some opinion on them.
So I got a question, speaking of the top guys, because I know that you were one of the biggest proponents of Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
That I've seen. What do you think of the landing spot in Detroit and how that shakes out and what he looks like for fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, I think initial reaction is you have, the position value people that are out there, making fun of the Lions for taking a running back that early, and they could have gotten him later. So like that leaves a sour taste in people's mouths. And then you also have, it's not a great landing spot because they gave David Montgomery big money, and they have DeAndre Swift there. I mean, what kind of role is he going to carve out there? But I think it's a bold statement to say that they had him that close to Bijan, and they were willing to take him at the 12th overall, regardless if they thought they could get him later or not. And you saw like that draft room was like thrilled.
They were pumped, yeah.
Like it's hard to see an organization as a whole be that excited about like any draft pick. So I think
Literally beating the table.
right, yeah,
Haven't seen that
really
since
did.
San Francisco.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
So I think he's not just a running back. I think he's going to be utilized all over the field. I think it not only kind of fulfills like they're obviously going to be getting rid of Swift here,
Yeah.
so he's going to have that role. And then I also think he's like with the Jameson Williams suspension, I think he's going to fill in a role there as like a slot wide receiver, just a movable piece in that offense. And that's an exciting offense. So I think it's wheels up for Gibbs. I think he's a guy that doesn't need more than 15 to 18 touches a game to like be an RB1 in fantasy. So like I understand it may not have been perfect, but like I don't know if there's many perfect situations out there outside of like maybe Miami, is like what we were all
Yeah.
drooling over. But I mean, I think you just got to say that draft capital is pretty impressive, and he's gonna be involved there from the jump.
Yeah. And that was kind of my estimation of it. Like I saw a bunch of people run it out to the nth degree where this is a terrible pick, and that doesn't matter to us. For fantasy, it
Right.
doesn't matter. What does
It should
matter
be a positive
is
sign regardless of how we feel about it.
absolutely. And
Yep.
and to all the people, like I saw Shane Manila from the Dynasty Trades HQ earlier today tweet out, he's an outlier. That's well, yes, but
Oh, I
he's
saw
an
your
out-
tweet. That was
Yeah,
that was fantastic.
he's an outlier simply because he was drafted there. So if you
Right.
if you take that filter that Shane had and then you filter it down to guys who are that
Right.
size drafted in the top 12, you get a pretty good list of players. And I've been kind of beating the drum of he feels like DeAndre Swift to me. And then all of a sudden he goes to the Lions to, ostensibly
Yeah, I mean,
replace.
I was a huge DeAndre Swift fan too. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't really lived up to the bill, but I listened to Nate Litz and Russell Clay they did a mock draft, and then they were just talking about like historical benchmarks for size, especially for prospects these days. And like the market has shifted. So like saying, oh, these historical odds from 20 plus or even 10 years ago, it's just players are different now. I mean, and the same thing with these wide receivers. They're saying, oh, these wide receivers are so small they can't be, because historically there's just not enough players there. But like it's like we have to reevaluate what is historical now and what's acceptable. And like if these guys are getting drafted highly, it doesn't matter what size they are.
And I
The
think
thresholds aren't.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a one of the tricky things about analytics, especially in a sport where things change so quickly. I mean, it's very cyclical. And I talk about this a lot, especially when I go on other podcasts, because it's kind of my gravy. It makes me sound smarter than I am, where you look at what NFL teams do and what the good NFL teams do, and they get out in front of it. So Belichick back in 2003, they got big. They had the big offensive line, the big defensive lineman. You had the run stopping defense. They ran the ball a ton. Then they drafted the 2 tight ends, and they got big. And when the NFL defenses shifted to get big to stop them, they got small. They got quick.
Yeah.
They started creating mismatches with running back out of the backfield and Edelman and that sort of, and so to watch what happens, you've got these windows of 10, maybe 10 years before the league catches up to the next cycle. And so if your sample size is bigger than that, you're pulling in data that doesn't necessarily apply. But if your sample size is small, you don't know if you have a trend. And so it's kind of this tightrope that people are walking with analytics of having the sample size, but also having the sample size that's pertinent to what's going on now.
That's the part that really messes with me the most is we'll continue and you'll continue to hear and people will acknowledge that the game has changed drastically in short kind of spurts over these last few years. But that's the other part. The one that you all just explained is the one that doesn't get reassessed. Is the parts that are drastically changing are so many of these pieces that we're leaning on for this game that we're playing.
Yeah.
But I do think that the historical comps matter from a standpoint of like we know a lot of the things that did succeed and has succeeded. And we understand that the game is pushing to a place that we haven't been. So again, the thing that we often talk about on here, hey, dream a little. What does it look like to dream a little to be able to actually see what could be versus what has been or even what is right now? And I think that's something that we don't always do. And it's fascinating because we'll admit what the right hand's doing, but we act like we don't see what the left hand like that matters. And that's unreal to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance. It's a lot of like you take the part that you know and you're comfortable with, but not the part that is maybe a little bit unknown and a little bit uncomfortable. And I think that's where, I mean, that's really a lot of what we do is we try to live out at those margins. Like we try to look at the uncomfortable areas, the places that not everybody is looking. And who just went?
My guy.
There he is.
That's why I had to watch because like I saw Mingo being mocked to the Panthers.
nice.
Mingo.
Oh,
Bryce
guys,
Young to
relax.
Mingo. That's fun.
Nice. Well, and again, there's you talk about a paradigm shift and a type of player that kind of big slot that can make plays after the catch, can be moved a little bit around the field, can be a bully. You saw that happen with Debo, not that he's Debo, and you saw that happen with AJ Brown, not that he's AJ Brown, but he's got some traits like that. It was the same, like Eric Ezukanma last year, who was ended up with the Dolphins, is a similar, not quite as good as Mingo, but a similar type player. I love that type of player in the new NFL, especially where you're playing a lot of junk defenses, a lot of cover twos, a lot of nickel, a lot of smaller, and you can get in the middle and bully guys, and I like that.
Well, then it's like, well, did they get the draft capital or not? You know, because it's like to a certain degree, like you like these guys, like R.I.P. John Kelly, you know, and it's just like you would like go to bat for these guys, right? I mean, you absolutely love them as prospects, but they have to get the draft capital in order for your love to like grow and like and stay there. Otherwise, it's just like, I guess I was wrong. As much as you don't think you are, I mean, somebody thinks you are.
Well, and that's the cool part about the draft, and for me, for my money, why I love doing all of my analysis pre-draft, because I get to do all that and determine which players I think are good, and then we get this piece, which is what the NFL thinks and who they think are good and who they're going to give opportunity to, and so I get my little piece and then I get theirs and I can kind of marry that together. Like Mingo will move up a little bit because you weren't sure of the draft capital.
Sure.
Like you love the talent. Okay. He's going to bump up a little bit. The first round didn't move anything I did, which was kind of fun. Like you watch that and like four of my top 5 wide receivers went in the first round and Kayshon Boutte, who knows how far he falls, but has nothing to do necessarily with talent. It's other things surrounding. And so like, hey, we're feeling good about it. And yeah, J Mike, I see you in the chat with Eric, and yeah, he probably sneaks up into that the back end of the first round. Mingo, at least right now.
I mean, that's the way you have to play it. I mean, and that's kind of the fun exercise is like, okay, it's like a real live fluid like mock
Yeah.
draft as it's
Yeah.
going on. It's like, well, he's got that position until you figure out something else otherwise, right? So until the next running back comes off the board or the next wide receiver that we might like the landing spot more, or you just like the player more. I mean, discerning, pick 39 to pick 47 or 56 is
right.
It's marginal. So, but I think who talks about like the top 40 or 50 pick as wide receiver? Is it Scott Connor, right?
Yeah.
So I mean there are certain parameters that you're hoping people fall into, but
it's also you're also looking. So yes, that matters,
mm-hmm.
but you're also looking for, to me, the guys who were below that range who hit were pretty easy to identify, or at least easier to identify, and the guys who missed were a little bit easier to identify, especially
Mm-hmm.
if you're doing pre-draft stuff.
Sure.
And so like for me, the draft is that last check. That last because it's all a series of checks and balances. I do my evaluation, and then I go listen to smart metrics guys like Peter,
right,
and David Wilsey, who does running backs and that sort of, and so then I'll they can cast their net so much further than, well, that because we can't watch everybody. We can't. Like
well, that, and then that was like, I always use Peter as like he kind of defined who I watched before I started watching, because again, like I usually got it to after the NFL season. That's when I, really dug into it because I didn't pay attention to college football that much. So like for me, like Peter Howard was a filter of like, this is a smaller collection of players that I need to focus on because I don't have the time to watch every single one of these players. So let's see what their analytical profile is, what their, what we think they're going to see in draft capital, and let's use that as a filter to determine who to pay attention to, and then I'll make my own judgment calls based on those filters.
Yeah, and I think that to me is, again, there's not a right way to do analysis, and no matter which way you do it, no matter how much you marry those together or keep them separated, you're going to be wrong a fairly significant amount of the time. The NFL is wrong a fairly significant amount of the time, and they get to determine who plays.
Right.
So, but I think doing it that way, mitigates some of the failure, and also narrows down the field that, like, because I'm watching 8 to 12 games of all of these players, which is a lot. I mean, I don't want to even do the math on that, how much time I spend watching these players. I mean, I wrote 22,000 words on incoming rookies this year.
Yeah.
And that's with it narrowed down. I mean, that's just the players that I decided I was interested in, and players.
Then you still feel like, God, I left stuff. Like you still feel like guilty about like
Trey Palmer,
I didn't do enough
Laporta, work. Yeah. I mean, like there are guys that, like, I know I like Laporta. I've watched,
like any evaluator is going to feel like that. It doesn't matter, and like it's fun. Like I always like draw these analogies, like with golf too. Like with golf, it's like golf's hard. So like you have to understand like you're going to hit bad shots most of the time and you're going to swing and miss a lot, right?
Yeah.
So you got to control what you can't control, which is like your preparation, right? Which is whatever kind of evaluation tool whether it's analytics or film or both or whatever. And then you got to commit to it, right? After you do your preparation, you got to commit to what you came to, what you're, and then like the last piece of this, which is like the most important part, is you have to accept whatever the hell happens.
Yeah.
And be okay with like failing, because if you just like let every miss that you have like affect you negatively, you're not gonna have confidence as an evaluator or a golfer anymore. Like you're just gonna be beaten down with like, God, I suck, rather than being like, you know what, I swung, I missed. Next evaluation, I'm gonna go with the same confidence, same like level mind, and like, because that's part of it too, is like there's so many voices out there and there's so many disagreements, and then there's so much like groupthink about certain players. Like it almost tries to like knock you off your gut instincts about players. And I've talked about this with you guys a bunch. Like those ones hurt the most is when you let that change your evaluation. Like
Yeah.
I've been wrong. I'll be wrong all day on my own terms. Like when I let other people like make me think differently about players just because it's so loud, and especially like Twitter can be like that. Like you feel like an idiot because you don't really like this player, but like everybody loves this player. And like when you like, oh, I'm gonna draft him because he's like consensus. I remember like one of my first rookie drafts, I drafted Samaje Perine over Alvin Kamara, even though I loved Kamara. Like Kamara was my guy.
Yep.
But it was also like, like the player value here in this rookie draft is Perine,
Yeah.
and I liked Perine. I thought he was a fine player, but like that hurt so bad because like I did the work and Kamara was like one of my guys in that rookie class.
Yeah. Like I remember fighting Kyle Lebrecht and Chris Whitman.
Oh yeah,
on like they were like P Ryan, and I like Kareem Hunt in that class.
Me too.
I was like, man, the contact balance and how slippery he was through the hole and how he would get small and then come out and I'm like, man, I love that.
That class was so fun.
Oh,
man.
that was
that class was unbelievable,
man. And that was.
I mean, you were getting Delvin Cook at like 105.
Yeah.
Like it was insane.
Wow. So
and Kamara like late round 1. Kareem Hunt in the second round.
two of my top 5 all-time rookie evaluations, and I've been doing rookie evaluations since 2016, and keeping track. 2 of my top 5 all-time running backs were in that 2017 class. McCaffrey and Cook are 2 of my top 5.
Yeah. And I remember like I was a little, especially early on in the process, I was like, I like McCaffrey, but like he's too damn small. So like I kept making excuses of why he was not going to be like what everyone thought he was going to be, and like I eventually came around, but that was my own natural intuition and instincts. It wasn't because of groupthink, but like that was a player where I did come around on eventually, but I still was lower than I should have been, because I loved Joe Mixon there. I loved Dalvin Cook. I wasn't a huge Leonard Fournette guy. Loved Kamara, loved Hunt. So like,
yeah.
I mean, we just it's an imperfect science.
Well, and it's all about mitigating. It's all about mitigating failure. And to me, like you're the golf guy. I was a baseball guy.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's the same thing, but I'm going to get beat on my fastball. I'm going to get beat on my best pitch.
Right.
And what I do is that film analysis. And if we go around and we finally disagree, I'm going to break ties to my analysis. And look, I'm going to get a Rondell Moore every now and then.
Yeah, but it feels so good when you like trust your process and like you do hit like those DK Metcalfs and the AJ Browns.
And,
like, the guys
Jefferson,
that you're like, and like we have heated debates about it because that's part of the fun though. Honestly, is like giving your buddy like ribbing your buddies and giving each other shit and like like trash talking each other about like because that's fun. It's not a disrespectful thing. It's like that's what you do with friends. You talk shit to your buddies and like, oh, you're wrong about this, and like that's if you're not doing that, it's all like for me, like this is supposed to be fun, and like that's fun. That's part of the fun for me.
Absolutely.
It's not fun for maybe everybody, but like for me, that's like
well,
I love that.
And it's funny because there's this double edge because you're personally invested in your evaluations, but you can't take that conversation, that disagreement personally.
Right. And that's like the whole thing. And then like it can be easy to at times too, because like it is emotional and there's like a whole lot like the people that play like Scott Connor, I listen to him a bunch, and like
50 leagues.
The people that play in like all these leagues without like any bias and it's true like positional, it's just values. I'm like, I couldn't do that. Like for me, like part of the fun is like enjoying like those are my guys. This is what I believe in. And like, you trust your own instincts. Like, I can't imagine like being like that out of it from like just an inherent bias standpoint. And I have a ton of respect for people that have the ability to do that. But like, there's no way I could do it.
I'll say this as a slight pivot to the conversation right now. what's happening in this second round of the
Tight ends?
NFL
Tight
How
ends,
draft?
about
Diddy?
the tight ends?
In the first 11 picks, 10 picks, 11 picks, we've got 3 tight ends that have gone: Johnny Mingo, Will Levis, and we still haven't gotten to the part where we know what's going to happen, or we think we know, is when the running backs start to come off the board. So, and here's what's interesting. I think there was a general consensus that by the time you got to the late first area, early second, that it would be a choose your own adventure kind of a deal. Specifically, I think we knew that about the running backs. Now, what's really interesting, Johnny Mingo goes way earlier, aka Johnny Dim Sum. Thank you for bringing that back up. Puff pass kick in the chat. Thank you for bringing that back. So we had Johnny Dim Sum go early in the second. We've now got 3 tight ends going early in the second, and we haven't even made it to the running back run that we anticipate somewhere on day 2, whether it be round 2 or round 3. And now, I think that it's fulfilling what, Zach, you and I had talked a lot about previously. The draft, our rookie drafts, are what we thought they were with this class, right? And now the NFL is telling us that they're in on this group of skill position players. This is going to be really fun. So it's not just going to be choose your own adventure for the running backs. It's also going to be choose your own adventure for the wide receivers, because when you, and this is similar, not so much in the skill, but in terms of the wide receiver that you go with. The year that it was CeeDee Lamb, Justin Rager, Justin Jefferson, and even I feel like you can kind of go year by year, and it happens to where late first, there's going to be the running receivers. Who's your guys? Devonta Smith, Jalen Waddle, Jamar Chase, Rashad Bateman, Rondell Moore, and like the list will go on. So it'll be fun how this gets parsed out as we move forward. This has been a great start so far,
especially with this,
Packers.
and it's going to get super interesting with this running back class, because I can't remember like a class being so deep where like I have a hard time like ranking running backs 3 through like 15. You know what I mean? Like I feel like they're all really good, and I don't know. I like ranking them wise. Like I don't even know if I could, and it would probably change on like a daily basis of like how I'm feeling that day. But like this is where like the draft capital and landing spot will like just help kind of decipher. And some of these guys are going to go in like round 6 that we really liked, and it's going to be like, okay, well, they're not there anymore.
So I have never been as jealous of anybody in a rookie draft as I was last week. I have one league that it's Dynasty Awesome Sauce with Casey Kasem and the homies, and that's the name of the league. And she won the first league, so you know Casey, and she won the first league, and so she named it. And it's Russ Fisher, Dynasty Outhouse, is the commissioner, and Chris Allen, yes, that Chris Allen, had the entire second round. And I have never been as jealous of
it's a Chris Allen invitational.
Oh my goodness.
J-Mike invitational.
And you're just like watching him make
I think I might just try to get the third round. Just all of them. You know?
Just go crazy.
Yeah.
You're just watching him make picks, and I was so jealous because I'm like, there is so much.
But that's like with the depth of it, and it's like you win as many swings because you know half of them are going to like be ultimate failures, but like you actually like every single one of those picks as you're making them.
Yeah, well, and it's the like if you listen to Peter talk about historically the second round, it's about 20. I think it was like a 28%. But some classes are not great. Some classes are really good. This feels like a really good running back second round, and the tight ends. Like I really like Laporta. I really like Kincaid. I really like Michael Mayer, and I really like Darnell Washington.
Yeah, Tucker Kraft. I mean, there's
Kraft. Yeah. I mean,
and like that's the thing. Those running backs, and because it's such a deep running back class, and it's such a crazy deep tight end class, that's also going to push some like pretty interesting wide receivers down the board into round 3 too.
Yeah,
because like round 2 is going to be tight ends and running backs with like maybe Jonathan Mingo, in there, but like round 3 is going to have some interesting wide receivers that probably got day 2 draft capital in there too. So like,
Yeah.
it's a really fun class, and it's because like it's so hard to parse out after the top 10 players or so.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, it really like,
And it's not like you don't want those players after that. It's just like, I don't know how to rank them. Like,
well,
I don't know how to.
and that's been what like Peter and I have been talking like the entire build up to this class. So from like November on, and J Mike and I've been talking this too, and I've been shouting it to anybody who will listen on Twitter as well. A good class is a class that you can identify the top, and you can, and then it's deep with players that are tough to parse out because they're all pretty good. And that's exactly what we've got with this 2023 class. It's literally as build, except for people who are interpreting what it was being billed as.
Well, that's the thing though, but
different.
like, how many classes do outside, sweetie? How many classes? Hold on one second.
Literally feel like there's like the one class that had, obviously we mentioned earlier, CMC, Dalvin, Fournette. Like there's one class that has like, hey, look at all these bangers at running back, right? And like, I don't know if people were just thinking, oh, we're about to get all Jonathan Taylors up in this mug. It's not.
But
it's like
also,
not,
like, we don't know until we know. You know, like we think whatever we want to think, and like people, the crazy thing is like people feel so confident, and like I think it's a strong class, but I can't be like ultimately confident that it's like I think it is, but like people speak like it's so entrenched that this class sucks, and like they're not even going to give it a chance to play itself out. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, could it be? Yeah. Of like Peter was always like your best evaluations and analysis is like everybody sucks because you're going to be right most of the time. You know, like basically don't like anybody and you're going to seem like you're a pretty good evaluator.
Yeah. Well, and this class has felt like 2018 to me. Like 2018 had Barkley at the top, and then it had a couple other pretty good running backs. It had a couple of wide receivers that we liked, and then it had a whole bunch of other pretty good players that it was hard to parse out. And it had 3 quarterbacks that you were pretty excited about too. Now we're not as excited about them now, although Lamar Jackson hit pretty well. But
can we take? I do want to take a quick step back. Obviously, as we look back at old classes, I want to look back at yesterday, just briefly.
Yeah.
I've got 2 questions. One specifically, just in a pure opinion, as the Lions now trade into pick number 45. So the Colts just took cornerback Julius Brents out of Kansas State. The Lions are trading up. We'll see what happens here. I've got it muted, so we'll see what happens. But specifically with yesterday, the first thing I want to ask you guys, what's of all the fantasy goodness that we got, what's the favorite pick from yesterday? Not necessarily the best or smartest, but what's your favorite yesterday?
That one's easy for me. And it may be the same as Jake's. I don't know. But my favorite pick was, I know you're a Minnesota fan, was Addison to Minnesota. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of talk, Cousins, we're not going to resign him. So like, I was definitely getting hyped up about the possibility of trading up. There was some talk about us trading up way up and then going, like, I wanted Anthony Richardson so bad. I mean, there was talk that we had connection to Levis and Stroud and everybody. So I was kind of like, and that's been the last 2 years of like getting excited about quarterbacks, but it was always like, I wanted Jordan Addison in a Vikings uniform. So like, I mean, I was thrilled. I think that fit is absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Like he feels like Waddle, Devontae Smith, like that type of player, and to put him opposite Justin Jefferson on a team that will throw, that was my favorite pick for me. And that was the one, like I said to Russ and Peter Howard, we have a running DM with the Dynasty Grind, and that was asked of us on the grind. What are we looking forward to? And I said it'd be interesting to see if Addison gets a first round capital. That's what I said on the show. And in our DM, I was like, to Minnesota. Like, oh, that was beautiful.
And I'll obviously share what we talked about in the DM as well, Zach. As soon as the pick was made, I sent a a message. Vikings did it again. Again, like I feel like one of the premier guys again comes to them after a couple of other guys are taken, and it is interesting because especially with the top, obviously we've got JSN. JSN's now paired with a trio that's as positive that you'll see in the league. And now maybe it's not the absolute best, but they're in this short conversation for what trios would you prefer with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and now JSN. He went at pick 20. Then we had Quentin Johnston. We were curious if all the rumors were going to be true with Jordan Addison's wide receiver coach who went to the Chargers, and people were confident Addison to the Chargers. Well, no, they go QJ. And his run after catch should be fun in that group with those group of players. And it's almost as if with what they did with Quentin Johnson, maybe they allow him to grow into this bigger feel of play that he didn't necessarily always show, because with Mike Will doing a lot of dirty work deep downfield, and obviously Keenan Allen doing the intermediate, they'll allow Quentin to do some fun things. And then Zay Flowers, who's now getting plugged in as I'm not sure exactly how he'll get used, but we've got him now in the Todd Monken offense. And I like what Todd Monken was doing at the collegiate level. So I think that I'm going to like, obviously, the major departure of what the Ravens offense was to what they will be and how imaginative that's going to be. So for Addison to go to the Vikings and me to I'm just going to hit, they did it again. And I love it. I just really feel like we, as much as people probably poo-pooed the JSN spot, which I don't necessarily think is valid. I think that it's fun to be able to see this group of guys, and I don't think anybody can leave last night and say, "Oh, like this is obviously a terrible spot for these players." They all get an opportunity to do what they do well.
I'm excited not only as a Vikings fan, but also like as Addison truther. Like
Yeah.
he's been kind of not like drugged through the dirt, but like
Talk
ever
about
since
it.
the combine,
Talk about it, Jake.
It's just like, oh, this guy's all of a sudden not that good. He's small and he's slow and he's not athletic. But like, this is a clear example where if you're not watching the tape, if you're watching the tape, you can clearly see how he's arguably the best route runner in this class. He's got great hands. He's got great body control. He can beat press. He was good on man versus man defense. Like, it feels good to like people being like, oh, we like Addison again, like.
Well, and that was like, it was so funny to watch that kind of unfold last night, because I'm sitting there and my order of my top 9 picks didn't change. It was just like, oh, okay, we're still here. What's up?
I think you can make the argument that Addison's wide receiver 1.
Yeah,
I think you can make that argument.
We've got and J Mike and I have gone back and forth with that. Like, I had them graded out. Addison actually graded out a half point higher.
Yeah, I mean, I don't go as deep as you do with your grades, and I'm not as,
Yeah,
I'm right with you.
Like, he graded out a half point higher. I still had I couldn't in my heart. Like, I'm like, I still have JSN as my one.
Mm-hmm.
But man, there's not anything to choose between them. Like, they're both.
I mean,
phenomenal.
you can. I mean, I know JSN had a crazy season, but like, you can argue that Addison was the better prospect. He put together a more impressive collegiate career.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. I mean, I love Zay Flowers too. I think he's so much fun. But I think that gap has been narrowed for sure. And I think, and I tweeted today, I think Gibbs. I would take, and I was taking Gibbs before any of the wide receivers before the draft, but like, personally, I think Gibbs has locked himself. And the thing that's crazy is, and I have no problem with people like, sticking to the roots, like with JSN, like, because recently he's been like, oh, I'm taking him over all the 3 quarterbacks. He's almost on like Bijan's tier for a lot of people. Like Matt Price was like, he's very close to Bijan for me.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna he might take Anthony Richardson, but then he might take JSN over the rest of the quarterback class. Like I think for me, it's Bijan, A-Rich, and then I think Gibbs and is in that bucket. I think Stroud's probably ahead of him, or not Stroud. I think Bryce Young's ahead of him.
Yeah.
But like I might take Gibbs over Stroud.
Ooh.
And like
Yeah.
like Stroud was my QB3 in this class, and like trust me, like I do not feel confident about my ability to evaluate quarterbacks because I've been so bad. I've been so bad. So like I take myself with a grain of salt, but I think Gibbs is like right there, and like we talk about like scouting college teams, right? Colors and helmets.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the history and you want to talk about historical outliers, the quarterback 2 taken in every draft class has been mostly awful.
Yeah.
So like I don't know. And then like Houston trades a future 1 to go get Will Anderson, which I love the player, but like you're not going to be good this year. Like you just traded probably another top 10 pick next year to move up, to get Will Anderson. So like I'm a little and like what weapons are there in Houston? Who's he throwing the ball to? Who's he throwing the ball to?
I mean, John Mechie?
I hope he could, but like Mechie is like a wide receiver 3 for a good team.
I know.
If you're lucky.
No,
So it's just like I'm a little bit concerned about Stroud there. Like I like him as a player, but like for me, especially for fantasy, like I see a lot of like Dak Prescott, and I've saw that since the first time I watched him. I was like, for fantasy purposes, I see like a Dak Prescott type of player. Like good, he's probably going to be like a top 10 quarterback, But like, is he ever going to like change your dynasty teams around? I don't know if he has that type of upside.
And that's the Richardson. And I keep trying to convince Peter Howard.
And it's not close. And I love Bryce Young. I love Bryce Young. But like,
he's awesome.
And A-Rich, like I get it. Like he makes me nervous too, but like you can't pass that up because if he hits, he might overtake Patrick Mahomes as dynasty quarterback 1. And what that does for a dynasty team on a Superflex roster is absolutely changes its trajectory. Like, and that's what you're looking for, especially if your team sucks. Like you need to shoot for the moon because if he doesn't hit, it's not really hurting your roster that much.
It's literally
not NFL teams.
Yeah, but it's literally the same logic and reasoning that we used with Lamar Jackson. We used again with Jalen Hurts. We used again with Trey Lance, and Lance hasn't panned out yet. But you've got to shoot for that upside. Like it doesn't make any sense to say I'm going to lay up and bogey this hole.
Right.
If you're down 2 strokes, it doesn't do you any good.
Right.
Like, you got to go get it.
Right.
So with that in mind, how do I ask this? With that mentality set in mind, and as the Patriots now make their pick live for us, a little bit of love for you here, Zach. I feel like I don't even want to ask my question until this person finishes their rant that they're on.
It'll probably be an offensive.
Hey, listen, they went like chalk last night. I was with a Patriots fan last night. I was like, there's no way they're taking like Hershey Gonzalez here. That'd be way too chalky.
They took the edge out of Georgia Tech, Keon White.
All right, he was supposed to go pretty early, so
he was, yeah. Even
they're changing their philosophies here. He doesn't even play for Rutgers.
So when you all look at the top of your drafts, and I agree with you that hey, if you're at the top and your team is not good, hey, you take the swing with Anthony Richardson because he's the type that can change your draft. And in the event that he doesn't, you're picking at the top again the next year, perhaps.
Caleb Williams,
to reset the deck to some degree.
Huge shot at a Superflex quarterback.
Now,
like I'm in a rebuild. I have the 102. I'm taking Anthony Richardson, and like if my team sucks because he doesn't play or he's not very good, great, because I might have Caleb Williams on my roster next year. Like,
but what's the differentiator though between taking between him and Bijan at 101? Period. Like, what's the separator if you're let's say you didn't trade him, your team's not good.
I think you. And this is like I'm going through a rebuild, and I have Bijan as a Devi asset. So like I'm very conflicted, but it's a one quarterback league, so I think that
Gotcha.
changes things a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I think you have to try to find somebody in your league that loves Bijan. I think you have to. I think you're doing yourself a disservice if you're not at least trying. I don't think you may get the type of deal that everyone's assuming that you're going to get, because every league is so much different and you're only going to get what people are offering. Like
Yep.
we talk like blank slates, like, oh, this is what you should trade. Like so many times, like your personal league, the people in there, what they're going to pay. Like if you're moving off a player, you're going to sell at a discount compared to a trade value chart or like what's thrown out there on Twitter, because we're dealing with actual humans with thoughts and emotions and not just a calculator.
But there also comes a point. So I've got Bijan. I just took Bijan 101 in a league that I earned the 101.
Mm-hmm.
I got a trade offer before, about a week and a half before the draft, that was the 104, the 110, and a 24 first, but it probably late because it's the team that won the league this year. And if you add Bijan to the team that won the league, they're pretty good. I turned it down.
Mm-hmm.
Now sounds like a pretty big haul. It sounds like 3 first, but you start thinking about it and you go, it's a mid-early first. So you get the third quarterback.
Right. If that was a 102, that's a different story. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But the 104 is like, I don't even get to choose. I'm basically taking the leftovers.
Yeah, I get Stroud because he's there. So I turned it down. I took Bijan, banking on the idea that Bijan is going to be the running back 1 in Dynasty.
Yeah.
You could concede.
People think he's reached his ceiling. He hasn't reached his ceiling in terms of value, because running back value is so suppressed right now by the league and by fantasy football Twitter. Like, it has not reached it. Like, think about 3 years ago where we would have been taking these running backs like CMC, like these guys were untouchable. And all of a sudden it's like, throw them in the garbage, The NFL doesn't even care about these guys anymore. That it took the NFL so long to understand like the running backs aren't all that valuable.
Yeah.
And now like they've taken it
too far. They've run by.
Overcorrected, So it's like it's really kind of scary. Like JT 2 years ago, it was almost untouchable. Now he's like, I don't really want him.
But this is why, and this is the way I've always played, and it doesn't mean it's right, and it doesn't mean that this is how you have to play. But I've always take the running back in the rookie draft, and I will run them for 2 years, and then I will trade them for the up and coming, already proven wide receivers, and then try to get a pick on top, because running back value, the top tier, the upper echelon of running backs, is so valued because they put up so many points, and it's the guys who are the complete back or the uber pass catchers. So it's what we talked about. It for a while. It was Gurley, it was Zeke, then it was CMC and Barkley and even Dalvin Cook when he was healthy. Like, you have this kind of idea of what it takes to be Kamara, what it takes to be a top tier back. But there's also such a shelf life that if you have one of those top tier backs, for me, I have a 2-year window where I'm using them, and then I'm trading them for the wide receivers, because there's such a longer shelf life with the wide receivers. And if I get young, productive wide receivers, I can start that build with running backs again, and still hit that window.
I mean, good running backs usually come into the league and produce right away. So
it's
not like you have to wait for your running backs to develop to use them. You're going to get some 2-3 prime years for them, and their value really shouldn't deteriorate like at all within the first, because they're still going to be like 23 years old, 24 years old.
But you got to trade them before
their next contract.
Yeah, you got to,
because they're not going to get paid.
But you've got to trade them before you're comfortable trading them.
Because once it's too late, it's too late.
That's it. And so I will make a trade where after, so you had Jonathan Taylor came out and had the okay year, and then the second year he was just the stud, and I trade him, and people are looking at me like, he's available. I'm like, yes, but what I need is Jefferson or AJ Brown or these young, proven wide receivers. And so that's how I build my teams. And again, you're missing out on Christian McCaffrey. So there's a great example of this. I traded Christian McCaffrey after his second year where he was great, and then he was great. He's been great again. So I'm missing out on that.
So what's your plan with Bijan in this rebuild?
Same thing. So it depends on when I can get the value, because he actually
You're just gonna sit until you feel like it's good enough.
Yeah, like he hurts me in terms of my next year's pick.
Right.
But
it doesn't hurt you as much as selling them all for not enough.
Absolutely. Right? And so it's
in long term.
Yep. And again, if we get to a point where he's proven it for 2 years, somebody is going to pay.
Right.
And my guess is that, you look at what Atlanta did last year with Algier and how productive Algier ran for 1,000 yards. Bijan,
R.I.P. Matt Foreman. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I said, as that pick happened immediately. So Falcons came on the clock before they even made the pick. I dropped the pour one out for Algier GIF in the chat, and J-Mac was like, "Has it happened yet?" And I was like, "No, but it has to. Come on." And then it did, and I was like, "Oh man, I feel bad for Foreman." But like that offense. And I think they just added another offensive lineman too, which is nice. But I think I just saw that. I could be wrong, but
was it Titman or was that somebody else?
No, Bergeron.
Yeah, the Falcons added Bergeron at 38 overall, the tackle out of Syracuse.
Yeah, I think he might play guard. I think he's got quite a bit of positional flexibility. Ooh, Detroit. No, that's not Detroit. Tampa Bay.
Oh, with
Cody.
Yeah,
Toothless.
Cody
they got
Moss.
Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon.
What a good movie. What a good series. I like that.
Oh, Detroit did get Brian Branch, though.
They did. Yeah, they traded. I think when they traded up at 45, they got Branch, which is pretty awesome. So now we're on this run of linemen and defenders. And who'd have thunk it for 47 picks into the draft and 2 Illinois corners. I would not have thought I'd see the day where Illinois is pumping out corners into the NFL between Witherspoon and Jartavius Martin.
Jartavius went?
It's Kyle in the chat. Hey, Kyle.
Jartavius went to the Commanders, yeah. Hey, what's up, Kyle?
I thought he was like
Good to see you, bro.
Maybe a day 3 type of guy. Hey, Kyle.
The Commander said, no, that's our guy. So then I would love to, man, I feel like we could talk this strategy like all night. Like I'm so here for the game theory and you all, and I just want to give an example to further support what you all are talking through in leagues where you have guys like Jonathan Taylor specifically, for as highly lauded and as much as people thoroughly enjoy him and want him to be great and all these things, people aren't clamoring for him even as they were 12 months ago, right?
Yeah.
And that happens really quick. And I think in Dynasty, I still think that there is likely an edge to be had by continuing to get off of those and churning those players before you're quote unquote ready, because because like you all said, there's gonna the Phantom of the Opera, past the point of no return.
Yeah, but I used to think like
it's over.
I was always a win now Dynasty player. Like
yeah,
I wish I was still a win now, because like right now, if you're a win now Dynasty player, the players you can get at a discount that are gonna just wreak havoc for everyone else is insane.
That's the other piece of it is, so you trade them when they're here, value and production, and then the production goes to here in the screen, but like just a little bit down, but the value goes way down.
Right.
You can buy back in. I mean, J-Mike, you saw that in a couple of leagues, and I washed up on the beach and finished second in a couple of the leagues that we're in. But like, I went and bought back in on Nick Chubb and Derrick Henry and the
Like, that's got to
productive.
be so fun right now
Yeah.
to like be buying these players that are like
Well,
you can get these studs for the next 2 years that it costs you like a second.
yeah, and this was
just wild.
I really got in on it where Peter Howard was doing his analysis of seasons, and he does this thing where like what is most likely to produce next season, and his whole Jaden Reed.
Jaden Reed.
He went in the
to the
second round?
Packers.
To the Packers.
Yeah, he did. Oh boy.
That's really high.
That's rich. That's rich.
That's really rich for I think he's a good player, but that's wild.
You think he's going to wear 12?
Oh,
They
man,
might
that
force
would be
him to
so
wear
great.
12.
I would do that.
I was like, I hate the Packers, but like, because I really didn't want them to take JSN, but that would have been so funny. Like Rodgers leaves, they take
He could
wide
get a
receiver in
first
the first round,
round.
just to like be like, yeah, fuck you, Aaron. Sorry. Jaden Reed. Wow.
It's
Now, a lot of folks love Jaden Reed, though. So go ahead.
I know, and a lot of people like I usually see eye to eye with and respect a ton, like Jaden Reed a lot, and I don't see it. But again, like there's people I respect a lot that just like don't see it with Mingo, and like that's fine. You know, like that makes me feel uncomfortable, especially when there's people I like and like respect a lot that I disagree with. But like again, I'm gonna trust my evaluation, and like I'm not hoping this guy fails, but like I don't think he's probably not going to be going in a place where I'm going to be drafting him.
no, and that's a
And
tough.
I get excited when like players like Jaden Reed go this early because that's one more guy that's going to get picked that's going to allow people to fall to me. And people are going to say the same thing about Mingo. Like I'm going to be drafting him and they're going to be like, sucker,
Yeah.
let him fall down, you know, but like, that's the beauty of this whole process too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know. That's going to be an interesting That's going to be an interesting offense. By interesting, I mean I don't think I want any part of it. I mean
The Packers,
yeah,
they really needed to like add a legitimate weapon to that offense
Yeah.
for Jordan Love, and like I don't think drafting Jaden Reed in the second round is cutting it.
no,
Because like is he that much better? I mean, J Mike, you should answer this. Is he that much better than Dubs?
He 100%. He is not better than Dobbs.
Yeah.
I want to be very clear on that.
Yeah.
At
I mean,
least
that's
when
what I'm
scouted
saying.
him,
Like you're hoping he
see
kind
it,
of
yeah.
has like a Dubs type of rookie season.
right.
I think that'd be like a good season for him.
But I think I feel like this is usually the pick that the Packers have historically made these last few years where I don't know if it's a middle round or maybe it is second round. I can't see the number in my head, but they'll swing on these Amari Rodgers. They'll swing on
I mean Watson last year.
Yeah, and so I think they just kind of devalued, I guess is the right word.
They've
They don't really
passed
hold a lot of
on
value.
traditions from GM to GM over the years. Like when and I think Van Ness is a good player. But like when they took Van Ness last night, I was like, that is such a cookie cutter Packers pick, like a big defensive end, like a 5 technique. They take a 5 technique in the first round of every freaking class. I swear to God.
The question I think now is, can Christian Watson take the top of the defense far enough out that when Jaden Reed catches the ball, he's not just going sideline to sideline. He's actually going to be able to get vertical.
He's going to be exhausted by the third quarter.
Oh my goodness. That was my said, you know, he had 636 yards receiving last year, but if you totaled up, like if you did the next gen
yard
stat,
receiver.
Oh, I see J Mike's face again. What's going on?
Was this Hendon Hooker?
Well, this is interesting.
Hendon Hooker?
I don't even want to spoil it for you guys.
Don't tell me they took like Zach
I'm gonna let you see it,
Charbonnet.
Jake.
Charbonnet.
I'm gonna puke.
To Seattle.
They didn't take Zach Charbonnet. What are they doing? What are they doing?
Establishing the
They're
run.
like, you know what, San Francisco? we're gonna do it one better.
No,
You take a running back in the 3rd round every year. We're gonna take a running back in the 2nd round every year from here
the
on out.
run has been established. Seattle,
What the
Washington,
hell? He's not like
2023.
Oh,
I'm
no.
lower on Charbonnet than almost anybody. If Kenneth Walker's like, I know you, Zach, you weren't a huge fan. I was a huge
No,
Kenneth Walker
like-
fan. But like, if you're gonna pick at something in his pocket, like he's not maybe a pass catcher, like a great pass catcher. Zach Charbonnet's not a great pass. Like, can he catch the rock? Sure, but
He's
like
quite a bit
he's
better than Walker as a receiver. He's a
that's
lot
fair.
better than
But
Walker.
like, I don't think he's like a satellite 3rd down back.
No,
You know what I mean? Like, he's not.
they've got
That makes
Thunder and
no
Thunder.
sense. Exactly.
Oh man.
Like that's where you take like a Devin A. Chain and like pair him
Yeah.
with Walker and like
Yeah, that's wild.
That's befuddling, dude. I am so upset right now.
Yeah.
the chat.
This is Pete Carroll's Schadenfreude from the Patriots Super Bowl, where he's just like, no, I'm never throwing again. We're just going to run.
This is like, and I've done this when I was, more of a novice in fantasy, but like you're in 1 QB redraft league and you're like, I'm just going to keep taking these quarterbacks. There's like, I'll just trade them later. Like, I got so many great quarterbacks. And then people are like, I'll just grab somebody off the waiver wire.
Oh man, Charbonnet 52 overall.
I
to
do think that's
Seattle.
hilarious because
Oh,
as
man.
like somebody that's not a Charbonnet fan, like it's going to be pretty funny trying to hear people like rationalize this one.
I just think it'll be interesting to see what this does with Ken Walker's value. I don't know that I don't think that this is one of those things that elevates Charbonnet's value in the community, but I'm curious
There's no
what
way
it does
it better
to,
not.
Yeah, I'm just curious what it does to Ken Walker.
Top 5 dynasty running back. Like that's one
Right.
of the worst landing spots you can imagine right there.
Yeah, but I also think that Walker being a top 5 dynasty running back is a little bit like again.
That's
this is
fair,
the-
but that's just the ageism thing.
Yeah, this is the Nick Chubb argument that I went round and round and round with Tyler Gunther back when Chubb came in, and I said Chubb's not going to be.
We had that conversation too.
Like he's
I was
not
a
going to
big
be
Chubb guy.
like
I was a big Chubb guy.
no, like,
You're running the circuit, Zach.
and it's not like again, it has nothing to
Minnesota
like
circuit.
they are great running backs. Great running backs. Walker was the best runner in the class last year. Chubb was a better runner than Barkley was coming out.
Right.
But the NFL, to
Yeah.
quote your former co-host, likes the smell of their own farts.
Right.
The NFL does not draft a player and then expect them to do things that they have not seen them do.
Sure.
And people are like, well, what about
Melvin Gordon.
Yeah, what about Melvin Gordon? So
He's
Melvin,
a one piece. We're just going to keep touching on it.
But Melvin Gordon was not the pass catcher until Danny Woodhead got hurt, and they
Right.
did not have another option.
Right.
Now, if that happens in a season where everybody gets hurt in the backfield, yeah, Chubb is perfectly fine catching the ball, and Walker can catch the ball. I mean, they're NFL level athletes. Like they are physically capable of doing that. But to sit there and say that, hey, it's Russ, to sit there and say that they're going to all of a sudden become something that they've never been is hard for me to.
It takes more than just
project.
imagination.
Yeah,
You know what
it's
I mean?
a little
Like-
bit of a stretch, and I get that. I get liking these guys.
Yeah.
But it's hard for me to go, oh yeah, like definitely. I mean, it's the Kendre Miller in this class. Like I think Kendre Miller's a really good
Dude,
runner.
He might be the second best runner in this class.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to catch the ball. So
Right.
he's fine. He's a borderline running back one, like right at that like cusp,
Right. Like at the ultimate upside.
yeah,
Ultimate upside. And he's probably not going to get there.
yeah, and those are not the guys that I want to like really bet. I mean, like Ken Walker last year. Ken Walker was fantastic, right? Amazing. His points per game was the same as Jamal Williams, who only ran for like 6 yards a game. They happened
Well,
to
he
be
had
touchdowns.
27 touchdowns.
Yeah, I was like that, but still, like that's
Yeah.
the same.
No, I know.
But-
But like that's part of it too. Like I just think like, if you're a Kenneth Walker guy, like you love having it. Like you're gonna believe in every possible upside for that player. And if you have doubts about him, you're gonna like have restrictions on what you can see or what you want to see. You know.
Yeah. Russ, how do you feel about Seattle with Charbonnet and JSN? Yeah,
They were off to such a
you
good
said it all.
start too. They were off to such a good start, you know, with Witherspoon and then JSN, and then they do that.
Why?
Then they Seattle.
Why? Why? Why?
Like, I don't care how high up he is on your board. Like, that position should be off limits until like day 3.
J Mike, I think probably Pete Carroll was in the DFPN DM last night when we were talking about the wishbone. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna wishbone with
But
Ken
I also
Walker.
like,
And
like part of this is like regional too, you know, like there's definitely teams and scouts and stuff like that have a regional bias like to where they're located. So
Yeah.
like the West Coast, like they know him, they've watched him for, you know, a couple years, like they know his game a lot. Like they fall in love with these guys. Like
yeah,
that's why I thought like the Patriots definitely could be taking Zay Flowers. Like that would not surprise me at all, you know?
And here's the thing, and I know we talked about Walker's value, but even just thinking about that offense as a whole, even if they're as hopefully explosive as one could hope for, everyone can't eat that well, right? Somebody's got to get table scraps. Somebody's got to go hungry. Like everybody can't feast. So I find it fascinating.
I don't think. I mean, I
Absolutely
think Lockett's got 3 years left on his deal. I don't know what his outs are, but like Lockett's still a damn good player. You know what
Yeah,
I
he
mean? Like,
is.
and like I love JSN, but like I don't know if I'm going to be taking him where he's going.
I will, but now, unfortunately, you're
Like
right.
I'd rather take Addison after. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair. Like, I still like. I'm still in love with JSN. You know, it has nothing to do with liking him better, liking him more. Like, I pick a guy and I get enamored with him,
Right.
and that's JSN.
Yeah, that's part of the fun.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe the right move is just trading back 2 spots. Like, but I was on teams that were good, my fantasy teams that were good. I was trading into the spot to go get JSN because it felt like he was just going to walk in and be good. And then he went to Seattle.
Where
But he
did
still
you
can,
where
though,
did you
right?
trade to though?
Well, see,
Because now you're going to be able to pivot to Gibbs or a quarterback. I think if you traded up into one of those spots.
I went to 5, which means I'm out on a quarterback.
Not necessarily.
I mean,
I think Gibbs might.
you think Gibbs is going to jump up ahead of one of those quarterbacks?
I
Like,
think
if that
there's
happens,
a chance.
like
I mean,
I'll wait.
Yeah,
till
but
I'm on
like
top
if
to
you're
trade
getting
back,
Gibbs,
but
I think Gibbs is the clear 105 at the very least for me. But like pivoting from the thing is, you're going to be able to take Gibbs at 105, and in season, if you want to, like JSN's not going to like be garnering like double-digit targets a game, and Gibbs is going to be having at least huge splash weeks. You're going to be able to trade Gibbs for JSN plus probably if you want to.
yeah,
Like I think you're missing out on an opportunity if you take JSN over Gibbs at 105.
yeah, I'm way too biased on wide receivers and just don't care.
Yeah, that's
But
fair.
you're
That's
right.
fair.
I think you're right because we haven't seen the Lions use running backs in a way that makes sense since Reddick. Was that the guy's name? What was the receiving back's name?
Riddick.
Riddick.
Theo.
Riddick. Like, he was the only one they used in the way they should. They tried with Carry On. They tried with so many guys to do something, and then just they saw they got a guy that was pretty much just a receiver out of the backfield, and they used him correctly. But then they had Swift, and they didn't want to give him the ball. And of course, he kept getting hurt.
I think there's some underlying stuff with Swift though. You know,
Well, I just don't think he can stay healthy. I hope he gets traded.
and there was like some character stuff, like how badly he wanted, you know, to be really good. You know, like because his talent, and this is the hardest part of player evaluation that we just don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Is like what is their true drive? Like because they're going to say all the right things. You know, like what is their true behind the scenes drive to be great? Because
Also,
like if
DeMarcus
Swift wanted to
Russell.
be great, I feel pretty confident Swift could be really good.
Yeah, but like that was the thing with Jamarcus Russell, right? Where he was just so good and so athletic that he was
but
always
didn't give a shit. You know,
yeah,
he was-
and he didn't try and he didn't care. He didn't
Yeah.
like playing, and that's none of our business, really. But
Right.
like,
he was the story out of draft day where like he didn't read the playbook and you know.
yeah, was that them that like put like $100 bill in the playbook or something?
Yeah, which basically should have been in draft day.
Yeah.
Uh,
I have no idea what's going on in this draft, and like I felt okay, and now I'm scrolling through what happened in the second round so far. I love how high Mingo went
Yes, Russ.
and to the Panthers. Like that's good. Like
yeah, we had all the fun there in the early part of the second round. You had obviously the tight ends begin to go between Mayer. Somebody said Kincaid. I don't have those first few picks in the round, so.
Kincaid went in the first at 25th.
I'm sorry,
overall.
Laporta. Somebody said Laporta.
Yeah.
Laporta went
Lions.
Laporta
for the Lions. Mayer.
Yep.
35.
Went to the Vegas.
Yeah, and then Musgrave.
Levis
to the
finally went, and then
Packers.
Musgrave to the Packers.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of fun there. Obviously, Johnny Dim Sum, Johnny Mingo, and then also the Packers also go Jaden Reed at 50, wide receiver out of Michigan State. So
that's a shocker.
We're in the upside down now.
We really turned a corner here, guys.
Why can't they try and be normal at wide receiver?
Starring Pete Carroll as Vecna. No, I don't even know. You talking about Green Bay? Why can't they?
Right. I'm with you, Russ.
That is it's been such a weird since Jordy Nelson left. That has been such a weird place.
Well, imagine
I
having
think it's a good wide receiver since Devontae Adams. Like we're hitting 10 years.
yeah. I mean,
Well,
they
people like Christian
but
Watson.
before that, they had so many good receivers.
Yeah.
They had
Greg
Sterling
Jennings
Sharp.
and-
They had Greg
yeah.
Jennings. They had Jordy Nelson. I mean, they were like
Freeman.
wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, Antonio. Oh God, destroyed my Vikings. So
he did. He was
just stupid plays like falling over. Oh, ball. Yeah, touchdown. Let's score.
Still the craziest Monday night play I've ever seen. That was
It's
crazy.
wild.
Oh, Donald
Any-
Driver!
any-
Shout
any-
out to the chat.
any-
Driver, yeah.
Donald
Yeah,
Driver.
any person highlights probably came against the Vikings, like Michael Vick's crazy run. Like Vikings are going to be on the other side of that. But I think it'd be interesting to do just like top of the head, like a 10-second clock rookie mock right now.
Ooh, let's get it.
Like no explanation of your pick, no like 30 seconds to think about it. You got 10 seconds to make a pick.
Yes.
All right, we're going to super quick, right?
And you only can take players that were drafted so far.
Let's do it. Let's just go in the order of the screen. We'll work clockwise. Zach, you've got the 101, Jake 102, I'm 103,
Super
Rusher
flex,
104.
Yeah.
Just keep it going. Yep. We'll
I'm
get
still,
through a round plus.
I'm still going Bijan. I'm still going Bijan, even super flex.
All right, give me A
Okay.
Rich.
Yeah, you're going to take
Okay,
Richardson,
Rich.
which just
Yeah.
I was like, oh, cool. Never mind. Jake goes before I do.
You thought.
Yeah,
You
no,
thought.
no.
I'm going Bryce Young before I time out. That's my guy.
Clearly, I'm gonna take Stroud.
Zach, this is a big pick here.
It is. Man.
You got 5
Listen,
seconds.
we got all the bells and whistles of tight end premium and everything.
Don't matter.
I'm gonna go Addison.
I've
Ooh,
right
you dirty dog.
I've been sitting here
Zach.
thinking ever since since he got on the clock, and I'm just like,
Zach.
crap.
Yes,
I
Zach.
think Addison's the right answer right
Dude,
now.
Addison, I think, is our wide receiver one right now.
I need y'all to whisper, man. Yeah, listen. We don't need it. We don't need
All
any
right.
attention.
I'm
We don't need
taking
any
Gibbs.
attention there.
I'm taking Gibbs.
That really
Easily.
frustrates me. Both
Easily.
of you frustrate me.
Yeah, but look who
consolation-
you're getting right now at what 107.
No, that's the beautiful thing about this. But I think for me, in terms of Jake, when you were talking about leaning into your process and feeling really good about this on the wide receiver show, I got really excited. Oh man, I'll take JSN before as I time out. Rashid.
Yeah, maybe I go take
Really?
Rashid Rice right now. I mean, I'm not going
Rashid?
to.
Interesting. Interesting.
I like that.
Yeah.
I do. I like Rice.
Golly. I don't
I like
mind
Rice,
him.
too.
What's really funny, I was helping Kristen draft in the Awesome Sauce League, and we were choosing between Rice and Mingo, and I ended up telling her to take Mingo, but either way, she would have done really well.
Yes.
I'm going to take Quentin Johnston, by the way. I think it's my turn. Got to get that new
that it is.
Justin Herbert target.
That new Quentin Johnston smell.
Smells like sweat and victory.
Smells like yak. Yards after catch.
Zach, are you taking the easy pick here?
Hold on. What? So who did you? So we've got.
I took
Bijan?
JSN at 107.
Okay, JSN's
Russ-
gone. That's the one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Top
Russ just took
3
Quentin
wide
Johnston.
receivers are
Yeah,
gone.
so
Top,
I'll take Flowers. Like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
easy.
this is where things get interesting. Like
You'll either
right
take
here's
my
an
pick or I'll get
inflection.
my pick. This
I'm
will be
gonna
fun.
I'm taking Mingo because I'm gonna take Mingo, but I'll
Okay.
give you your pick here.
Now, here's the thing, and I'll be brief.
Yeah.
This is a unique spot, especially in your premiums. People are going to love
You're-
Dalton Kincaid. I'm still going
Right,
with Levis.
you're gonna take Levis.
I'm still going with Levis.
I was really
It was
hoping I was
for
going to get
me.
that.
For me, I think value wise, it's Levis or
It's
Kincaid
Levis.
there in a tight end premium.
I don't.
But
like, I
took
get it.
Mingo because he wouldn't get back to me and I wanted him.
Yeah,
Right, he
but
would.
like, I don't. I get that Kincaid was the first one taken. I don't want him. Like,
You're about
I
to
get that
time
he's
out.
good. Like, he's a receiver
I'm out,
What?
he said.
Why don't you
You're about
want
to
him?
time out.
because he's the tight ends of the Bills. Who cares? It's not a thing. I mean, I'll take. I'll take Mayer. Like, I'm not going to overthink it.
And I'll smash Laporta. I'll be happy. I'll be really happy with
I was trying to
Laporta.
decide between the two of them. I'm just like, Mayer's the more complete guy. They just gave up their actual
and-
I like
tight
that
end
a
to move
lot.
on.
And so we had this conversation, Russ, talking about Awesome Sauce, and we had the rookie draft because that's the rookie draft we had before. And I took Mayer at 112, thinking that I had the 301, that I might be able to sneak Laporta back at the 301. He went at the 212,
Ugh.
which crushed my hopes and dreams. But like that to me is the thing. Now people are going to be in on Laporta. People know
'Cause it was a good
Laporta
spot,
now because he's drafted early second round. He went to Detroit. Detroit obviously needed the tight end. They traded Hawkinson last year. He's
I think the most interesting part of this is like, where does Levis go now?
yeah.
Because he's kind of where like we thought maybe Hendon Hooker might come off the board, like, and he was kind of getting into late first, early round 2.
Kind of where I thought Levis was going to go a little later. Like, I was putting Levis around the 107, 108 already.
Right, but he's fallen now.
Yeah.
You
But-
can't say he hasn't fallen some
Oh,
spots.
well, no. Now, like, the thing is, he'll probably go where I thought he would, as opposed to where he really would have went.
Right,
Like, if he was
right.
drafted in the top 10, he would have been up with the rest of the quarterbacks.
He was the
But the
clear.
fact
I
cut
disagree.
107.
I disagree. I don't think that was going to be the case.
No,
Well,
I
I
think
mean, we're talking about something that,
ASN and Gibbs would have went ahead of him, and then he would have been 107. Kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
because
we
he was the end of he was in no man's land.
I
was
think
kinda like-
we're
that was like
overvaluing
his
quarterbacks again. And I
He
think
was always to me, he was always the 108, and now he's probably not even that.
he's probably around like 9. Well, who are you taking? Are you taking?
Well,
Any of
that's the
these
thing.
tight
Like,
ends
are you
over him?
taking a tight end or Mingo over him?
I'm not. That's me though.
Then who
And
are you
again,
taking over him?
Biased Kentucky fan here. I'm just
Yeah, but you're taking Quentin Johnston, JSN, Flowers, Addison over him, right?
We,
Oh,
we
yeah.
did that here though, and
Oh yeah. Right.
Well,
Levis still went.
No, but it's
one,
J
two,
Mike.
I'm not.
Where are you? Where's your cutoff, J Mike, right now? Like, where are you?
No,
taking-
that's what it is. So it's that 108. It's 108. Can y'all hear me? Okay or no? Sorry.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah. So it's 108. So if we're looking even in the draft that we just did, so Bijan, we've got the 3 quarterbacks. That's 4 out the gate. We've got the likes of Jahmyr Gibbs, JSN, and Addison. Some people are probably going to put Quentin Johnston in front of him. I'm not. Some people are probably going to put Zay Flowers in front of him. I'm not. Some people may push Dalton Kincaid in front of him. I'm not. And here's the kicker. Again, if you're one of these
No, we are
middling
not
teams,
drafting a kicker in the first round.
right? If you're if you're one of these middling teams, No, I'm with it. I'm with it. if you're wondering teams, and just let's just take a step back and not to say that you could forecast what happened to Jalen Hurts, and I'm not even trying to say that what Levis can get to and do what Jalen Hurts is doing. But what I'm saying is, if you have a quarterback that went fringe round 1, literally the second pick of the second round,
Yeah,
and he'd have the opportunity to get bumped into this really cool space of being a fantasy producer or even possibly a difference maker. If you do that redraft in 2 years, that guy now gets moved into the first round, and he's in that group that people didn't want to take him with in the first place.
yeah.
So
I
that's where I come from with the likes of him specifically.
And this was the show that we did last week, J Mike, which is why we were advocating trading into the 107 to 110 range because of exactly what happened.
But I think you're doing it for different reasons, right? Like you're doing it because all of a sudden you can Addison or JSN at 107.
Yeah,
right?
but you still that's still an interesting, even with Levis, even if you say Levis is the 110, that range, because of what happened, it was greatly undervalued 2 weeks ago.
But that's what I'm saying. Like the 107 is like the pick where people didn't want, and like I watched your guys' show. Like that was the pick to trade for.
Yeah.
Because you knew something was going to happen where that pick was going to be more valuable than it was, because it couldn't really have fallen off much, like someone had to have gotten bumped into that spot.
That Dallas with a tight end.
Shoemaker.
I am all about this pick, and I'm sorry.
Where's the pterodactyl,
I reset
man?
back up. I love Schoonmaker here. That's awesome.
Why isn't Darnell going?
That is surprising. I think he had some kind of medical stuff going on, I want to say.
Like, I will probably let my bias stand strong because I always do. And I'm still going to put JSN, Gibbs, Addison. I'll probably throw Quentin Johnston in there just because Chargers.
I'd probably take Zay Flowers too. I mean, and again, I think you can make a very strong case that if you like Kincaid, I think you can make a strong case that Mingo.
I don't want
many people take Kincaid right there, so I don't have to, and I can get something fall back to me. But look, man, I get it. Levis isn't great, but
he's not
bad, and
he's Taysom Hill. If Taysom Hill could actually throw a football
on a team that wants to modernize themselves. And I'm not saying he's going to be Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen, but
no, but for fantasy, he offers serious upside.
But this is exactly what
and that's why I like J Mike taking that swing there.
This is what 3 years ago J Mike said. I am never going to fall for this again. I thought Josh Allen was going to be great for fantasy. I didn't think he was going to. No one thought he was going to be this, but and I passed on him because of all of the hate and everything, and then he became Josh Allen.
But this is this is kind of the Anthony Richardson part 2 of rookie drafts, is what you could argue. Because you're taking Anthony Richardson because he has the chance to turn into a fantasy superstar.
Oh yeah.
Will Levis, as much as you might not like it, has the chance. I would say a lower.
That sounds like a nonsense anymore.
He's okay now.
No, you are 100% correct, though. He's not Anthony Richardson, but he does offer that kind of upside. But again, the problem is with consensus and all this stuff, and Twitter speak and love for certain players. Daniel Jones has turned himself into a fantasy viable, secured quarterback. But what's his price tag?
Wait first.
Right. But that's his up. Now you're taking, that's the counter argument to this, is now you're taking
the ceiling.
She's full of it. Now you're taking Will Levis at potentially the top of his scale, right? I mean, you're hoping he turns into Daniel Jones so he reaches the value where you're drafting him, kind of. Just because people don't like him.
But I think there are picks that you take for, at least for me, there are picks that I take for value, And then there are picks that I take because I think they're going to score points, even though I know they're never going to be valuable.
Mhm.
And so again, I know, like J Mike, you're a little more attached to Levis maybe than but I am 100% in at 110. Like after I
Right.
get out of those first
Right.
round receivers, oh yeah, let's Levis.
The more I
That's
think
fine.
about it, the more I would have taken him there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like every once in a while, you do want to draft someone in the rookie draft to score points on your team. Like
Points are good.
like I am Mr. Draft for value, but like at some point, especially like something weird can happen in 2 years. Like none of these mobile quarterbacks that are at literally the top of the quarterback fantasy rankings were great coming in. So maybe Brian Dabble gets fired from New York and ends up in Tennessee, and all of a sudden, 2 years later, we got Josh Allen 3.0, which I mean, it gets a little lower every single time, but
It's
like
the beta release.
so like especially because Zay Flowers to the Ravens, like I get it, like they liked him for a while, and they're gonna have a more open offense. I'm fine.
You gotta feel better about that landing spot than we used to. Yeah,
Yes.
that's the way I feel. Like that was like a stigma for so long. Like no wide receiver to Baltimore, but like they got a new offensive philosophy. Lamar's there now.
Yeah.
They got OBJ. They got Bateman. Like there's no way they're gonna be running the same the pass. And I think Peter's talked about it. The passing volume in that offense.
That's a fantastic name,
dude. How did he go this late?
Bro, I'm
He had a
sitting here
lot of
shaking my head
round
like,
one
what?
buzz. He had a lot of round one buzz.
How does he end up with the
never heard that name
Bills?
before, but it's fantastic.
Like
Right in front of
Michael Schmidt
Cincinnati.
to the Giants
Oh,
too.
man.
That was a great pick.
Yes. This is.
I have a
great
bunch of
draft,
buddies
y'all.
that are Giants fans in New York, so it's like,
And I wanna put this disclaimer out there as well, because I tell you all, and if anybody's listened to the pod, y'all know I'm a Kentucky fan, right? And I also am not delusional to what Levis has been and is. So
you probably
back
actually have
in the-
better insight because you're more familiar. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
and I get this, and it's like this. It's this gut feeling. Like when you see somebody else do it, you don't like it, but when you do it, you can rationalize it. You know what I mean? Like I'm not a homer. I just watch more
No.
tape. Like I know them more. But like
Yeah.
when you see somebody else do it, you're like, he's a homer.
Yeah,
But, like,
100%.
So like you probably do have a better sense of what he is and who he can become because you've watched there's only so much of like going back and saying like, okay, we're gonna watch 2 years of tape on this player, right? Or at least pieces of years. And being a fan of a team where like, no, you saw where they started, their first game, how they transitioned, how they got better, blah blah blah. Like you actually understand the background story of this player, not just like kind of your what you've come to understand, if that makes
And that
sense.
was always and you're exactly right, because that was always my thing, is that when you hear even educated, smart, talented evaluators talk Levis, people only tell partial truths. And that was the part that bothered me, because people would come on and just talk about and he'd
Dude,
get bashed and dogged
no
and drugged through the
one
mud.
no
I'm just
one
like,
got I don't know if there was a quarterback that got bashed harder than Josh Allen when he was a prospect. Every single person in the industry, outside of like two guys, it was like Nick Whalen and like I can't remember who else it was, but like everyone hated. It was the cool thing to say there's no way this guy succeeds because of his profile, because of his completion percentage, because he was bad in college, right? But like look at what he's become because of his traits.
Yeah. Yep.
Like that's where like to have the imagination to see what they can become and like be willing to put a bet on that. Just the off chance that it happens. It very well might not, but like if that hits, That's a
Yeah.
big deal. And that's the thing. Like if Levis hits early, like Daniel Jones didn't, then he reaches a different level of upside than Daniel Jones ever got from a value standpoint.
There is one aspect of Josh Allen that led him to at least not get told he should be a wide receiver. Like that, like
speak on it.
like that, like because that's the first thing that popped into my head. Like, yeah, like the Daniel Jones and the Josh Allen, like people were getting straight up mean, like attacking these kids like personally, and that's super. But the first thing that popped in my head was Lamar should just be a wide receiver, and it's just like,
yeah, Polian and yeah, that's
like, and that was on TV. That wasn't like, you know, not
that was real life.
Yeah, but that was also like that was honestly
that wasn't
almost
just Twitter.
That was almost
Yeah.
a testament just like how crazy of an athlete Lamar was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like his athletic ability. No, I'm not trying to rationalize
I
this,
was
but
about
like
to say, I'm
his
not gonna
athletic
let that
ability was
slide
so
at all.
it was so high. Like there's no way like Daniel Jones was becoming a
But-
different position.
but like,
you know,
but like, how do you look at a quarterback who had made the strides
no,
that
there's
Lamar
no
Jackson
doubt
had
about it.
in
There's
college?
no
Like,
doubt about it.
like you watch Lamar Jackson early in college, and you're like, man, he's super athletic. And then you watch Lamar Jackson his junior year at Louisville, and you're like, man, he's reading progressions and he's picking apart zones. And all of a sudden, that running is not the first option; it's the third
Right.
option, and it's still there. To watch him make that progression, and then say,
Right.
"Wow,
Right.
he's just athletic, make him a
Right.
receiver," and not see the
No, but
fact
that's
that
how small-minded that was. Is
Yeah.
because just because he was such a good athlete,
And-
they're like, well,
and
and there was probably some more going on there.
yeah,
But
well, and that's the thing. Like to not see that and go, man, watch how this translates, because you have
Right.
to be able to think outside of what.
and now everyone's dreaming of having a Lamar
Absolutely.
Jackson type player at the quarterback position. Like
And they
now,
should be.
now people are like, because when he was drafted, it was still the pocket quarterback. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now we've seen Lamar, we've seen Josh Allen, we've seen
Well,
Patrick Mahomes improvise, move, and like now it's like again overreaction to like now we have to have that. You know what I mean?
and like having Lamar Jackson is like in basketball having a scorer so good that the other team has to play a box and one to be able to account for them, because that's what Allen does. I mean that's what Lamar Jackson does. Is Lamar Jackson, you have to account for him. You have to spy him. You have to basically play,
Which makes him a better quarterback because he gets to see easier coverages because of the
Yes.
threat that he provides
Yep.
as
Oh,
an
it's
improviser
amazing.
and runner.
Like it's such
So
it's
he can get away with not being Patrick Mahomes because he gets to even see better coverage than
but-
Patrick Mahomes.
But
does.
I would argue that they still haven't let him do
No, they
everything that he can.
Oh no.
That's what I'm
but
saying. The Ravens
because-
passing
Let's go
offense
Monken, baby.
has
Yeah.
a much higher ceiling than we've been saying it does. And this is why I think like the Zay Flowers thing, I'm like, for me, it's like Zay Flowers and JSN as far as like situationally, I might like Zay Flowers, like especially like immediately, I might like his situation better
Yeah.
than JSN right now.
Yeah, and I think situationally, I don't disagree with you. I think situationally, Flowers is in a better spot, but I am a firm believer, especially with wide receiver, in
Bet on the
bet
talent.
on the talent. That's the AJ Brown. Bet on the talent. Even Justin Jefferson, where people are like, is Minnesota, and he came out and wasn't necessarily getting a lot of
Dude, he
looks
was
and-
not starting.
No, and so that to me is like,
Which is
I'm gonna be-
wild.
I
Oh,
got-
yeah. Oh,
oh.
BC Johnson.
like
Sorry,
I-
Justin.
I know Matt Foreman's not here, so I can say this, but early in that rookie season, at about week, it was 2 or 3, I floated out a trade to Foreman in a league where I sent Michael Thomas for Justin Jefferson, and it was snap accepted. Like
Dude,
Back.
another tight end, man.
I was about to say I hate to interrupt the
Dude.
flow. I hate
Brenton
to interrupt the flow.
Strange.
We've got Brenton Strange out of Penn State. Again,
Tucker
we're speaking
Kraft,
about Foreman. Shout out to
Darnell.
shout out to
weren't
Happy Valley.
weren't you about to talk about Darnell Washington, Russ?
I was.
Oh man.
I just said what happened. Like, where did he go? Like, what's going on?
Y'all, we got 2 picks left in the second round. No, excuse me, one pick left in the second round.
This is flying.
No, 2. I'm sorry.
2. Yeah,
The
they're
Houston
32.
Texans at 62, and then Denver at 63. And then we're going to get into round 3. So, real quick, I just want to take a quick snapshot. As much fun, and I think that this makes our rookie drafts all the more interesting, especially with, and I haven't counted it up yet, but I'm thinking that's 5 or 6 tight ends, I think, in the second round alone.
5, yeah.
Anybody
Yeah,
surprised that Josh
5
Downs
alone?
has not gone yet?
No Downs. The
No
only
Mims?
running back is Charbonnet.
No Mims?
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker still hasn't gone yet. No
Hendon
Marvin
Hooker
Mims,
hasn't gone yet.
no Cedric Tillman.
Holy
This is fascinating on so many levels, which makes round 3 or like this is going to be a great inflection point for what we thought the draft would be and what we think it continues to be. And now a center goes for the Houston Texans.
A lot of
Juice
Penn State,
Scruggs.
though.
Another Penn Stater, yeah. So Denver's going to have this last pick. So this round 3 is I think what the hopes and dreams are made of their running back run that we've kind of been craving. This will be a fascinating space as we around this corner here. This is great, y'all.
Somebody say Roshan. Come on.
I love
Let's go.
Roshan.
Let's go.
I'm waiting for that to happen. He is.
Well, he's the player like probably a lot of people have like 9, 10. Where like I'm like, are you sure he's not RB3 in this class?
I got him at 4, and it's like he and Charbonnet were like
I think I like him more than Charbonnet, honestly.
yeah. I mean, I won't fight you on it. Like I watched Roshan Johnson, and I was really surprised because you watch Bijan, and you're like, yeah, this is the guy, and then you watch Roshan Johnson, and especially like I went back and watched a bunch from his freshman year where he transitioned
Right.
from a
Never
wide
played.
from a tight from a quarterback
Yeah.
from a great quarterback.
Wasn't he 5-star?
So
was
I've got it
he was-
saved off here. I've actually got it saved off in my pictures. Roshan Johnson as a quarterback, he went to Groves High School in Texas. He passed for 7,710 yards. He ran for 4,900 yards and accounted for 85 touchdowns.
That sounds made
That's
up.
some Derrick Henry
Boom.
level.
Yeah,
Yes.
and
Just
then he,
bullying kids stuff.
and then he came into Texas, and they were like, "Well, we got Sam Ellinger, so can you run the ball?" And he's
Yeah.
like, "Okay."
Sure,
And
I'm
so
an
he's-
athlete.
Yeah, and he's one of the smartest pass blockers that I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well,
but-
he's had that running back in front of him.
yeah,
You know what
so
I mean? Like he understands how important that is to pick up that
yeah,
blitzer.
like
What
what just
happened?
happened?
They didn't take Hendon Hooker.
Wait for it. I am.
They didn't take Hendon
Listen,
Hooker.
this
here.
is fun, y'all. This is fun. I'm not saying the
They
name.
didn't
I want
take
you to see
Hendon
it.
Hooker.
I want you to see it. I want you to see it.
They didn't take
Oh.
Hendon Hooker.
I want you to see it.
Oh,
I'm
I
still
like
not
that.
there yet.
Dude, I like that too.
I like that.
Dude, I would have liked Mims like anywhere. So it's not
To
just-
Russell Wilson?
oh, he got drafted? I love it.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, somebody
Now they just
took him
gotta
off,
move.
Mr.
They gotta,
Irrelevant.
they gotta move on from Cortland Sutton.
Early second round, baby. Let's go.
Mims. It was one of my favorite guys to talk about this year before the combine.
I
Because
loved him so much more when nobody else loved him.
Well, so I threw
did.
this
That's
on
true.
like
It's like
so-
everyone's like, no, he's my wide receiver 2 now. I'm like, come on, guys.
I
Come
was
on.
on
Like, you're going too far now. Like,
on
wide
on with-
receiver 7 used to be like, are you sure? No, it's like, no, he's my wide receiver 1, hands down.
well, like so
You're
I
not
had
ridiculous. You're not.
I had
trying.
him. So I was on with Hogue on 4 for 4 doing rookie mocks,
Yeah. I watched
so like before this was before the combine, and I was like, Mims is gonna out Jalen Hyatt. Like
Right.
everyone thinks Jalen Hyatt is this guy. It's really
That's
Marvin
kind of
Mims.
shocking that he hasn't gone though.
And then he
Yeah.
did. Well, I mean, he wasn't as
Is
fast
it?
as they hoped. He
Is
was
it?
fast, but he
Yeah,
wasn't.
like
No,
he
Yeah.
was like
dude,
4-2.
I mean, there was some credible draft analysis, not fantasy guys, that hit it. Like I think Lance Zierlein had wide receiver 1.
Was that
So,
was
like,
that a
and
slight
he-
at fantasy
Fair.
guys?
What's that?
So was that a slight at fantasy? I heard that. Not fantasy guys. Real no.
Yes, that
Well,
absolutely
I
was.
honestly think when we can meld both of those worlds, it's the best kind of world. But
Shane Hallam over the last 5 years
he's a big fan of Jalen Hyatt.
has been more accurate than Zierlein. I just saw that come up. Like
Dude, Shane puts
Hallam
in
is
the
so
work,
good. Yeah.
man.
Oh yeah. He's
Hallam's
so
But
good.
he
at
he
this.
was a big
Yep.
Jalen Hyatt. I think he was a top 4 wide receiver for him.
Yeah.
All right, y'all on to round 3.
But like this is the
Chicago
spot where
Bears
you
are kicking
think
it off.
Jalen Hyatt is like, okay, you're taking him as a round 3 deep threat. This is like a good value for him, I think. Because as much as I don't love his game, he does some things
Yeah, he can stretch the
for an
field.
NFL
Yeah.
offense, like not fantasy necessarily, but for an NFL offense, like when Henry Ruggs can go in the top 10, like Jalen Hyatt deserves to go around here for sure.
I mean, but okay.
This could be a running back.
I don't want to continue to bury on Hyatt. That's a fair point. I'll leave that there.
I'll be right back.
All right. Russ, I wanted to go back to you real quick just to be able to touch base because I think this is a lot of fun to see Marvin Mims go to Denver. And Eric, I see you in the chat, man. So Eric wants to see Roshan go to Dallas. Alan Davis is ready to see Abanikanda. And then
Abanikanda don't want nothing unless your team can run, son.
Russ, I want to go back to you real quick before we get into what should be hopefully a really fun round 3. Who was your favorite pick on day 1? Maybe not necessarily the highest ceiling for fantasy or whatever. You can choose your own adventure with this answer. I'll share Zach and Jake's answer after you give yours. But who was your favorite pick from round 1? So many options, so many fantasy relevant.
Okay, so I love Addison to the Vikings. It's not my answer, but I really, really love that. Like I'm scrolling through and I'm like, is there anything that will beat Quentin Johnston to the Chargers? That's what I'm looking through right now. And I don't think there is. I think that's my favorite so far.
Okay. Gotcha.
You know he didn't go to Clemson, right?
I wouldn't have been looking if he went to Clemson.
Okay.
If he went to Clemson, I would have said it before J Mike finished the question. Who's your favorite?
That's like that's the auto accept trade bait. It's like Clemson big wide receiver. Duh. Yes, obviously.
All right, I am being paged by my children, so gotta run. Bye, y'all.
Be well,
Hey,
bro.
appreciate you, Russ.
Love you, Russ. Be well.
It's you and me, sunshine.
And it's you and me and all of the people in the chat. All right, Bears pick selection is upcoming. I'll try not to play spoilies for you, Zach.
No, you're good. And like I don't mind that. Like if you got it, because my I'm running it on my phone, so
same. Same.
So I get the main internet. I see that they took a defensive tackle, so we're not talking about that. It's great for like Chicago's got to do so much to get to a point where they're competitive. I like offensive line, defensive line. Let's go. But
here's the thing, Zach. They took a defensive tackle. His name is Zach Pickens, and not only is his name Zach Pickens, but he's not just a CH. He's a CCH. CCH, because there's not enough to go around when you're trying to just say one syllable Zach.
2 C's thick, yeah.
I'm going to guess maybe he's Zacchaeus, perhaps. His real name is Zacchaeus with a double C. This is fun, man. And I think we kind of breezed by this. and I know that you were excited about it. I do want to go back real quick to Rashee Rice going to the Chiefs at 55 overall. And again, we're talking about a Kansas City Chiefs team that wins the Super Bowl with the wide receiver room that they had last year. And again, we've got this collection of, there's a lot of people right now on that depth chart. But it's fun to see Rashee Rice go in the second round and what that could look like for that offense. What are your thoughts on? And I don't want to be the podcast that's, hey, let's break down the pick of how Rashee Rice fits in Kansas City. But I do think it's fun to dream a little bit with that.
Well, so I think when we talked about Rashee Rice during the Hootenanny, one of the things that you loved about him, or one of the things that I loved about him, and I think you're kind of on the same page, is that he's so versatile. Like, he can go down the field. He's got the ability to win deep. He's got the ability to win over the middle. He can be split out wide. He can play in the slot. He's done that for entire seasons. Oh, we got Jake back here. Let me bring him back into the stream. But you've seen Rashee Rice be able to do kind of everything, not necessarily at the uber elite level, but as a really, really talented receiver and being able to get open. And now, and my last line on my Rashee Rice profile was, while he probably doesn't ascend to a team's primary weapon, he has a chance to be really good as a number 2. Landing in Kansas City, where your primary option is Travis Kelce, that lets Rashee Rice have the ability to do some things outside, inside, move around. They've got a couple of other nice pieces there who I think are probably tertiary receivers. That's going to be a fun offense.
I mean, you almost have to love any wide receiver, any skill position player that goes to Kansas City. They get a bump no matter what. I mean, you don't want to get to the level where you're going CEH on the bit, but
right.
Like they deserve a bump. There's no doubt about it. I mean, this is where like Jonathan Mingo goes 39th overall. Rashee Rice goes closer to the end of the second. Now that gap got a lot closer because you got a Kansas City offense, you got the draft capital, and now it's like they're going to probably go very close to each other.
And this has been an interesting for me. I don't necessarily always jive with how the NFL drafts players with my evaluations. My evaluations this year were JSN at 1, Addison at 2, Quentin Johnson at 3, Booty, but again, we'll kind of abscond from him for now. Flowers at 5, Rashee Rice, Mims, and then you got Downs,
You were down.
Mingo.
Yeah, you were down on Downs.
What, Downs, Mingo, Perry, like, and those guys are all like. I feel like so far,
I'm still surprised Downs hasn't gone.
Downs
and Hyatt.
I am, but the problem with Downs is
he's a sheer. Well, but that's the thing you've talked about, like the value of a slot wide receiver.
But he's a slot wide receiver who wins downfield with a little bit of like physicality and it's.
But he can run routes too. He can manipulate defenders. Like he's a clean Like that's the thing. He's a pretty damn clean prospect.
But it's not a knock at him. But there aren't very many players in the NFL who win the way that he does. The NFL's not real creative.
But don't you think he can win underneath with the way he can set up defenders and break on stems? And
I mean, probably. But again, I think that there are guys who do that better than Downs does. So it was a little bit, to me, watching Downs was a little bit, and I always, when I see players like this, it always goes back to Brandon Cooks for me, because that's how he wins. And it was a little bit with Dotson last year too. Like, it's hard for me to see that type of player succeed in the NFL, because literally the only path, the only blueprint is that Brandon Cooks, and there aren't any other Brandon Cooks. I mean, I guess Lockett is kind of that, but
right, unless he gets first round draft capital.
Yeah, So, and it's not a knockout. Like Downs is good. Like I don't dislike Downs. He wasn't in that same echelon, and he may be great. Like I'm not saying that I'm right. It was just like he was a little bit further down my evaluation.
Love me some Josh Downs.
Yeah,
I'm hoping he goes soon. And as I look at this and we see all these tight ends going off, and now the Eagles are making their pick now at 65. We're in this third round.
This was the pick they got from the Cardinals, right?
Yes, exactly.
For pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, shots.
Shots. You're fast, right? Pew, pew, pew. Man,
you could run, man.
How more
really
cringe could you be as a human being? Like, this guy's making millions. They got their team to give up a draft pick because they wanted this dude, and he's out there doing that socially.
I couldn't, and I saw the video, and I couldn't understand what people were ragging on at first. Like, I just didn't understand. Like, yeah, it's awkward, but like, and then I guess I kept watching, and I was like, help me understand. It's like when you watch it and understand what's happening, it's like, yeah, this is not fun. Like, that's really awkward for him to have to deal with that. Oh.
You just try to put yourself in
really
like
awkward.
Rondell Moore's shoes in that situation.
Yes.
This is our first meeting?
Yeah.
Were you playing laser tag?
Whenever I see that, I always post the GIF of Pee Wee Herman and The Rock, where he goes up and like fist bumps him and like elbow bumps him, and then and The Rock's just kind of standing there looking at like it's almost the exact same thing, and he's in the same suit. It was great.
That's pretty good,
man.
Sidney Brown, he's a good player.
I think the picks are
the
going
Eagles
a little faster.
Are not fair. The Eagles are not fair.
Well, the Eagles were like, here, we're
another
taking
Illinois corner. Yes, another Illinois defensive.
Oh, they had back to back. They got Steen too.
Yep, from Alabama.
Jeez. Good luck, NFC.
Good luck. All I can think of is Shane Manila on the day 2 when Hurts went and he lost his mind on Roseman, and now to look back at what he's done with the Eagles,
right?
It just is. It's so fun. Like fan bases
life,
are so
life comes at you fast.
Well, fan bases are so fickle, and like you get so invested in. I mean, that's fan. I mean, it's short for fanatic, and you get so invested in these teams, and we forget, especially as fantasy analysts, we forget that we don't always know more than the NFL teams. I mean, like there are teams that I think we got a shot at knowing more than, but there are a lot of really sharp.
Well, it's also about like society, like, and I see it definitely like in the workplace where like there's certain people like they're rooting for people that like basically anybody that's not them to fail. Like anything that makes them look better is a positive for them. Where it's like, no, that's not how it works. Like you lift people up, they lift you up, and you both. Everyone goes this way.
Rising,
you can't do it. You can't do it by yourself. So like, I cannot stand seeing that. And like I have fun and take shots at players, but like it's not, but like there's definitely, and this is the part of like a lot of fans that drives me crazy, and it's very cringe. Like that's part of me where like I don't even want to be considered a fan, even though I am, but I don't want to be lumped in with like a huge segment of the population that acts like that.
Try being a Patriots fan.
All right.
I mean, like the first thing that people, you're like, oh, you're a Patriots fan.
Yeah.
No, I'm not one.
Yeah.
I'm not
right. I'm not one of them.
But I also think that the fantasy football aspect is really kind of dissociated me from. I haven't gone full on Bosch, but it's dissociated me from fandom. Where
I mean, me too. Like I'm a completely different mindset and I went too. Again the inflection point. Like I went too far, being like, oh, I only care about fantasy. I'm being an NFL fan is stupid. Like blah blah blah. And then I was like, no, there's some middle ground there where it's like I can still like have those warm and fuzzies about like being excited about watching the team and like, you know, following everything, but like you don't have to be a certain level of a fan, you know, like you
That's
can
it.
still find some middle. The
There,
answer is usually somewhere in the
yeah.
middle.
there's no medal for being the face paint yell.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Right.
And if that's your jam, like have at
And
it.
there's
Like
probably
have fun.
some there's definitely like dudes that do that are just great people and great dudes and like have the right mindset, but like
Yeah.
there's a lot that aren't.
We're in the defensive run here at the beginning of the third.
I will say, yeah, seeing Drew Sanders go there, I know a lot of people
That
really
was a
like
good
him,
pick.
and
I mean, he had some first round buzz.
yeah, and it's so funny to see these guys who did get that buzz, like you're talking about, Jake, in terms of being talked about in the first round.
Yeah.
Like to see, and I get it, man. These teams' boards can be all over the place. Everybody's got their processes and their, whatever the case is. But it's really interesting when a guy like Drew Sanders, who's like been in like conversation for, hey, we know it's probably Jack Campbell as the top off-ball linebacker, but hey, Drew Sanders, he's a pretty good player too. Like people would covet having him. 67 to the Broncos. So yeah,
it's funny to me to watch because you have all the experts pre-draft and they do all the mocks and you get all of that information and you hear everybody, especially on the analytics side, but even the film guys talk about draft capital and how it's the most predictive thing. And then you stop and realize it only takes one team to completely skew draft capital. It only takes one team to decide that they like, Jahmyr Gibbs in the top 12, and not to denigrate Gibbs. I think he's a fantastic player, but something like that, or Jaden Reed in the second. Like it only takes one team to completely upend draft capital.
That always like boggles my mind. Like if this team didn't take this player, how much farther would he have fallen? And we'll never know. You know what I mean? Like that's the difference between like Levis going top 5 or Anthony Richardson going top 5 and then just being like,
right.
Zoinks, you're like Malik Willis last year. Oh, actually, you know what? You're a 4th rounder. Like
and
just
and
like,
but the other part about that is the draft capital matters even if it is just one team because they're gonna give opportunities to the players that they pick.
They can't lie.
But
they had to have enough conviction to turn that piece of paper in.
But that goes back to me feeling like I need to do my pre-draft evaluation because now I'm betting on even if they get draft capital, Jaden Reed is fine.
You can discern between
But I don't think there's anything to choose from between Mingo and Rashee Rice. But I think Jaden Reed is a tier below them.
I've always. I always got in arguments with Peter about this too. It's like you got to be able to win on the edges in this game because if you just follow the analytics or the draft capital or just too much on your own, like there's edges to be made if you can differentiate yourself from everybody else. And there's definitely going to be people like you find yourself agreeing with more than a lot of other like I always feel uncomfortable when I disagree with you, Zach. But I feel like a lot of times we see things somewhat similarly. But that's just part of that whole. Like you got to win on the edges here, and like you got to be able to. If you can find the outliers on your own, there's huge edges there, and you got to be willing to be against a lot of people.
That's it. And it's not just outliers in the positive direction either. Sure. I think that's the thing that gets missed so much.
100%.
Everyone's trying to be right on, their board and right on the players, but it's, but there's Hendon.
Sorry. You're making a point.
I love that. I'm really
that's a great spot for him though.
I was kind of hoping he'd get down to like the 13th pick. I can't lie. But no, like I think that avoiding the pitfalls, avoiding the misses, and that's part of doing the evaluations,
all of the
and
work.
and having done it for such a long time,
All
you
of the
start to
work.
see
Yes.
you start to see trends, and you start to see,
Yep. There's
okay,
no doubt.
these are players that I'm not interested in, even though the NFL is interested in, because maybe they're playing a different game than we
Because
are.
back
And
when I was,
they are.
doing this more, it was like I got a lot of engagement that was like, "Oh, you're just, like, why are you hating on this player?" And I'm like, "Listen, like, I'm not just here to tell you who I think is good. I'm
Yeah.
here to also to tell you who think is overvalued. Like, you have to be able to also avoid certain players, not just take good ones. You have to be able to avoid certain players, especially at consensus ADP and stuff
Yeah.
like that."
Well, so I got was it last year that Terrace Marshall came out? 2 years ago. So I'd done my rookie evaluation. I put out I always do my top 14 or 12 each position, and somebody came in and was like, "Where's Terrace Marshall?" I'm like, Terrace Marshall to me is like wide receiver 16, but he's in a glut with these guys. I don't really see much interest in, and they're taking that as, oh, well, you hate it, and it was, why is this? And I'm like, look, I hope he succeeds.
Right.
I love when I'm wrong
Yeah.
about players who I don't think are going to be successful. I love that.
I remember Peter messaged me last year, and he's like, "I'm getting a lot of questions about, like, he was lower on Terrace Marshall." He's
Yeah.
like, "What do you think?" And I'm like, and I didn't do a deep dive, so I watched like 4 or 5 games real quick, and it didn't, like, a certain, like, there is a part of this that is like an instinctive part of
Yeah.
an evaluation process where it's unquantifiable, like, and it's probably a lack of language or whatever it is, or descriptive. Like the way Zach describes players is just like so fun to listen to because he has that background. But like, there's also part of it's like you can't necessarily describe it, but like, something when you know it, and you know
Yeah.
something when it's not there, even if you can't really discern exactly what that piece exactly is. But like, he was a player I watched, and I was like, I don't see it. I just don't.
It always kind of, to me, reminds me of Malcolm Gladwell, and he wrote a book called Blink, and it's the evaluation of a situation or an interaction in the first like 15 seconds, and how you can do a really good job in that. And so there is something to it.
There's no doubt. Like, there's the paralysis from overanalysis is a absolutely legit thing, and that's like, because I do play a little bit of Devi, so like I do follow, like, every year I'm like, oh crap, I gotta scout some college players because like I got a rookie Devi draft coming up. So like, I don't do as deep, but like I want to feel like I have at least eyes on these guys at least a little bit. So like, the hardest part for me is like, if I scout a Devi player, whenever I scout him, and then he becomes a rookie, and like he's got a lot of love or whatever, like Drake London last year was very hard for me because like when I first evaluated him as a Devi prospect, I came away and I was like, I don't know if I really see it. Like, he was underwhelming to me. And then I dug back in. I liked him more, but like part of that, and it was the same thing with J.K. Dobbins a little bit. And it was like, there's certain players where like it's hard. Like, again, I'd rather falter on my, like, and trust that first gut instinct that I had about a player, and then being like, you know what, I think I was wrong about that first initial reaction.
Well, and I have types too, and I get like, Drake London is not my type. Like, he's not, like, that's not the type of player I gravitate toward.
Like a bigger wide receiver that like Quentin Johnson, kind of, where it's like a bigger wide receiver that doesn't necessarily play big, he plays smaller, like that's not my favorite prototype. But
and I mean, that was kind of the it's why I had AJ Brown over N'Keal Harry in back in 2019. It was that similar thing. I'm really excited about Hendon Hooker going to Detroit, though. Not to be, I don't mean to like spin us back to the draft,
I think
but
the Lions and the Vikings were arguably the best quarterback landing spots.
Yeah.
out there. So like any of these top 5 guys went to those situations, that's intriguing for
It's
sure.
it's the Dumb and Dumber. Detroit came back and completely redeemed themselves.
I will say the one pick that went as you guys were just talking there. The Raiders are about to pick, but one spot before them, the Houston Texans took the wide receiver out of Houston, Tank Dell. So I find that really interesting. Tank goes before Josh Downs, but Tank Dell doesn't have to move very far. A lot of local love there as he stays in Houston and also play for the University of Houston. So, yeah, that's something.
Peter is going to be insufferable on that one. He loves Tank Dell. He's been the proponent of the 2-tank draft.
I love and hate him at the same time. Because like I see the skill set, I see the playmaker he can be, and then there's also times where like that dude looks like he could give 2 shits about running a route or
Yeah.
selling anything. And it's just like he's like so far like, and it's a play to play basis. And it was like if he played for Baylor, I'd be like, yeah, I've seen that before. Like,
The
he
half-field
doesn't,
read.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, where he's like, I'm just gonna take this play off. That's fine. And there's definitely players that like do that, but you're gonna do that and be 160 pounds. Like I'm just like, I just don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
As much as I do see that some of those traits that I really do like. But I was like, those are the type of players like you rub me wrong in the too many times, and I'm just out on that profile, you know?
Go ahead, Zach. What were you about to say?
No, you're good.
I was going to say the Saints are on the clock now, or excuse me, the Saints are making their pick currently. And we have our first running back in quite some time. Finally. Any guesses, guys, before I spill the beans?
Miller.
Kendre Miller to the Saints at 71.
Yeehaw.
Good for him.
Yeah,
I do like him. I do. He reminds me a little bit of Kareem Hunt as far as like a runner and play style and contact balance and physicality.
Mhm.
Like I do like his game. I really do. I just don't know what his upside is in an NFL offense from a fantasy perspective.
Yeah, he's a more of a runner than a pass catcher.
Right.
It's the
and those rushing lanes were pretty big, man. Like ACC defense and Big 12 defenses, it's like I don't even know how to evaluate these guys. Like Quentin Johnson, like you are running against like guys that have no idea what they're doing. It's just like they make everybody look good. You know what I mean? And that was the Charbonnet thing too. I was like, man, these defenses, like he's not making them look silly. They're making themselves look silly. You know what I mean? Like they are making. It's like he's paying them to make him look that good, almost.
The old Darrell Henderson.
Oh God, Darrell Henderson. Oh God. The biggest rushing lanes, and I mean, that was my thing with Rashad Penny too. Is like, dude, like, what is he doing other than like?
But he's been awesome when he's healthy.
No, he has, and he's honestly, he's when he's been healthy, he's performed better than I thought he would. But it's those things that make me apprehensive. Of like, I didn't see it against like true competition, so I don't know how to judge it. It's almost like a small school prospect where you're like, of course you look really good, man. Like, well, like, and that's the thing with Quentin Johnson. Those are the type of players where like I watch them, and I did that with Zach Charbonnet too. I was like, and I like I don't know crap about really college, so like I go in and I see like, okay, rush defenses, right? And I go, what rush defenses that were somewhat decent did they play against? And I go watch those games, and I'm like, he did nothing impressive against all of those teams that like not even good, but like finished in the top 100. You know what I mean? Like, and it was the same thing with Quentin Johnson. Like, he had like 2 good plays against Michigan. That was like the only good defense he played against, and one was a completely broken play, and one was like some other like slant route that he broke loose on. And I was just like, those were like the only defenses that were decent that he like. And he got shut down by some good defenses too. So like that just gives me pause.
Arizona's pick is in at 72. We don't know who it
I'm
is
surprised they haven't taken a running back.
yet. This kind of feels like this should be the time, like that we're.
Speaking of, like that was my comp for Zach Charbonnet was like a poor man's James Conner. Like that's how he feels. He feels like a little bit less of a player. Is maybe agility, whatever it was, but I love James Conner. I didn't love Zach Charbonnet, but he reminded me of him a bit. And then Roshan Johnson was like poor man's David Johnson. So like I'd rather bet on that poor man's David Johnson than a poor man's James Conner.
Yeah, see, I got Melvin Gordon vibes from Charbonnet, but
I
again,
don't think he was as explosive.
no, probably not. But
I mean,
but
Gordon could
One was
move.
nasty.
Gordon could move in Wisconsin, man.
Yeah.
I just like again, like Charbonnet is like I just don't think he has special traits that are going to translate to the next level. You know what I mean?
His value or kind of how people view him now is that may be one of my favorite things to track. I feel like anytime we have drafts or the non-point scoring season, I really like to track some of these interesting storylines as to, okay, what does this look like from now, whether it be draft day or when someone signs or whatever the case is, until we get to the season and even through the season. Charbonnet is one of those guys that I feel like, for the most part, is in most folks' top probably 3 to 4 running backs. And even though he's literally the only one that went in the second round, the space that he went to, like what happens to him in the second round of rookie drafts is going to be fascinating for me.
Well, he's no longer like the 108 or 9 that he was locked in at.
Right.
No, I think you got a glut of wide receivers back there, and then
he's behind, like, for me again, he's behind like Mingo and Levis and Kincaid probably. If you like Laporta almost. I mean, I just don't see an avenue where for fantasy.
Yeah.
Now, if Walker goes down, could he become a feature in that offense? Sure, but like that's the kind of guy that you want to take mid to late second round.
Yeah.
Like you're not taking a first round running back that you're like, I hope this stud in front of him gets hurt. Like that's not a good value there.
I hope this stud goes down. Wait, what?
Well, and that
Giants
is
pick is
Garrett Williams.
Yeah, that is kind of where you're at now with Charbonnet. Is you're hoping, and I think you're probably like mid to late second, hoping that's where you end up with him, and that's then you're okay.
To take him earlier, like just because of the pre-draft hype, and people had him as RB2. There's several people that had him as RB2. Like he's still gonna go probably early second, just because of where he was.
And if he does, that's fine. To me, the juice isn't worth the squeeze at that point. I'd rather take one of the like you said, Mingo, or to me, Rashee Rice in Kansas City. Obviously, I think Levis is still a first round guy, but even any of those tight ends where you've got Kincaid, Laporta, Mayer, like those guys, I'm more excited about the prospects of then having to hope for. I don't want to hope for an injury. That's not my. That's not my bag,
dude. This is a good spot.
Speak of the volunteer.
See that?
Yeah.
This is a good spot.
Jalen Hyatt to the Giants.
This is a good spot.
He does, and again, we think about putting a team together. He gives them something that no one else in that wide receiver room does.
Exactly. And that was like my whole thing with like Quentin Johnson to the Giants. I was like, at least he provides something that they don't have. And because there was like a lot of like Zay Flowers to the Giants. I was like, I love Zay and I love Addison, but like, are they differentiators for that offensive compared to the other pieces that they have in place?
Yeah.
And like, this is like something different that he can offer to this offense,
Yep.
even if it's not super fantasy relevant. But like this is also a point where he's going to go probably what, mid to late second round in rookie draft. Like he's one of these receivers that's worth a swing there because he does provide a certain level of upside, even if it's going to be wide ranging and inconsistent.
Yep.
Yeah, well, he's the perfect flex play, really, and in that range, you're okay doing that. It was the kind of the Darius Slayton thing, like where Slayton ate because he'd catch 2 or 3 deep balls, even not even just last year, but the last couple of years. Slayton with Daniel Jones, where he was able to slip deep and score and have those boom weeks. I think you're seeing. I mean, Hyatt's probably a better version of that. Not even probably.
Does anybody want 2 boxer puppies? Does anybody? Because me and my wife, I got to tell this story because I got to get this off my chest because like I'm about to give these guys up. So our boxer of like 12 years passed away last year. So that was like, I had him before I met my wife and like he was with me from the get-go. So that was hard and I loved him dearly and so did everybody. So he passed away and then like 6 months later, I had that urge to get a dog again. And I wanted a boxer. I just love boxers. And so I was like, I told my wife, I was like, keep your eyes out, like I'm not like hunting for a dog, but like if something comes up, it's meant to happen. And she was like pretty against getting another dog. She's like, listen, we got 2 kids, we work our asses off, like we don't have time for a dog, especially a puppy. But she took my daughter to cheerleading practice and she met another mom that had a boxer puppy. And she's like, oh, we just lost ours, blah, blah, blah. They got to talking. And they're like, oh, our like best friends breed them. They have 2 left. And I was like, oh, we're definitely getting one of these. And I talked to my wife into getting one. I wanted one. So we go to meet these puppies to pick out one. And then my wife, bless her heart,
got one.
She's like, we can't separate these puppies. They're brothers. I'm like, no, this is what happens to every litter. Like they had other brothers and sisters. They'll be fine. Like we don't need both of them. But like, I was just so happy to get one that I was like, okay, whatever. And it's like, God, we got our kids finally to a point where they're, kind of can be on their own a little bit, like almost 4 and almost 9. And it's like, now we got these assholes and I love them, but like
twins,
dude, and they're brothers. So they like, and they are all over everything all the time. They're up on the counter. There's nothing I don't have the time to train them the way I'd like to. I'm so close to getting rid of these guys.
Man,
I can't deal. I can't be a dad of 4 right now.
Those are some full hands you got, my man. Full hands.
Yeah. But then I'm always like, you know what? People got a lot worse than you do. Like, don't feel too bad for yourself. Like people would love to have your problems. Like they would die to have your problems.
Yeah. So that's true. That's true too.
But
perspective, right?
It's still human. Right? It's very human to be like, my life is hard.
Yeah.
And how long have you had them now?
They're like, we've had them for like 6 months now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, that's fun.
But it's like, and then like I got a buddy who went through a divorce. He has 2 boys that are like 13 and 10. Like he went through the gamut and then he got remarried and she's lovely. She never had kids. They had just had a baby. And it's like, dude, he's going through that gamut again after being in the clear.
And
what like living his best life.
Boxer
what I mean?
Yeah.
Dude, he'd be going through his next divorce. I think if that happened. Oh my God. And I'm just like, dude, I feel for you so bad. Cause that baby stage, especially his wife's never been there. Like he's been there. She's going through like the postpartum and like, I'm just like, I feel for you, man. Cause like you can do everything you try so hard to like help and do everything. There's nothing that can like. There's nothing
Yeah.
like, and that as a guy, especially like to feel that helpless, like no matter what I do, I can't win. Like that's debilitating sometimes.
I was gonna say, speaking of twins, earlier we've got twin volunteers here, Hyatt and Tillman going back to back Giants and Browns. Far cry
Browns.
from their first.
I don't know if I
round.
heard your guys' take on Tillman. At least at the top of my skull.
I had him as my wide receiver 13.
Yeah,
Like he's not
good.
he's not somebody that I dislike.
Every
think-
time I watched him, I'm just like, is this guy stuck in cement? Like, and like he could break off those comeback routes pretty good, but like I'm just
Well,
like, dude, you gotta move, man. Like
and
your change of direction on something that's not like a pretty simple comeback route, where it's pretty easy to set them up. I'm just
Yeah.
like, I'm like, you I don't think you're gonna be like, you did well at the collegiate level, but like I just don't know if that translates.
It's funny because that was my write-up of Tillman is similar to his teammate Jalen Hyatt. Tillman is exceptional in a straight line, but unlike Hyatt, Tillman doesn't win with otherworldly speed. Instead, he sinks his hips, change directions on curls and comebacks, and that's how he wins. And especially he's good at reading cushion.
Sure.
He does good against zones, like where he'll break off underneath that zone and win that way. He can go get a ball deep too, but he's not a guy who wins on breaks and things like that. It's all vertical.
Off
it's
a
all
vertical stem.
It's all straight.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But will be interesting to see.
I mean, there's people that really like him. Like top 5.
Yeah, I think that's what'll be fascinating, because if you're someone who's of the ilk that says Deshaun Watson becomes what he was, then Cedric Tillman becomes a player. I feel like not that you have to be in on, but that's a really cheap piece in the fantasy space in your drafts that says, hey, if this guy gets on the field and he's opposite, if he is the wide receiver that's probably not going to be opposite Amari Cooper, because I imagine that DPJ is still going to be there. But if he's going to work his way into that, or if they move on from Cooper or whatever, that's got to be someone that you're willing to be spending late second round capital on for the hopes that things get nice for him. I would assume.
But I wonder, with like, no running backs really being taken, no wide receivers really being taken, like, does that get him pushed up to a point where it's like, it's kind of on the cusp of, is that worth a wide receiver? Like, that's a guy, like, I would love to take that shot in the 3rd round.
Right.
Yeah.
But like the 2nd round, it's like, do I want to take that wide receiver there? Like, for me, it's like, like Mims, I'd much rather have Mims there.
Yeah.
No question for that. I wish I had. I want to see just how nutty this third's going to get, because obviously we have all these volunteers going: Hooker, Hyatt, Tillman. I'm kind of antsy now for these running back runs. We thought we might get it with Kendra going, and then that's still not happening. So, and I looked at the end of this round.
We got
another volunteer. You got to be kidding me. You got to be. Tennessee's just cleaning up right now. Hate to see it.
All that
Tank
orange.
Bigsby, that's my guy. Yeah, all that orange is just why would you choose to do such things? But yeah, Tank Bigsby's one that I really would love to see come off soon. I mean, there's a host of them. I feel like Abanakanda's one that people are excited about. Roshan Johnson, who we highlighted earlier, and that doesn't even get into the Sean Tuckers of the world, the Zach Evans of the world, and there's probably a couple more that I'm forgetting about.
We got some good players still on the board.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like,
Yeah, Devin A. Chain. Yeah.
Eric
You
Gray.
know, we never really know, but like the perception of what like we think value is with like, and well, I really got in. Yeah, I always love fantasy and like Madden and all that stuff. But like before I got really into like fantasy Twitter, back in the day, like before my daughter was born. I mean, we all love the NFL draft, right? I mean, I remember like scouting. It was mostly Viking specific. Okay, what positions do we need? And I'd scout offense, defense. Like I kind of miss part of that, like really getting deep into like all these positions. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I lose out, especially when I was really deep into like fantasy, of like only paying attention to the skill position players and like having a good feel of like all these positions.
Packers selection.
They got wide receiver, they got tight end. They don't need a running back, so this has got to be offensive line. Or defense. What happened?
You'll see.
Tucker Craft.
They didn't take 2 tight ends, did they?
They doubled
did.
up on tight end.
I like Tucker Craft maybe more than Musgrave.
12 personnel, baby. Let's go.
Did they hire Greg Roman? Is he the new OC up in there?
This
Man,
so
Packers are going to, I think, man.
It's funny you say that because this really reminds me of that draft
Patriots?
where it reminds me of the Ravens draft.
Oh, yeah.
When they ended up taking Andrews second, but he was the better, or at least that was kind of my estimation. And the same thing with this. Like I'm not.
I mean, from a pass catching standpoint, I mean, Tucker Craft has some pretty juicy upside,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't big on Musgrave. Like we watched.
I mean, what did you watch? Like he didn't do anything.
No, and I mean, like I can tell you what games I watched if I go back and there.
No, but I'm just saying, like from a production standpoint, there really wasn't a whole lot to see.
No, he was catching maybe 2, 3.
Right.
Like yeah, I mean it was rough.
Right.
But
and obviously he tested but that's the thing with tight end. Like if anybody tests like a physical freak or posts like a good RAS score,
there's downs.
Like they're interesting from a fantasy standpoint.
Indy.
You went to Indy?
AR to Downs. Let's go.
Dude.
Yes, sir.
Dude.
Yes, sir.
Talk about a Paris Campbell replacement. Dude, I love that.
Man.
AR,
that's fun. That's
AR
fun.
is so much fun, man. I'm so excited to draft him.
I'm pretty sure that Peter Howard is on the Colts payroll. I'm pretty sure he's doing their draft board. Like they're I mean, you just look at the guys the Pascal, and then who is I can't remember the guy compared to Bigfoot there. Ashton Doolin.
Oh, Doolin.
Yeah.
That was an Addison Hayes guy.
Yeah. Oh, that was that Peter. Man, I had to go
Both
look
of them.
So I had to go find tape to watch Ashton Doolin because Peter was like, "Oh yeah, he's going to be a thing."
Yeah.
And I'm watching him, and I'm like, he's real fast, but he doesn't separate at all against guys who I'm pretty sure 5 years ago I could separate on. And I don't know. Anyway. I like Downs better than that. But
I hope so, Zach. That's not saying
if you weren't gonna get to the end of that and say that you want Ashton
I love that you felt like you had to throw that in there.
Yeah. Just shut the computer. We're done. This stream is over with.
Peter's just melting down right now.
Uh-oh, Carolina trades up, y'all.
Ooh, Benton. When did Benton go? Early round 2?
Like 2 picks ago.
He just went.
No. He went to Pittsburgh earlier. Pretty sure. The guy out of Wisconsin.
He must have went.
The guy out of Wisconsin, right? I think.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went 18th overall in the second round.
Yeah, to Pittsburgh.
Right before Jaden Reed.
49.
Right before Jaden Reed.
What's Benton's first name? I don't even know.
It's
I was right there just a second ago.
Keanu.
Yep.
Keanu, yeah. Wisconsin. All right,
Call
Carolina
John
trades
Wick.
up. That's right. Carolina trades up. They already have Bryce
got-
Young, obviously.
They got Mingo.
They've got Mingo.
So,
Dude, they could be a running back here. Tank Bigsby would look pretty good in that offense.
Come on. Come on. Give me some Tank.
Roshan Johnson might look okay in that offense.
yeah,
Come on.
I'm at a point where I'm curious how far and how bad, like I guess maybe how bad Keishon Boutte, his
I think he might go undrafted.
You think so?
Ooh,
So
boy.
you think it was that bad off
Yeah.
field and yeah.
He gives me like just bad vibes from that perspective.
Yeah, and that's absolutely fair. I was just like, man, he's so talented, and it was just
Yeah, but that's another thing where like imagine if that dude really wanted to be great.
Yeah,
You know, like the potential that dude had. You know, like
so much.
just imagine working hard and like preparing for the combine and like going through the process like a professional.
Yeah.
Like, but that's what it takes to succeed at that. If you're not going to just get by on like, oh, I'm pretty talented, you know, like it's not going to work that way.
That's always been my pushback. So, and the player profiler driving the analytics back in fantasy football, and the athleticism matters in athletics. And first of all, no kidding. But second of all, you got to have something more than that because every single player at that level is an incredible athlete.
Of, like, athleticism.
And that's the thing. So like I played baseball and I was all state in high school. I was the pitcher of the year in the conference in college. And then played like independent league ball.
Did you have a knuckleball like R.A. Dickey or?
I mean, I could throw a knuckle, but I threw a two-seam fastball around somewhere between 87 to 90, but I could run it about 6 inches either way. And so the last year I played, I threw 9 off-speed pitches in a season. Like the catcher would just come in and do this, and then set up, and then I would figure out which way I wanted to run it. But it took me 3 years on that team to get out of the bullpen after being the best player on my high school team, the best player on my college team. And like, that's not the NFL level. That's not the elite. Like this is like low and like independent ball, probably the equivalent of like AA. And being like, you don't realize how good the players are. And the funniest thing, and I don't mean to make this about me, but like the funniest thing to me was I went to the tryout with this because I had a tryout with the Reds and a tryout with the Pirates, and I threw about 10 pitches for both of those teams, and they were like, nah. And I was like, no. And they're like, no, you don't throw hard enough. I was like, okay, cool. And they're like, you probably wouldn't make it in this league. And I'm like, great. And so I got tryouts with a couple of teams. And the team I finally ended up playing with, they were like, you pitch, hit, what do you do? And I was like, well, I pitched and I played center field when I wasn't pitching. I hit third on my college team. My career average was 375. And they're like, great, you can hit, take batting practice. And I'm taking batting practice behind a guy who got up with the California Angels. They were California or maybe they were Anaheim at the time. He had been up with the Angels for 18 games. And the next guy who hit was an All-American at St. John. And they're just hitting balls into the seats, and it's like Plinko. And I turned to the coach, and I'm like, no, I'm a pitcher. Like, I can't do that. Like, it just – and each level, the athleticism is incredible. But
it's like a mental thing, too. You know what I mean? Like, the mental wherewithal to be like, no, like, because I feel the same way, like, as a golfer, right? Like, so anybody that's like I know is a lesser player than me, if I'm around them, I've like feel great.
Yeah,
if I get around somebody I have to impress or like I know is better than me, I push and I stress and I don't play my own game, and because you're trying to get outside of a zone where you're not quite capable of. mentally at least.
And for me, it's not even like it wasn't even that. It was just knowing the limitations. Like I think I can pitch and beat these guys, but I've always been the hitter. And so to be in the NFL, like every single player that ends up in the NFL, or almost every single player, is like the 1% of the top 1% of athletes in the world. And the way we do this in this country, like our athletes play football and they play basketball and they play baseball, like they're
Not as much anymore though.
Yeah, but they're the uber athletes,
Yeah.
and they specify and they get sports specific so early.
Which I think is a detriment, honestly.
Oh, I think it certainly is. Hey, Peter.
Oh, did you just come on to talk about Josh Downs and Ashton Doolin?
Yeehaw!
Yeah. I didn't.
Who was a better prospect? Who was a better prospect, Pete?
Honestly, it's a toss-up. It's. I mean, this draft was boring as shit. And finally, a good player gets taken. Finally, after all this noise, after all this madness. Yeah, I just found that out. Actually, I just got back and I was catching up while I was listening to you all. I went to the Colts, so
it's
yeah,
been
he's now better than Paris Campbell ever was. I'll tell you that.
It's been an eventful afternoon. This has been a fun day too.
All the tight ends got taken. That's always a fun day.
I would say this show has made it fun. I don't know. I'm kind of glad that I hopped out here because I'd be like, what is going on?
we got what, 16? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Vikings
8,
got to
9,
be
10,
coming
11,
up
12,
soon.
13, 15,
24,
16, 17, 18. We got 18.
About 6, yeah.
18 skill position players on day 2. Like
Vikings could take a running back. That's possible.
Oh, Roshan me. Do it.
You don't want to want to lean into the life of Kene Nwangwu and Ty Chandler. You don't want any of that?
No, I like Ty Chandler, and I've always been a Madison guy, but like Delvin's gone. Delvin's gonna be gone.
Yes.
Yeah, Delvin's got to go. This is a fun
Like
pick.
we need a little more depth in that running back room, I think. Tajay Spears?
Tajay Spears.
Dude, he's a fun player.
Yeah, he is.
I don't think he'll be like a feature.
Oh, I thought you were joking. He actually got taken. Okay. Oh yeah,
life without Derrick Henry, though.
Okay.
They're investing. They're investing other than like a UDFA, or even though they matter.
This is.
Oh, I love it. I love
I was
it.
waiting for it.
Hey, I'm on the.
I mean, how's that Austin Eckler looking at? I don't know.
See, this is great. Go ahead, Zach.
No, this is like 2018 all over again, and I love it. Like this is old.
I'm definitely having some flashbacks. This is great. This is great.
This show was fun.
We need to get
5 minutes ago or so.
We need to get John Bosch in here, Matt Price.
I could probably see.
Are they doing a DLF? Are they doing a DLF?
I'm sure they are.
I'm sure Matt is.
Everyone's doing so. Like for the longest time,
everybody.
Yeah, for the longest time, we were the only people doing day 2. Everybody would do day 1,
right? And
then it was just us, and it was great.
It was so fun. We had Riley and Matt. Like there was like 14 people in here.
But now everybody's doing, like, I scroll Twitter and it's just like, man, everybody is going live.
Well, everybody's doing a show. Everybody's doing a show. But that's also like part of why we did this, is because we just enjoy doing it. It wasn't about we have to do a show because no one's doing a show. It was like, no, let's get a good group of people around because we all enjoy this and let's experience it together.
That's it.
Yaya Diaby.
They make some of these names up.
Yaya Diaby, you didn't scout him? Undersized linebacker.
I was pretty excited about Tank Dell, though. I noticed that none of you are mentioning.
We had a conversation about Tank Dell already.
Oh yeah, of course you did. Just before he came in,
just for you, buddy.
I mean, your name even came up when Tank Dell was drafted. I said Peter is just going to be
tight at the hip. Me and Tank. Jalen Hyatt. I really thought the NFL would just fall in love with that. Is that a sign of change, or?
It's the sign that they think 4 4.2 is not as fast as 4.36, and that's really what to me is what it is.
I think he was one of the more interesting wide receivers taken though.
Well, especially
honestly,
where he landed.
Recently.
Yeah.
I mean,
Broncos trading
I'm
up.
pretty excited
like
about
Denver
Josh
or
Downs in
something,
Indy,
didn't he?
but I wonder if they take another running back here. Seattle could use some depth.
Yeah. Yeah.
They could use a pass catcher, maybe
It's a little
Devin
weak.
A-Chain.
Seattle
A-Chain
traded out.
Yeah.
Seattle
I
traded
hope.
out.
I hope. What's that? They traded.
Broncos traded in.
Oh.
Yeah, Broncos traded in.
Broncos traded in.
Speaking of running backs,
Devin A-Chain with Sean Payton would be pretty fun.
Oh, Woody, my goodness.
But that's the thing. Devin A-Chain needs like a Sean Payton to be his offensive mind that knows how to utilize that skill set.
yeah, and that's the thing that I struggle with so much with players like that is the landing spots are really narrowed down for players who have a very specific skill set. So it's already a narrow skill set, and then
Right.
the coaching staffs that will be
He not only has to get draft capital, he has to get the right fit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do like A-Chain.
Oh, he's a great he's a fantastic pass catcher.
He's a fun player.
Yeah. But it's the
me, he's a better player than Kenneth Gainwell.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's the you got to be Nyheim Hines in the perfect spot to be Nyheim Hines for a year. Or even New England would be a good spot because you could sit there and you could see him go, okay, James White,
Pierre Strong no more.
Yeah. No, I like Pierre Strong too.
I do too.
I don't know. That's the whole story though. Offenses move for good. It's a
well, but he's a
thing.
good player.
It's a scale, right? Depending on how good you are, depends how much the team changes to what you do. If you know what I mean.
For sure. But I think he's pretty demonstrably a good pass catcher.
Oh, I was talking more in general. I'm behind and thinking about what I care about, not what you guys are talking about.
I'm gonna relocate. I'll be off cam.
All right.
Yeah, I come in all false part.
No, not at all.
Just forced J-Mike right out of here, Pete.
I just couldn't stand looking at me no more. And honestly,
listen.
Him. I mean, when it comes
can't
down
deal
to
with this level of center stage. Some people demand the stage, and Pete's one of them.
I'm all wine until I get it, but sure. Come on, me on that.
Oh man,
Vikings
coming up quick.
Right?
I gotta get a best available list here.
There are going to be an awful lot of people unhappy about where Zach Evans has fallen to. I am not one of people, but there are going to be a lot of people because I saw him, and part of that
he's almost like Booty, where it's like the skill, like he shows some top traits where not a lot of other players in a position can do, but it's also like inconsistency and the will to be there. He got in some off-field shit, and it's I don't know. Is it worth? Is he talented enough to get the draft capital?
Yeah. But
Riley Moss, Darnell Washington's still there. Keely Ringo, Trent Simpson, DeJuan Jones is still there. Henley, A-Chain,
yes.
Clark Phillips, Roshan, Darius Rush is still there. This class is pretty freaking good.
Yes.
And it's not, I mean, we talk fantasy only, but other positions, Tyler Scott's
but if there
still
aren't
out there.
7 top 12 players in this draft, everyone's going to call it a bust. So, really
Zach, did you ever do even a small dive on Tyler Scott?
No, I didn't get to Tyler Scott, and I did a little teeny tiny because I drafted Trey Palmer in in the awesome sauce. And I watched like 3 games of him.
I really wanted to like Trey Palmer, and then I was like, no
Me
one's
too.
guarding this guy ever. No one's guarding this guy. He's running 50 yards wide open.
A-chain to the Dolphins.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Shut up.
That's
no,
rude. You're a
that's
guest here.
really good landing spot for A-chain.
Yeah.
That was probably arguably the best running back landing spot out of anybody.
That is solid.
And he just got 3rd round draft capital.
Yep.
That's a good spot for A-chain. A-chain over Charbonnet.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Hey, we spoke it into existence.
That's it. That's what we do here on the Dynasty Dummies Day 2 show.
Vikings are up in 2 picks.
So
I'm still waiting for Roschon Johnson for the Day 2 capital. I need that to happen. Let's go. If we do that, pretty much everybody that I'm interested in, other than Bigsby and Eric Gray, but I don't expect Eric Gray to get Day 2 capital. I like Eric Gray.
I mean, I didn't do a deep dive on Tyler Scott, but like that dude is pretty impressive. He really is. How are you on Tyler Scott, Peter? He had a decent profile, didn't he?
I can't remember looking at him very closely, so I'm guessing I hate him. I hate most people.
I told you guys.
Yep.
Just hate everybody. We're going to be right most of the time.
Yeah, that's literally the point.
If I learned anything from Peter, just be down on everybody.
I like him.
Overall, you're going to look like a genius.
Yeah. I like Jordan Addison, JSN. After that, things fall apart. No, I was just looking to see who I liked. A.T. Perry a little bit. I like Jaden Reed and Trey Palmer early, and I faded on Trey Palmer because it's just a late breakout thing. But Jaden Reed, if he's good, I'm gonna keep doing that for years. He was interesting, but he's drafted already. Perry,
second round.
He was a wide receiver, 6 off the board?
Yeah. I was surprised.
Ooh, Henley to the Chargers. Damn it. I like him. Dude, if the Vikings can get Ringo in the 3rd round.
Oh, yeah. Tyler Scott was pretty decent, actually. I just added in late Cincinnati in the American Conference. You don't expect a lot of
He's a pretty fun player, though. Dude, this cornerback class is insanely deep. It might be the best position cornerback and tight end and running back.
Well, it's again like this.
Of course, you like Tyler Scott. He ran in the slot like 3%. It's like, oh, yeah, it's great. Goddamn alpha males, man.
Could you be more beta, please, Tyler?
I was talking about you, but cool. Yeah, I'm sure Tyler is too. Come on, man.
No, that was a good dig. That was a good dig. That was a good Stefan.
Hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo.
I just feel like you guys could just do this back and forth all night. I'm pretty I like that a lot.
Peter and I are pretty natural at this banter stuff.
Yes.
So
we've hit each other.
We hit this off right from the get-go.
Jake, inside radio, there is somewhere a Bone Thugs and Harmony Crossroads that I did and sent to Gabe to do the the magic that Gabe does.
I know. It was there all along.
It's still there. It's right there. Just in case.
Right there.
It's right there. Your seat's warm.
Reunion tour.
Yeah.
Your seat's warm.
I mean, Peter's been holding that spot for a while now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just pretending to listen.
Not that he couldn't find anybody better. It takes, you know what? It takes a certain personality that can deal with Peter every week.
It does.
I take a lot of pride in that.
I have to.
I did that
I
for
hung
quite a
in there
while.
for years, damn it.
I have to have Russ as a buffer.
I took that bullet.
Yeah. I love watching the three of you. It's like, it's fantastic.
Well, that's my favorite part about
just looking at what you're not missing out on. It's like, I'm really glad it's those two. It's awesome.
But that's my favorite part about this whole thing. Like, and again, we talked about it, and like this, it's so much fun. And the conversations that I have with you three, Russ, with Kyle, with like, I'd be doing this anyway because it's so much fun. And you guys all are family at this point, which is even more fun. But
that's why we all started doing this stuff, man.
That's it.
It's all about it. Everything we do in life is about relationships and building relationships. That's all it's about.
Although it's hard to explain to your in-laws that you're going to go hang out with strange men you met on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, be like, you don't mind watching the kids for a weekend
you're okay with that conversation not coming up.
Yeah. But I just did a couple weekends ago. Met up with Leo Pasiga and Bob Gilchrist, and so much fun.
Yeah, that's great.
Mike Reedy, and it was awesome. So much fun, and Mike Fiala.
I gotta link up with Outhouse because he's really not that far. I mean, proximity is pretty close, but like getting, it's like
any old Velas Jones is already gone. Eric, he was
Trent Simpson to the Ravens. That was a good pick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I would like Ringo here for the Vikings quite a bit.
I'm kind of shocked he's still here.
I am too. I mean, he's a little stiff, but like he's big and fast. And
there were a lot of people talking about him at the beginning of the second.
Clark Phillips, Darius Rush. I mean, there's some linebackers that are good. We took a wide receiver already. Terrell Smith from the Minnesota. There's a lot of good corners. I think the Vikings got to go corner here. Unless they like this.
San Francisco trades in. San Francisco trades in.
Yep. I kind of was not surprised that they are going to move back here because they only had 5 picks.
Yeah.
I was surprised they didn't trade back last night. I was actually shocked.
San Francisco doing the J Mike Invitational with the compensatory picks.
But yeah, they have so many picks. They have so many picks. I hope we got a bunch of them. They got so many picks in the.
That was like I was watching the compensatory picks, and they were a lot, and I was like, "Holy cow!" San Francisco did a brilliant job of that.
No, they got pick 39. I wonder what else they got. They got their last because San Francisco's got 36, 38, and they had 39.
Yeah, in
this round. So I wonder what else. We probably got like a 5th rounder to move back.
Is this borrowing?
At least they got a pick tonight still.
No.
But
Joe Staley, golly, Joe Staley looks so different now.
I could see this being Ringo to the Niners.
This
DeJuan Jones
run.
DeJuan Jones being there is pretty wild too.
Jair Brown.
Yeah.
Another Penn State.
I'm not super familiar with him. He was 5th best available though.
Look, for as devastated as Foreman was yesterday,
the Niners haven't taken a 3rd round running back yet.
The night is young. They still got picks.
They got 2 more.
Tank's still out there. If Tank ends up in San Francisco, look, don't tell me what to do with my 112.
The demise of CMC is swift.
It's just a natural baton pass.
Yeah. The blitzkrieg with all of the tank.
man.
I like Eric.
Peter, that was a
going
great video.
IDP
That
on
was
us.
elite.
Jacksonville.
Come on.
Jacksonville could go. Oh, Darnell Washington to Jacksonville right now.
Oh, that would be great.
Come on, don't play with me. Don't
Hey,
tase me, bro.
Dude, Darnell Washington.
We-
End of round 3 is pretty wild.
Yeah.
What's up, Peter?
I expect it to just be straight running backs from it. Now, I was just wondering if you could pinpoint like exactly when you became a CMC hater, though. Like, I'd be nice to keep track of that. Like, when did you?
As soon
start
as
to
Tank
realize that
Bigsby
you
went
just
there.
hate?
Yeah, as soon as Tank Bigsby gets drafted to San Francisco,
That was the moment. That was the
literally,
moment.
you saw the switch flip.
I mean,
The
it just
villain.
happened. I was just sitting there thinking CMC was pretty awesome, and then
minding my own business, sipping on some water, talking with some friends.
The villain
Went from
origin
CMC
story.
forever to Pinzer Shreks. Where my tanks at?
suddenly
life
his
comes at you
jersey was in the
fast.
trash.
It's
I don't know what
2023.
to tell you.
Life comes at you fast.
There goes Bigsby to Jacksonville. You can be a Jacksonville fan.
Let's go.
Hey,
I never liked Travis Etienne. He sucked.
Dude,
that's the problem. Is
they
I like
needed-
both of them.
Yeah, but they needed a compliment back there.
Yeah, I love it.
They were using ETN way too much.
Man, I love it.
That's a great football pick. It's an interesting fantasy pick, but a great football pick.
Yeah, but you're still probably you're probably getting him in the end of round 2, or at least towards it.
And it's the same thing we said
That's
about
exactly where you like Charbonnet. Like,
yeah, exactly.
This is where you want to take that type of player.
Yeah, but
This is
honestly,
actually a similar landing spot. I would say maybe slightly better. But
I'd say more. Yeah, a little more upside for
because he
big
can
players.
produce. He can produce. I don't know if Charbonnet is going to do much if Walker stays healthy.
You think? I mean, Rashad Penny stuck it out, so it should be all right.
Yeah, he was so worth that 102 that year.
Wasn't he? Wasn't he though? He really came
He was
through
a
last year. You know what I mean?
yeah.
You know,
It was
helped
worth
win your
holding
championship,
all those
and
years.
you said
You can
it
even
would-
trade him for like
you
a
said it.
late second right now.
What year
Exactly.
was
There's
that?
still value left in the tank. You get those games.
In
get a
the
free
in the
second
Bigsby,
round.
there's
I'm
still
gonna-
there's still
no.
value in the Bigsby.
No, what year was the penny draft? I took a picture the other
2018.
2018.
Okay, let me find that
Because I'm gonna sit over here and just keep my Sony Michelle mouth shut.
I like Sony too. I like Sony too.
You love some Sony, Jake. Those were fun
Yeah.
times.
I like
Hey,
Nick Chubb
yeah.
too.
Why do we all remember
can't
my
even hate it.
mistake?
I can't even hate it.
Well, I got really lucky in my home league draft because I had the 101 and I had like the 104, and it went. I took Barkley, and then it went Geis, and then somebody took Michelle, and I was like, well, I have to take Chubb now.
You walked backwards right into it.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Dude, sometimes like
Committed.
that's how we have to do fantasy, like walk backwards into players we
mean-
don't like.
Yep. Well, and that's like Peter and I have talked about that. Where like oftentimes I will actually take players that are like the consent, like people
Right.
are higher on.
That's the
that I'll-
value play.
Yeah, like I'll I'll trade them.
That's
I'm
the
like,
Scott Connor play right there.
Okay. Yeah. But I
don't
don't
know.
like to do that.
I mean,
It's
this
not
stuff
fun.
is at least
It's not fun.
it's
What
at
is
least 20%
you-
chance, and the rest is just pure dumb luck. So I don't take.
What's
So
that?
Gabe is texting
Gabe
me.
takes you.
Oh,
He-
Can
he-
Gabe
he's
hop
also
on
part
for
of
a
this.
minute?
He's also part of this.
company.
I'm just gonna send you guys a picture, but this is the mock that we had.
Oh
I forgot
yeah.
what the exact date was, but it was a mock that we did. All three of us were a part of it. Kyle was a part of it.
This
this
was
was a
like
fun
I
one.
guarantee I did not take Royce Freeman.
like the unknown leader.
I promise you I didn't take Royce
Yeah,
Freeman.
because Peter. Okay, so Zach, you go Saquon at 101.
Yep.
Bosch went Darius Geis at 102. Kyle goes Sony Michelle at 103. Peter goes Rashad Penny at 104. To take the cake, I went Ronald Jones at 105. ahead of Jake going each other 106. Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh man. And then so yeah, the first 6 picks. Oh no. And then Royce Freeman went at 107 to Gabe.
Gabe did like
man.
this.
Those were
We
fun
might have
times.
screwed that one up.
Yeah, those are always so fun to look back at and
Look back on, yeah, I agree. This was dated.
because
I'm sorry, I do have a date for
honestly,
this.
all of it was justified from a certain perspective, and like you can be like, "Oh yeah, I was right," but you were wrong the year before, or you were wrong the mock draft you did the week later.
That was the mock draft where Gabe's wife picked the draft slots by our Wu-Tang names in a Wu-Tang name
that.
generator.
Right.
That was like unlucky leader
Yes.
and that. Yeah.
Yes, I remember that.
That's
Dude.
right. Unlucky leader. That's
We
right.
got it. I mean, if Gabe comes back, I'm coming back. You know, like
man. How is he not in here? Throw him a link. If he's texting, he's awake. Bring
tell
him
to
in
talk
here.
in for like
I
10
miss
minutes.
Gabe so
Dude,
much.
I miss Gabe so much.
I was telling Jay, like I've been going back and listening sequentially to open bar episodes from way back. Like I got last week. I got to the Wubba Lubba Chub Chub.
Dude, those were so much. Those were always like
man, the best.
Those were like a draft show every week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because who knows what the hell we talked about?
It may be the only
10% football.
Maybe the only podcast that I've ever seen on Apple Podcasts that got a straight 5-star, like nothing below a 5-star, all 5-star all the time.
That's awesome.
A lot of fun.
Oh man, you haven't heard this name for a while. Late in that draft, we've got a Peter at 208 with Traquan Smith, and at 209, I take Lamar Jackson. That was fun.
Oh, nice.
And at 210, a name that I haven't heard in forever, Jake Anderson takes wide receiver Jamon Moore. Green Bay Packers out of Missouri. I remember.
Dude, who was the other wide receiver in that
He had the quarterback. I don't know.
Was that St. Brown?
No,
it was somebody
too early. DJ Moore, Cortland Sutton, Calvin Ridley, Christian Kirk.
Somebody the Packers took a wide receiver later that hit. Who was that?
Was
it MVS? It was MVS.
Was it Scantling?
It was MVS.
Yeah.
Because I remember in the rookie draft, I took Jamon Moore, and then the next round I took MVS.
Well, nobody wanted.
That was the whole like, oh, it's a great landing spot, draft capital. You know, like I don't even like the player, but
nobody wanted to draft him because you'd have to pronounce Marquez Valdez Scantling, and nobody wanted to throw that out there.
You're an overshown.
That was back in the days before Tua Ningamano Olapola Tongo Vailoa. You know, we didn't even know what was going to hit us.
Rolls right off the tongue.
It has the same
Zach Charbonnet. Don't bring me this stuff.
It has the same number of syllables as supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. So
you just got to get the rhythm down.
I've got it because Caleb learned how to say it before I did, and so I was like, okay, well, and he was like 4 at the time.
Right.
Like, I guess if my 4-year-old can say Tua, I'll figure it out.
I remember seeing that clip.
Oh man,
Cowboys up here. Who went? I totally missed pick 89 looking for the
Kobe Turner to LA. Wake Forest defensive tackle.
He's a good D tackle.
This
Overshown's good. Like these are all pretty good players. I mean, that's the thing. Like end of the 3rd round, there's still
this is such a good class. I mean,
it really is.
I'm being a little bit snippy. Tweeted out this morning, like, tell me again how bad this class is, because, man,
yeah,
it's fun. It's fun.
Like part of the thing with running backs is draft capital just doesn't matter as much. You know, like they're still worth the swing. Late enough. Yeah. You know, like not in the 1st round, but like 2nd, 3rd round, they're still worth the swing.
Well, it becomes that value proposition of points because in case of emergency break glass, like
or to be able to profit from it, you
Yeah.
know, or you
Yep.
take a Tyler Algier and you profit, but you don't hang on to it.
But you have to get rid of that. You have to
get rid
You
of it.
can't fall into that trap. If you take those guys, if you're
Oh, poor Philip Lindsay.
yeah, see.
I got him everywhere. I'd never let him go.
Well, that was I mean, Peter, you and I fought about Robinson after, like, he had the great year, and I'm like, you got to get out of him.
People did. A lot of
Like,
people
you
did.
got to get out of him.
He got hurt again, but
A
yeah.
lot of super smart people.
I don't
did
actually
get
with the
off.
Robinson. That's David Johnson and Austin Eckler for me. Some profiles I'm just not. I'm gonna
Dorian
hang on to
Wade.
and see
And
what
that's-
happens. Sometimes
no,
it's Eckler, most of the time it's not.
But that's
But,
fair.
like I do not regret hanging on to David Johnson.
No. But those are the plays where I'll get out of and try to get the young wide receiver because I'd rather stick with that than I would
Yeah.
a back. But
it's getting it right more than 50% of the time. Just hate everyone. I don't know how often I have to tell you the formula. Hate them all.
Well, we're already established a very clear delineation of anti-CMC sentiment.
Well, it wave started here.
Luckily, Bigsby ended
wave
up on
started
the East Coast, so
We know who to blame for this one. Yeah.
the Bengals taking a running back here. Roshan to the Bengals, wheels up. Is that what we're doing?
Oh,
I don't know.
that'd be fun.
I'm just throwing that out there. I feel like this could be a running back.
Has the draft done much for you all at tight end? I was really hoping it would solve some ranking.
Wait, did they trade
the
out?
wide receiver? They just basically went back to back to back to back. So I don't know. And then
They traded
I
out.
just
Never
made
mind.
Jake leave. Like I still got it, man. He just headphones off, walked, and then tight end didn't clean it up. Like Maya going. What was that? He's gone behind Kincaid at least.
Kansas City traded in
Behind
this pick.
Laporta. Yeah.
Did they trade with the Bengals? Is that what that was?
Yep.
No way. Really?
Yeah, the Bengals.
Oh,
Well, the Bengals.
that's
I think they only moved back 4 picks. So
I just thought they'd be beefing. They'd be
Yeah.
beefing.
It's only a rivalry. It's like the big brother little brother rivalry. It's only a rivalry once you get big enough to take the throne. No,
That makes sense. That checks out.
I don't know. But
I wish they listed the trade when this happened. Like I wish you could click on it and it told what the trade was.
There's got to be that. There's got to be that ability somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure, but the NFL draft tracker doesn't have it at least. Don't really want to click off the page.
I just got a trade offer in Trade Addict 6.
From
I
Russ?
just got an offer that says the 310 for Kenneth Walker the third, and in the comments it says
Dang, Bigsby.
too soon.
Oh,
That's phenomenal.
Oh,
was that
that's good,
Russ?
David? David's the best.
Oh,
No,
no.
it's David Jacobson. He's one of my favorite league mates I have. He's so funny, man.
So that's been one of my favorite things about joining a Trade Addicts League is now I'm in the Discord in like the big trade, and so like you get all that. Oh, it's so much fun.
Yeah, Russ created a nice brand. It really did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, yeah,
Absolutely.
Russ is awesome, but they were lamenting the trade of the week jingle, and they were like, "Oh, I got that stuck in my yeah, it's gone. They're no more sleeper. They're all done with that." So,
Well, listen,
You
you
wanna come say hi?
no longer have to live the lie, Zach.
I know I don't. Well, everyone will, like people will drop me like a hey.
You want to put the headset on?
Hello,
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
this is my dad.
We know
Oh,
your
thank
dad. Your dad's awesome.
You want to keep talking?
Hey, how
What
are
do
you
think about the
doing?
draft?
Um,
Do you love it?
yeah, what time was being my what's your name and dinosaurs for white daddy? and you wasn't there because he had to
You
go
weren't
to
there.
and he had to go to football. And I
Oh,
said,
okay.
What's your nickname? What do I call you?
Jess and Elsa.
No, JJ also. Why do I call you JJ also?
Because I always say also.
I know.
Superstar.
Yeah. He's always like telling these elaborate stories and be like, also, I'm like, JJ also. I know, buddy. You're too heavy. Oh, no, because it's on a headphone. You got ketchup on your cheek.
I don't want to eat.
Pretty much. Not so much here or here, mostly here.
just here.
Just
You got ketchup
all
pretty
up in
much here. Yeah. Mommy's going to be super happy when she gets home and he's like a mess and it's almost 11 o'clock. Can't wait for that conversation.
Dad of the year.
Yes, but you can't get back seeing Tank Bigsby drafted.
You really can't. You can't.
The fall of CMC live here, right on the.
Big facts.
Because that's how we hear each other.
Hey.
Do you know something I don't?
JJ also.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Hello.
Hello. Who's your favorite player?
Blue. Blue's my favorite color.
Blue's your favorite
That's a
color?
good one.
Color? Awesome.
Me
And
too.
red too.
And red too? Okay.
Also
How do you like purple?
I kind of like purple because I like purple and blue too because what it can happen, it can be what if you mix them together, it makes purple.
Yeah.
He knows.
Great job, JJ. Also, great job.
Do you like football?
I kind of like football because I like.
Can
I
you
want
say Skull Vikings?
go Buckings is cool because I like sometimes the red always wins. The Eagles always win.
The Eagles.
The Eagles.
I
and
think my
the
sword.
Chiefs.
Then the Eagles throw the basket and that was basketball.
Nice job. Nice job. Thank you for your
Good
play-by-play.
Good night.
Good
No,
night.
Good night, JJ.
Night.
Bye-bye.
I thought maybe it was JJ also, Justin Jefferson also.
Yes.
JJ also.
Jettas Anderson.
That's it.
That's it. The JJ. That's funny because every time I watch football, he's like, they say JJ. He goes, "That's me. That's me." I'm like, "That's right, buddy. You're pretty much Justin Jefferson."
Talking about
The number one pick.
I sent the bat signal up to Gabe. We'll see if he's
Hey, don't do that. Listen,
makes it in.
you gotta go to your bed, okay?
He said, "Are y'all live or something?" I said, "With that we are."
No.
Peter, are you winning your game of solitaire over there?
I was checking my links to see if there are any trades, and the answer is no. And then I realized I'm like the only psycho who doesn't set up his customized thing, so everyone's got pictures and stuff, and I was trying to fix it. And I don't think I know how to do it. Not great. Sorry.
Are they all
It
of
beats
Ashton
watching,
Doolin, or what is it?
Hmm?
Ashton Doolin and Zach Pascal? Is that what
Yeah,
your
pretty
pictures
much.
are going to be?
Yeah, I mean, those are the only pictures I have. So, I mean, it's just a hard drive full of Ashton Doolin snaps. So.
And vacation targets. That's it.
Steelers didn't take a wide receiver, did they?
No.
The pick hasn't been announced yet.
No, but they haven't yet, right?
Oh,
Got it.
correct.
A.T. Perry, Tyler Scott.
Tyler Scott will be fun.
I could see like an A.T.
They
Perry
might
there,
take
too.
Keely. They'd be a Keely Ringo type.
Yeah,
team.
but they took Joey Porter already. But they still could
Never-
probably use. They could probably
Never have
still
too many
use-
corners.
That's very true.
Should be fun.
I'm at the A.T. Perry, Xavier Hutchinson,
Yep.
Parker Washington portion of
Do
my
you like
program.
Michael Wilson?
No.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I don't know. I didn't.
You
I don't
do
think
it
I
deep
watched.
dive.
Darnell. Oh,
Is that wash? Oh,
boy.
my.
He went to Steelers.
Wow.
Sorry,
Pete.
Just gonna...
No.
Well,
No,
it was fun
we'll
while
try.
it lasted. I don't know.
Cool.
That's
Go to bed.
that's disappointing.
No.
I
Go to
think
bed.
from a fantasy perspective.
Yes,
Because
but great
I
otherwise.
Yeah, I feel like he's
Yeah,
going to be
quiet.
amazing
As a blocker.
another
Yeah.
offensive lineman.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That could hurt.
I was really kind of hoping the Patriots stuck in like he's a lot of fun.
Could have been. I'm sure he is for what he's
Darnell
going to
Washington.
What's the white? What's the white? The white. The orange too. What's that kind of? Why did mix? What's that? What's that name? What's the green's name?
I don't know what the Green's name is. He just got mowed over by a 6'7" freak.
You knocked down. Dwight knocked down the green guy.
That's
and
it.
those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zach.
He's already a
waiting-
better
waiting room.
evaluator.
Yeah.
What's up?
He
He's
knocked down.
Waiting
He's already.
Oh,
or the backstage.
So we can't.
I don't even see him. He's down on here. Yes, let me. I can't even scroll down that far.
Why?
You got to go to bed.
I got to figure out how to get him in there.
No.
There we go. There we go.
Oh,
The unlucky leader is here.
that's really all we need.
There he is.
Hey,
How are
yo.
you doing?
Say hi to Gabe.
What's good, fam?
Much. How are
You got
you
it.
doing?
Oh,
Gabe, it's right there.
I've never been better.
So much energy, almost too much energy. Too much free time,
Calm
probably
down.
too.
Calm down just a little bit.
Never been better.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot of dynasty thoughts, you know. Just-
Hey, let's hear him.
Years
Off,
just
Gabe.
banking up in that brain.
been really grinding my gearings for so
Cardinals.
long.
Cardinals. Michael Wilson remains a Cardinal.
Look at that big.
He does. He does.
What my brother. It's good to
All
see
right.
your face, even though you're only half smiling right now. I can
Go
only
to bed and she'll come home, okay?
I can only imagine what all is happening in all the other realms and areas there.
Trust me, you would only want to imagine.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll spoil it over some
What are the names?
some chili spaghetti someday.
Oh my gosh. Can it not be Skyline? Can we do something different?
I've been working on my own recipe.
Yes.
The Skyline song is going to be my next Scott Fish Bowl endeavor. I've done the fillet of fish.
Man, you got a lot of jingles to put together, Zach.
I've done the Whopper. I've done ba Scott Fish in it.
Mhm.
Yeah. I did the baby back ribs.
I was just gonna say that one for
Yeah.
Chili's. Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
man.
Knew I could
Is that the
count on you.
Austin? Is that the Austin Powers version?
Oh no, it's it's all
It's
me
authentic.
acapella.
It's
Yeah, yeah.
authentic, yeah. It's the original.
Skyline is now the official chili of the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah,
no,
I
it's
saw
no
that.
longer Gold Star.
All
So
that.
that was
Oh.
that happened a week ago or so.
Moving
That's
up.
big.
It's kind of a big deal around the city. People are
Yeah.
very legitimately hype. Like legit.
Congratulations.
Oh.
All right, I gotta stand up. Go to bed.
Oh man. Got them plumbers on speed dial at Paycor Stadium now.
Yeah. Yeah. In addition to Skyline being the new chili sponsor, there is also Cincinnati Plumbing. Cincinnati.
Imodium AD.
Skyline if you Cincinnati.
If you Cincinnati. Pete, how you doing, man?
Better be seeing you, man. How's it been?
Yeah, I like your hair.
It won't stop growing. I keep thinking it will.
Hey, easy.
Are you trying
Relax.
to be PA Howdy Bun?
Yeah,
This
that's
in the works?
ultimately the goal. Yeah. Well,
I
you
know.
left, and someone had to take up the mantle.
He keeps sending me some bars, and I'm like, Pete, it's just not happening.
Man, you said you wouldn't tell no one.
Chicken
I can't lie to
crow,
Gabe.
chicken a crow.
That is true. You can't lie to Gabe. That is the rule.
Peter Howard freaking the spreadsheets.
No, I just haven't had a haircut.
Yeah.
I wish I had a better story. I just haven't had a haircut in forever.
Neither have I. I think that's how FF Man Bun came to be. So
All right.
just got unlucky. So we liking day 2 here.
This was a fun one. There are we got a lot of at least a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Who? Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm staring at my Jaden Reed evaluation, trying to figure out what to do with him in the second.
Yeah.
But
You pass on it.
that's it.
That was kind of intense.
But
So much. Yeah, I feel like so much happened tonight. Just so much. Looking back, Rashid Rice of the Chiefs, Marvin Mims, the Broncos, obviously all the tight ends, Charbonnet backing up Ken Walker. Then we finally get to the third round, and all of a sudden Tennessee Volunteers go off the board like crazy. Tank Dell to Houston. Peter Howard still hasn't changed his pants. Kendre Miller to the Saints.
Never.
And
I
it's
like that
it's a
one.
mess down there.
I did like that one.
yes,
And then the running back fireworks went off after Ty J to the Titans at 81.
We need to talk
A-Chain at
about
84
Devin
to the
A-Chain
Dolphins.
to the Dolphins.
Yeah. Tank
A-Chain to the
Bigsby.
Dolphins, a fun one.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel was hype about that.
It's a big spot right there.
Yeah.
He really was. He gave him that
He's-
Tiger
he's-
Woods. It's pumped.
He's gonna be a first round pick, or rookie draft pick for sure.
Probably.
Think
Yeah.
so?
Oh
He'll
yeah.
be like
he's
he'll be locked
gonna
into
land
like
around the
111,
10.
112.
Yeah, he's gonna land around 10 with that. Yeah, all the tight ends. I mean, they've been preaching the depth of the tight end class, and it's real. But damn,
Yeah,
Packers took two of them.
Yeah, I
I know,
love the
yeah.
Laporta, the Laporta to Detroit. I really like.
The only
And-
thing that concerns me there is like they didn't use TJ Hawkinson when he was there.
I mean, he was fine. Like again, you're not gonna get you're probably not gonna get a Kelsey, Kittle, Andrews.
Right.
So, I mean, his upside, his ceiling is that next group, and that's where Hawkinson was. I don't mind it, but
I mean, I don't know why we have to learn by now that like tight end is just so dead, right? Like we should just not care.
that's the
They should
one.
all be drafted in
We
the
really
third or fourth
shouldn't.
round of
We
all,
really
of all rookie
shouldn't. We
drafts.
shouldn't care, but then you see so many get the draft capital, and then you see running backs and wide receivers not get the capital, and it's like it's tough
Yeah.
to pass it up.
It's so funny. I think that's right though, Gabe. It's like literally, if you take one of those guys, it's like a Viking funeral. Like,
Yeah.
just light the pick on fire. Just call it what it is. Light the pick on fire. Send it out. if you
Yeah.
choose
Well,
these guys.
in this case, a lion funeral, and then you get traded to the Vikings. But yeah,
Correlation remains. lot of best food.
One of best food. I mean, what was it? 5 tight ends in the second round? 5? Yep.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Whew.
Yep. And then 2 more in the third.
Yep.
I mean, those tight end premium leagues, people are going to be. They're not going to know what to do.
Thirsty.
Yeah, a lot of hey, you know which running back survived, J Mike, and
Who's that?
everyone else that everyone thought would not survive. Well, okay, we're not there. I shouldn't say anything. We're not there yet. We're still. Wait, hold on. We don't have. Okay, they do not have a. This team does not have a pick left in the third round, so it would have to be day 3, and it probably will happen day 3, and people will still just trip. But there is a particular running back that was allegedly going to be, Trey Mason, and it did not happen yet. Who is that
Roshan?
running back?
Roshan.
No. A current NFL running back that
current
did not
NFL
did not get Trey Mason yet.
Oh, gotcha.
It's not Killer Cam Akers.
I mean,
there are several.
Yeah, I mean, you could say Delvin Cook, but Delvin Cook's on a different level.
Yeah, but that's a no. I mean, I feel like he was already kind of Trey Mason. He's been Trey Mason.
His destiny was already on the wall.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Or,
Yeah.
like
Trey
Pollard
Mason.
is the
Rashad Penny.
No.
Pollard is a guy, Mixon's a guy.
Less prominent than those guys.
Do you mean the Patriots guy? Rondé Stevenson?
Gibson?
That's another good. Maybe there's more than I.
Look at there.
There's a lot of potential Trey Masons out there.
Like Pierce is one.
That was the one. That was my
Pierce?
one.
Yeah.
Pierce.
That
yes.
actually is probably the best analogy. Is Pierce?
Yeah.
Damian
Yeah.
Pierce, yeah. Right.
Pierce should have, or probably I
Right,
kind of
they
expected
had one good,
him being
pretty
Trey
good year.
Mason.
The thing he has going for him though is Houston is so bad that they need so much that adding running back is down the list, especially since he was
Right, it's like one of their best positions.
pretty
which
good.
is
Yeah.
sad.
Yeah, but at the same time, Houston traded up to and gave up a lot for their future to get
They gave up a top 10
great-
pick next year for
a
Will
good
Anderson.
talent, I guess, but whatever. I don't know. Just
It was
weird.
that was a bad
structure.
process play.
Yeah, for sure. So
Alan,
I just don't-
Alan in the chat. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I don't really trust the logical standpoint of the Texans. So they could
That's
have
probably really
picked a running back in the second or third round. It wouldn't matter.
Well, if
Oh,
you
yeah,
can question
Rashad White.
whether a team's
That's a good
brain's
one, too.
working well, that's a good one.
Rashad White safe. Yeah.
Yeah, Allen. Good call, Allen.
Yeah, I don't think Rashad White is yet safe.
I mean, people are gonna.
I think any competition out of that backfield is probably in danger.
I see Peter staring you down though. I saw that.
I did what?
Oh, you said Rashad White's not safe, and all of a sudden Pete's
Oh.
like, no. Hey.
You really want to hang him
Listen,
around
I don't-
my
I
neck,
don't-
don't you?
I don't
I don't
mind-
care.
I don't mind
think
Rashad
he's-
White.
I
don't
think he's
at all,
okay.
but
Yeah.
he's not
No,
a
I
guy
just
that
thought-
I'd be trading for.
Well, he's going for according to ADP, like a third round pick some months this off season. I was like, that's pretty good. Considering
Yeah, I don't
him
mind
a lot
that.
more than that.
No, that's a good value there.
All
I
right.
made a pretty big trade in a rebuild. I traded a lot. I traded Stafford, Rashad White, Tony Pollard, 111 and 202 for Jalen Waddle.
Oh, I think that's a win though.
Yeah, that's good though. I mean, as long as Isaiah Pacheco's okay, I think we're all gonna be fine.
This is a rebuild, so I was like, I don't want these running backs on my roster right now.
Oh, that's right, Pacheco too. I've dodged some bullets in TA 11.
You got Pacheco?
I do. I did. My draft is really weird in that one. I don't know. It was not a typical, but it's the 175 premium for tight ends, and so I took Kelsey and Andrews, and so in lieu of my normal like wide receiver start, and so then I had to go do wide receiver, and so the running backs that I normally get got pushed down to running backs that I don't normally end up with. So it's like Pacheco and Aaron Jones, and I got Derrick Henry late, so I guess I'm okay there. But like it's
kicker. Whoa, what?
There we are.
Now the NFL
San
is
Francisco
back.
just said, "Fuck these comp picks." Oh God! Third round kicker. Wow.
Do I need to write that one down on my list?
You know how good our roster is. We're gonna just take a kicker here.
We got 3 picks left.
I mean, we usually would just take a running back and never.
Yeah, I was gonna say like any running back.
This guy's gonna have a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have a kicker, right? What's his face is gone.
I mean, they do now. Jake Moody to the moon.
He might be a running back.
They're gonna do the Debo thing where Moody he'll kick and then they'll get him some touches in the run game too.
Yeah, I think he could play slot.
Positional converts are all the rage these days. Wide receivers that are running backs and running backs that are tight ends. It's a new thing.
I would love to see that with a kicker someday. Like how they say it about running back. Like he doesn't just play running back. He'll play. He'll play out wide.
You could have seen that.
We're thinking about Moody.
Janikowski
position.
Janikowski could have been a linebacker.
He actually could have been though.
No, that's the equivalent to the Devin A. Chain. He's not a track guy who's playing football. Like he's not a soccer player just out there kicking the football, guys. He's a football player. He's a football player.
Oh, Did you see some of these running backs going day 3 like they are though? Like I don't know. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah.
I'm not shocked. I think they were on the round 3, round 4 cusp. A lot of these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we were going to see more than like 2 running backs.
We know that, right, Pete?
You all done?
Yes.
Good job, buddy.
You're always right. It must be true.
No,
I think the mistake is to think they're drafting them later because it's so heavy. I think these are good round 2, 3 running backs. Well, JT was a round 2 running back, for goodness sake.
Well, and
it's not shade.
This has been this particular so far out of we're at pick 100. So we've seen 34 out of 100 picks. Well, 33. Let's not count the kicker. So 33 picks out of 100. So a third of the picks have been skill position. Like that's pretty good.
Yeah.
For fantasy, I mean,
and you have to imagine. Well, the funny thing is, tight end for whatever reason didn't, but like cornerback pushed a lot of these guys down the board. Running back, you had to imagine because it's so deep.
Yeah.
Like you're going to probably get a good running back in round 5, round 6. So the smart play there is to not, do Zach Charbonnet in round 2.
Yeah, but we're establishing the run.
What did DeAndre Swift do to piss the Lions off? Did I miss a news story?
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there was whispers about that last year, though. Just
something.
Yeah, they clearly did not like him.
Yeah. There's no hiding them. I'm pretty sure that's personal.
But I mean, okay, the David Montgomery signing, sure, but then to double down and take a running back.
We're getting your double gang a different personality.
So
we just can't with you.
Yeah, exactly. That too. Yep. The legit replacement. Yeah. Yeah. Round 3 and 4 of rookie drafts are going to be fun with these running backs, man. It is deep.
Almost feels like you got to shoot your shot like mid-second.
Yeah.
Like, are you taking, like, I guess when I think about this running back run, like they went after guys like, and I guess you'll just have to pick and choose. They went after Tillman, they went after Hyatt, they went after Mims. Downs went in the midst of them or slightly before most of them.
Dell.
And obviously, whatever
Yeah,
you're doing with
that.
all the tight ends, and we just talked about the Lions Viking funeral that you're sending them out on. So then, I think one of the questions that people have to answer is: are you taking those wide receivers that maybe have fallen into interesting spaces or opportunities, or I don't know. I don't necessarily love a good third round wide receiver.
I think it's still, it doesn't really matter really where these running backs go. There's still going to be the shot to take most of the time.
Yep.
Outside of
Tucker
like,
just went before Tyler Scott. This is dumb.
who?
This drafted Vegas is dumb. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
What?
Gosh.
How is that possible?
Oh, the Senior Bowl, baby. They love the Senior Bowl.
Go to bed. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I don't really care about a lot of these wide receivers past like.
Marvin Mims.
Yeah, I was gonna
For
say like,
you
what
at
is
the end of
that
the second?
cutoff? 'Cause it's like so. Yeah.
Well, there's what, 2 picks left in this round?
Yeah.
Yep.
San Francisco.
San
could
Fran
grab
and then
a-
Minnie. Your
San
boys
Francisco could grab
closing
a punter here.
Minnesota,
Fill out their
Roshan.
special teams.
I'm still holding out Roshan third round.
Dude,
Let's
that'd
go.
be great.
Let's
I'd be pumped
go.
about that.
Well, we have the 49ers here, so
You draft a water boy. That's
It's
all
a
they
lock.
want to know.
Yeah, you can never be too hydrated.
I mean,
I think the Vikings could take a quarterback here too. DTR or Hayner or
Hayner, yeah.
McKee.
I-
Is it McKee from
Hayner's
Stanford?
interesting.
I'd say around the Downs
There's another
Dell
tight end.
area is where I'm at with wide receiver
Yeah,
cutoff.
that's
Yeah,
about the
Downs.
last good one. Yeah.
You gotta go to bed.
Downs is so good.
Downs, yeah,
I think Downs could be fun. I like that spot.
I think
I
you take
really
him
like
early
that
second.
spot.
AR to Downs for years and years and years.
Yeah, that's fun.
There's the death of Kittle. Cameron
Oh,
Letu.
it's over.
They too. Yeah, sorry,
It's
Kittle, you're
over.
done.
It's over. It's over now. Move over.
I'm trying to talk.
It's my turn now. It's over. The game's shut down. Sorry.
I feel like Jake had a good ad lib between that two. I'm trying to talk.
Stop.
All right. Listen,
Dad boss.
I'm just kind of. I'm not gonna say happy. No, I'm not even gonna say it. I'll wait. I'll save it. We'll see who goes here.
The pick is in.
I think this is a cornerback. This could be Ringo or Darius Rush. I'd be very happy with the corner here.
Keely Ringo, yeah, 102.
Or
come
that
on.
DN from Northwestern is interesting.
Yeah, Ringo. He hasn't gone yet, has he?
It's really
Major
I mean,
fall.
there's got to be some
Major.
medical or something. Character
Something's
medical.
up. Yeah.
I mean, early on, he was like middle first round pick talk.
Does anyone else see Cleveland and it takes a second to remember that Baker Mayfield's not there, so it might be okay?
This is the Vikings.
Like Tillman went
It's
there, and I
it's
was like, "Oh
possible.
no!"
Hey, stop. Watch. Watch.
Gabe, I think this will really be the
Is
test. of-
Robert Smith announcing a running back here?
That would be fun if he was.
Ooh.
This will be the real
Dude,
test.
Robert
of
Smith was the real deal.
Yeah.
what does Mike Evans have to do? If he does anything with Baker and people still don't respect him, then it's like you were never going to.
Yeah.
Makai Black.
Yeah, there's your corner. Anticlimactic. I was hoping to see Roshan, but
So no Roshan, no Izzy Abanikanda. No Sean Tucker.
No,
Nope.
No.
I didn't think Sean Tucker would go day
Blackman.
2.
Mom's asking if you want Taco Bell.
No, I still haven't eaten my dinner.
I can take it.
Say, Mom, I would love Taco Bell.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't eaten all day. I still have dinner that I gotta get to.
Just like 2 chalupas. But awesome.
I'll take whatever you're getting. I'm not picky.
What is your Taco Bell order?
I don't eat there enough to
Yeah, I was saying, I don't know if I have
In a minute.
chalupas.
Chalupas are phenomenal.
That was the last time I had Taco Bell. It was chalupas, but I was in much better figure than I am now.
It's probably because you were eating Taco Bell.
That's very possible.
You know, what was the difference? You stopped eating Taco Bell.
No.
So, Zach, what's the count of fantasy relevant players at this point?
We are at 35 by my count, which is not
I got
too shabby.
32, but like 3 I missed, so that makes sense.
Oh, gentlemen, I gotta
No,
get.
3
I
don't
gotta
have IDs. It's like that Kraft fella and some tight end who doesn't, man.
I gotta
you
get
didn't have
these.
Tucker
I gotta
Kraft?
get these kids to bed before my wife gets home.
Yeah,
But
you
listen,
should.
love you guys.
Yes, thank you for
Much love,
jumping on,
Jake.
Jake.
Much
Love you
love,
too.
man.
Awesome
Appreciate
talking to
you.
you.
Jake, good to
My
see you, bro.
son is poking on the keyboard. All right.
Bye,
Say,
JJ,
Jay,
also.
also good night.
Say bye-bye. Say bye.
Bye,
Say
guys.
bye.
JJ also.
AJ also.
Later.
Oh man.
Look at this! Look at this reunion of sorts.
Oh,
friends.
it is. This has
beautiful.
been so much fun. I was worried that nobody was going to show up, and then everybody. It was just beautiful.
Yeah, it's all right. It's like my son
Oh, no.
was putting on a play, and then we went and ate, and it was packed. So
You do not have to be sorry.
that's not true.
I kind of completely forgot about the whole we podcast on draft nights. Duh. Completely forgot about that. So
Like there's so much
Glad to be
life
here.
happening.
Oh, look, it's Foreman.
ah,
No,
For a
bye.
second.
not. He gone.
My mouse is terrible. There it is.
Hey,
There he is.
He back.
Foreman, for as sad as your Tyler Algier life was,
Oh, look,
as happy
it's,
as you got to be about these Penn Staters.
it's the FF Dynasty presents.
Wow.
Yes.
He had to move rooms.
He did. Wouldn't
This is
speak
the
to us
after
till he
show.
did, too.
Can you hear us or no, Foreman? He can't hear us.
No, he looks good though.
Just give me a second.
Oh, okay.
Jeez, sorry.
Yeah. He's checking the feedback rates.
All right, there we go. I was watching a hockey game in the background. I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, that reminds me. I got to put the Laker game on. Come on. What am I doing, J Mike?
Hey, Kings forced Game 7. What?
They did. They did.
Craziness. Foreman, what I was saying before was as painful of a death as you took last night. with
Oh my
Algier,
God, it was awful. It was awful.
As sad as that was, I feel like today was your redemption with all the Penn State draft picks. Like
We've had four so far. So
Yeah. redemption for you.
I don't understand the Brenton Strange love. He just, I don't know. I don't get it. I was
Listen,
very
we don't
happy
know who he is, so you're gonna have to help us out with that.
that I was very happy to see Joey Porter go back to his dad's team. It's a Ray Jennings situation there.
Nepotism at its finest. It's
Oh,
beautiful.
for
Pittsburgh
sure.
royalty.
Yeah.
Yeah. They did that one for the bit, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
The Pittsburgh
Oh.
Steelers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, I'm currently at Jason's house.
Tell him we said what's up.
Yeah.
They're loud in there.
What did you love about these picks today, Foreman?
You know what, Mingo's draft capital, just like, man, that was wild.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue to ignore Jalen Hyatt, so that's fine.
That's fine. The NFL kind of did too.
Jaden, thank you, Peter. Jaden Reed.
Jaden Reed was
Reed?
Yeah, I thought
That was wild to me. Like I don't understand it at all. Like I don't get that. I think that's a good buy low on Christian Watson.
I think that's a good ignore everybody but Aaron Jones.
I think the big news is what are we doing with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet?
Still give me all the Ken Walker.
I mean,
yeah, I'd rather have Walker.
I've got a lot of questions that ain't one. You know?
what third round running backs are you not taking ahead of Zach Charbonnet? I think that's the question.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Right.
Did we decide Jake Moody is not a running back? He's a
Jake
kicker.
Moody's not.
It was just a question.
No, we're still. I'm about that.
Okay.
I am putting him in my running back rankings for the 2023 season.
Also, I love the Niners.
Took
Niners taking a
Musgrave
kicker
as
was
well.
also fun too.
That was
Niners took what?
the kicker.
Niners taking a
Took
kicker.
Moody, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Matt. Is that he's actually going to be flexed to the slot and among other positions.
Yeah, J Mike, looking at
It's a crazy day, man.
I like Charbonnet falls quite a bit landing in Seattle. Like
I still think the RB3 for this rookie draft hasn't been taken yet.
Roshan.
Jay Wayne.
Hey, there he is.
Look at this crew
How
here.
you living?
What's up, everybody?
Good to see you, bro.
J Mike, did you hop in the draft? Did you hop in the Patreon chat last night for like a half a second?
I was in there for more than that, but I couldn't figure out the Discord. I couldn't figure out the live event Discord stuff.
Discord is interesting. The Discords are interesting.
Live Discord, but I did enjoy it for a hot second, and then I wanted a wellness check on you after they took Bijan.
Oh,
I was nervous.
not doing well. The transfusions were flowing last night.
I thought I was gonna have to perform mouth to mouth. I'm not gonna lie.
Getting back to life.
What a crew! Zach, Gabe, and that's Peter Howard over there, right?
It is the Peter Howard, yes.
Crew.
You read that.
And obviously,
can
J.
see
Mike.
Yeah, howdy, buddy.
What it do?
Peter,
What
how
do
many
you
of those
mean?
books have you read?
I don't know, man. I haven't counted. I mean, if I own them, a lot of them are my wife's. I've read.
Yeah, I
them.
was about to say your wife is your wife is a
She's
published
an author. She's got more degrees than I do, and she's smarter than I am. So we're gonna say it's like 80-20.
You can join the club there. Same.
About 80-20, probably. Anything that it looks like it's got pictures and big letters. That's mine.
Pictures and big letters.
You're only in the sheets, right?
I'm not even that. To be.
Oh,
you mean spreadsheets?
In the spreadsheets.
He's a freak in the sheets.
In the spreadsheets.
Freaking the spreadsheets.
Freaking them Google sheets.
Normalize
About the
those.
Google sheets, right? Or are people still running Excel on their shits?
What about numbers?
Numbers?
Yeah.
Nah,
Oh,
Google
God.
sheets.
Apple numbers.
know about numbers.
I don't know anything about
That's
numbers.
Gabe.
I just
I
know
can count.
book. Sorry.
Yeah.
The legal.
Paper
No,
and
not
pen.
quite the legal. That's the spiral bound.
Yeah.
I was promised.
Jay,
there would be
what'd
numbers.
you love about today?
That's it.
What'd you love about picks today, Jay Wayne?
Picks today.
Yeah, he didn't show up here until about 9:00. So
Yeah, I missed like the whole second round. It was a real bummer. I was out with the fam and just laughing at my kids being
kids.
little bundles of joy. It was a good night. Yeah, I love that about it.
There you go.
There were some good spots right tonight. What happened? Rasheed Rice to the Chiefs.
Oh, yeah,
That was
Rasheed
pretty
Rice.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you and I.
No. Spears right to the fucking
Tajay to the Titans.
Titans.
No.
Yeah.
Titans. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Spears to the Titans. Charbonnet to the fucking Seahawks. Man, what?
That one was wild.
Yeah.
Man.
Hey, I got bad news, Jay Wayne. I don't know if you saw it. Tank Bigsby to the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Tank to the Jags. Yeah, I mean, you know, that ETN needs a running mate. You know, they thought they had it in James Robinson, I guess, and they traded him, and then
He's going for 1,100 yards with the Pats this year. Don't worry about it.
Six inside, Peter.
Smoking six inside.
Yo, my hero. I wish I could bum a cigarette off you.
This must be your first time seeing Peter Howard.
This is my first time definitely ever talking to Peter Howard. I never talked to Peter Howard. Good to see you.
I saw Peter roll up several cigarettes on Wednesday night.
He's over there just like Dave Chappelle on stage, just smoking cigs.
It's even better. It's better live. It's better live.
No, it's best from start to finish.
Yeah, it's basically what
when he actually rolls it. Because the first time that you see
him,
like,
the first time I saw him, like, is this guy just rolling a joint like a bowler? Like, it's like he just smoked like 8 joints. Like he's got to be high as a kite right now.
That was the very first time. I should probably end the broadcast, but the very first time we had. So Peter came on, and it was the 2018 live, like the day 2 live show.
Yeah,
and he just starts going, and Kyle looks at me. He's like, "Is he?" And I was like, "No, it's okay."
Well, I mean, you know,
he's nowhere near that fun. Do not worry.
I said, but then he starts talking about Rashad Penny. I'm like, maybe.
Maybe
questions were raised. Okay,
that's a strong move. I like that. I like to roll in your own cigs. You like know what's going in it. You probably can like. I mean, nicotine isn't really that bad for you. It's all the shit that comes along with the
it's terrible for you, but there's no good way of smoking. It's clear. There is no healthy way of smoking. It's killing me. It's to be clear. It's also a lot more common in Europe, I guess. Definitely in England.
Sure.
Like, I get questioned about it
here.
Peter,
you're European?
Mad
well, technically I'm not anymore, I guess, since England left.
Oh, yeah, that's
true.
true.
The continent. I mean, it's in the continent.
Wait, Peter, do you consider yourself more British or more Kentuckian?
I don't know. I don't consider myself much that way at all. I guess I'm English living in Kentucky is probably the way I think of it, but I'm not going back. You can't make me fight me. I mean,
damn.
I don't know what part that
I would fight Matt.
Peter has entered the transfer portal,
or at least I will run away really quickly.
Yeah, just gotta.
That's probably my best move.
Canada
That's
sounds
my best
pretty
fighting move. You know?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, you gotta poke them in the eyes, stomp on their foot, pull their hair, and then run faster. You know,
maybe that sounds too risky. I think I'll just start running and see what happens. the before.
Hopefully, there's a friend around who doesn't run as fast. Yeah,
there you go.
That's Peter, all you need is one.
Peter, what's your RAS?
Yeah. That stands for relative athletic score.
Good job. Good job, buddy.
The combine, because I'm not gonna get that reference.
Oh, that's Math Bomb. That's Kent, man.
Yeah.
He's one of you, Peter.
One of us.
He probably knows math. To be fair, he doesn't have Excel do the math for him. I'm sure.
It's all about the Google Sheets.
Yeah.
Freaking them Google Sheets.
Normalized spreadsheets. I hear it all the time. Normalized spreadsheets.
Yes, Zach. You got to normalize spreadsheets because a lot of people be hating them spreadsheets, and a lot of people like spreadsheets is the best thing ever. You know, it's a big misunderstanding, I think, between everyone. So I think misnomer, sure. No, I mean, I think it's a misunderstanding. I think people want to get all
Jay Wayne's bridging the gap. He's helping. He's bringing the sides together. I appreciate it.
I mean, I don't know if it's all that.
You're like
I would like to though.
The ambassador.
I want like but see what I'm learning. There's a lot of different spreadsheets, you know, like there's a lot. It's not like you think it would all be kind of, but there's just like ever-changing data to gather and how you want to gather it and what you want to set your parameters on, and everybody's
concatenate all that. Yeah.
And you know, and I guess you do some like
VLOOKUP
post you do some regression metrics to see how your shit would have done right in previous years. That's how you, what's that called?
I think you just made up words, to be honest with you. I've never heard of any of that.
What you
know about R squared?
Yeah. Wait, Gabe, can you turn your right arm at 180 degrees? I'm really trying to figure out what your
Gabe,
tattoo
what
is.
are you doing, Gabe?
You already know what it is,
all,
Foreman.
dude.
You know what it
You
is.
already know what it is. Oh, you don't know what it is.
Oh, there we go.
I know what it is.
All right, awesome. It's a goat. Got it. Awesome.
It's a goat.
Wait, so,
Bleep,
Gabe,
bleep.
how's the 3-child life treating you?
3?
Is that? Wait,
How's
hold
the
up.
3-child?
That's how many I have.
I see
you
you
get
got
one
the
again?
fingers start counting.
Do you have to go get one real quick?
Hold on a second.
Do you need a boxer puppy? Wait, Jake left.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, because
They're good to us.
your oldest and my son are like the same age.
Yeah, I remember you and I had
Yeah.
You have, like,
babies
a
pretty
1,
much
2,
the
and
same
3, Gabe?
time.
No, he's got twins. His last
You had
his twins.
Yeah,
Your
His
second and third children were twins.
You
That's
know,
right.
Twins.
Went from-
Basil.
went from
Wow.
1 to 3 because we had to keep it odd, you know.
Yeah. 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 You went
Fair.
you went from zone to zone. There's no
Yeah.
man to man there.
Zone.
Yeah.
No, but now you're shorthanded. You got to pull the goalie. It's bad.
Y'all are crushing zone, and then all of a sudden you're getting.
That was the
picked
problem. I
apart.
didn't pull.
Yeah.
3 children with
That's
twins.
that's a sex joke for all the children watching.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all better
They got
not
to learn
curse.
it somewhere.
Children might
Don't
be
worry about it.
listening.
Oh,
On the
that was,
fourth
that was
hour.
you almost had
fourth
J
hour
Mike. You almost had J Mike going on the Miss Jen and the Rentham outlets.
I know.
It was,
Oh my
it was
gosh.
pretty close.
Yeah.
One of the great moments of my
Oh.
life, actually.
Tic Tac Assassin. He knows.
He knows.
No.
Them Rentham outlets.
Oh.
Real. I've said too much. Oh my gosh. That episode is classic.
Oh man, I'm so much enjoying. Like, work has been so awful, and I needed. I told both of you guys, but I've been going back through the open bar episodes. I started at the beginning, and I'm like 12 episodes in now because I just can't. Like, work has just been abysmal, and I'm like, okay, I can do this. You guys get me through. Like, help me out. I can listen to about 3 episodes a day. It's great.
Wow.
Oh, I need it. But
Wow. Indeed.
Impressive.
I love you for that.
It's mutual. I love you right back for
Yeah.
for getting me through. It's but-
Let me know when you get to the episode with what was the cat's name from Oklahoma?
Oh, the
Doug.
IDP guys with
Oklahoma
Kyle.
Doug.
Yeah.
Doug.
Man,
Yeah.
Doug.
The
Is that
homie.
what it was?
that was tough.
That was a
homie.
rough
He was
episode.
not happy.
No.
was not happy.
Holy shit.
Well, and
Wow.
and it was partially my fault because I was in the chat beforehand, potentially quasi besmirching IDP. I would never deign to really, go hard in the paint at IDP.
You don't want to
but-
do that.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
want to do that.
Yeah,
It doesn't
no.
matter who's the front runner on the IDP gang. They will come for you.
Oh, but then Kyle was the sacrificial lamb, and it was fun to be in the chat after that.
I think more of the
started.
problem was the making fun of their website's name.
I mean,
I don't remember it that closely. I just remember he
it
was
was
pissed
it was the IDP
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, IDP guys.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And if you put the emphasis on the wrong syllable,
Yeah.
That's right.
that was, and Kyle, I think it was a slip of the tongue. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but he may have done that.
He may have done that.
It's all coming back to me now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I may have the tacit assassin moniker, but it was Kyle filling the role. That evening.
Yeah.
Nate took it on the chin, but Doug was not having it.
No. Nate actually was in the Boston live draft with me last year.
Okay.
Yeah. Nate Cheat.
Yep. Seems like a good guy.
Yeah, he was. He sat right next. I got to be Vanna White for the Boston 2 MFL live draft.
I can see the resemblance.
Yeah, it's the hair.
Yeah.
It's the hair. Yeah.
It could be the age. She and I
Yeah,
are
yeah, I think you're
pretty,
younger
pretty
than
similar
most,
age.
man.
She looks much better than I do for our collective ages.
Same,
But
same.
Adam, oh Lord.
These guys.
What are they getting into
any-
behind the meat curtains there?
Phrasing.
From in the chat.
Yeah,
pause.
it
I don't
is
even know
the
who
open bar after all.
I don't even know who they're even
I
talking
mean-
to at this point. I think they're talking to Big D.
Hey yo.
Meat curtains indeed.
Yep.
Okay.
He's one of the OG Patreons.
Nice.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know y'all went to OnlyFans. That's cool.
I
Congrats.
was gonna say.
Really
was gonna say.
proud of y'all.
Who's on OnlyFans?
Who's Casey talking to?
It's Big D and
Big Smooth.
Big D, huh?
Mo with the gimpy
yeah,
leg.
Big Smooth pop back in.
We're talking. He's
You've
talking
been
to Big
smooching
D.
everybody.
He's talking to Big D and Big Smooth.
Yep, Lil Mo with the gimpy leg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that wasn't a real movie. They made that shit up
yeah.
for
Angels
Home
with Dirty
Alone.
Souls. Yeah.
Oh,
Peter Howard, let me bum a cig, man. Although I feel less inclined to bum someone's cig when they rolled it
Reach over and
themselves.
take it.
You know, 'cause I'm like,
Less inclined.
yeah, because if you roll
Put the
that
work in.
yourself, you know, but then I might not bum your cig, you know, especially post COVID. But you know, on the same hand, if it well, yeah. I mean, there might be another.
Don't get fired, Jay Wayne.
There might be
whatever
another
you
like
do.
rolled by someone else thing that I might do, you know. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like very
Yeah.
it's
we leave the governments in here.
prejudice.
Oh, Kentley Platt at Math Bomb. There were exactly 22 players taken in each of rounds 2 and round 3 with a RAS over 8. So 44 players in the 2 rounds.
So
we got
relative
some- we got
athletic
some-
score.
Yeah, we got some athletes.
Leads.
What are you
And
doing?
Jake Moody.
And Jake Moody.
It's still real to me, damn it.
Running back.
Oh
San
my gosh.
Francisco.
So good. Can I
Listen,
help?
I'm
with
just ready.
something?
I'm just ready to soak up. Well, I think this is one interesting thing, and this is totally off the topic, but if anybody was ever drafting on underdog or doing anything like that, like Sam Laporta, or even in mocks, Laporta was free, like
Yeah.
free, like late 3rd, 4th. And now that man is going to skyrocket in flight.
Who's this?
Laporta.
Laporta went to
So-
Detroit.
So I considered
at
taking
34.
I considered taking Laporta at 112 in a 1.75 premium a week ago. I ended up taking Meyer and hoping Laporta, because I had the 301, hoping Laporta fell. Chris Allen took him at the 212, so I didn't get Laporta. But like 212 for Laporta, he's not going to be there at 212 anymore.
No, not a chance.
I mean, you're talking about probably 201 to 205 range.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I like that. I like that landing spot. I like the Mayor landing spot. I like Las Vegas for a landing spot.
Yeah,
But
I do like that Kincaid
that
was the first tight end taken, and he was my highest graded tight end as well too. So I felt good about that.
Yep.
NFL agreed with you there for sure.
Darnell to Pittsburgh is awful.
That is gross, but it's gonna be great for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's gonna be Levine Tuliolo.
Yeah. Or
Oh dang, that's cold. Ooh, sweet
Well,
nothings.
they still want to somehow block for Najee, and
Yeah. When you get that second tackle out there on the outside, that helps.
Someone said Najee. Has the Steelers taken
No,
running backs?
no.
Right?
No,
No running
but
backs,
they
too.
took Washington, who is Like he's going to plant some people.
Yep.
They took
tight
Darnell
end?
Washington from
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I have not been paying attention.
No, you haven't.
I gotta inform me. Just been having a good time.
Drinking your spicy margaritas.
Well, my wife made me go hang out with some friends and our kids, and they all got to play together, and it was a fun time. And my kids will sleep in if I keep them up late too. So, and we got out. It was too late, and I was like trying to tell Cassie, "Let's go." And then she ordered 2 more drinks for us, and I was like, "Man, I just lost a half hour at least of my life."
You're like third round. It's okay.
Yeah,
That's when we got here. Actually, we missed the hooker pick.
now
Sorry, the sex worker pick.
I mean,
And
listen, to my credit, I left them a key to get in the house, and they could have watched you here, started everything when y'all could have came whenever you wanted.
We have no idea.
I was
How
a
to
little
set, we
late.
have no
I was a
idea how to
little
set
late.
anything up.
You could turn the TV on, and you were double timing the stream. You were on your computer and our live stream.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you figured out how to get on the stream.
You were on Casey's computer at his house.
This is the last on topic thing that I'm going to ask before I'm done. How do you all order the first round wide receivers between Quentin Johnston, Addison, Zay Flowers? Who am I missing? Oh, and JSN. How do you guys order those players?
It's for me. It's still JSN 1. I still feel strongly about that. I think Addison has to stay at 2 because I love the landing spot there with Minnesota. And 3 and 4 it's close there for me. I don't. Baltimore still gives me pause.
Not even with Todd Monken. No love for Todd Monken.
He did nothing. He did nothing with wasn't he the OC in Tampa for a while, or was that Atlanta?
I thought he was at Georgia.
He was, but before he was at Georgia, before he
okay.
was at Georgia, he had an NFL job.
Gotcha.
Similar. Oh, I think Brian Schottenheimer is the OC at in Dallas now.
Is he really?
Wow. After Kellen Moore's gone. Peter, where you got these rookie wide receivers? What changed for you with this?
Yeah, see, I told you, fucking Brian Schottenheimer.
And not much actually changed. They were drafted so close together; it doesn't change a hell of a lot for me.
Yeah, they were.
Did you
all
have
in a row?
But Addison, I still prefer Addison. I preferred Quentin Johnson to Zay Flowers. I still do. So
you preferred Quentin to Zay pre-draft?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
So you have an Addison then JSN or JSN then
so
Addison?
You didn't falter on Quentin. You
JSN then Addison. JSN's a different. Sorry, I didn't even mention that.
On the show on the Wednesday show, you were pretty adamant about JSN. You had JSN above a couple of QBs and Superflex, which was interesting.
Yeah, he's only below Bijan Robinson and the quarterbacks, and that's JSN. And honestly, I kind of feel good taking him in those top 4.
Are you with Zach at this point with Richardson at 102, or are you still feeling 1?
No, I still have. It's a tier, and I Richardson's my third, mainly because I don't know. He could be a good passer. He's literally just didn't do it enough that I can have an opinion. So the upside's there. And if I don't know something, like I don't know, so I'm gonna try and get out of that decision if I have to.
How much does the
hey man?
The number
that's
4...
the only edge I've found in fantasy football. Stop pretending I know shit that I don't. You just stop trying to be the guy who always has the answer and just know what you know and ignore what you don't. I have a lot fewer misses these days.
How much did the 4th overall pick weigh into that at all? Any or like that it was so early in the first, like,
well, yeah, that's why he's like, if he'd fallen out of the top 5, top 15 especially, then I wouldn't have had him even in the conversation because there's just no good metrics or production to really judge. As it is right now, he still went below Young and Stroud. So like, even if we're going to judge between those top 5, he still went lower. I mean, we can argue landing spot, but we know that's a losing game in general. I think the upside's there. I want to value him that way, but I want out the pick if I can. It's the best I can say. Like, I want to go get JSN because I feel like I know some things that can help me judge whether he's good or not.
I mean,
and he's premium. So.
safe as shit taking JSN.
I think the better question is
Super
where
safe.
are we taking Levis right now in Superflex drafts?
I'm not.
Yeah, I mean,
So
That's not.
for me, it's probably when we talked through this earlier, but I think it's right around the 110.
Okay.
So you've got the Bijan, the 3 quarterbacks.
Yep.
You've got the JSN, Gibbs, Addison, and then I think Quentin Johnston and Flowers end up over him also. And then I'm willing to Levis. Although I gotta be honest, like I'm not that much. Hendon Hooker's in that conversation for me with Levis. Getting 3rd round capital to Tennessee, like I liked him better as a prospect.
Yeah.
Real talk, Levis should probably be a late 1st round pick, but it's one you wince when you take.
Yeah.
You know, like
are you with Zach taking Hooker over?
Well, I don't know if I'm taking him over. Like, I don't think you have to take Hooker over, but I think
you have to take shots on quarterbacks and Superflex.
Yeah.
You just have to be the guy trying to value him more than everyone else.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's when all your favorite wide receivers and favorite running backs are gone. You're like, I guess I have to do that kind of thing.
You say
It'd be
take
in the
shots.
second
You
round.
still want JSN early. You might even taking him over all those quarterbacks, maybe in some instances, or
no, I haven't ranked below the quarterbacks. But again, I'd rather move back if
It's
I can. I know
it's the
that's
value.
Sometimes you're just going to have to take the quarterback.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. Yep.
Remind
I
me,
mean,
what
if
did
Drew Lock can turn it around, anyone can. And Stroud and Young look good. And
Lock?
Richardson's got more upside than I think we could have reasonably expected from Lock, even though he paid off. Yeah, last year at least. So
Remind me,
Lock
where did Mims go?
he went.
He went to Kansas City somewhere.
No, to Denver.
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 That was such a weird
yeah,
pick.
that was it.
That was such a weird pick. Like, what are they going to do with all those wide receivers there?
Throw the ball. Let Russ cook.
Russ had the wrong sous chefs in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And now they got the right ones.
That's right. They're cooking at a different altitude.
Tom Payton said, "Listen, he's my guy. He's my sous chef."
Got to account for the altitude.
They didn't think of that.
But that whole like the whole season in Denver though was really summed up in the first game when they went for like a 66-yard field goal at the end of the game instead of letting Wilson throw the ball. Like what are we doing? And it just kind of from there it spiraled into oblivion. But I don't know.
I mean, bad decisions by the coach, bad.
Yeah, well, and it doesn't take very long. Like if you, as a player, if your coach is like, "Nah, I don't trust you," it doesn't take very long for you to be like, "Yeah, I don't trust you either." Hey, what?
We got Jared Leto back here.
Good.
What queer?
Jared Leto.
That's what queer?
What do you say? IMCM.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, hack it. Exactly, Alan.
I think Gabe's got to leave the stream now. There's too much hair.
I'm balancing you out.
Whoa.
It's all good.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Case ain't playing no
man.
games these days. No games.
No games.
He's trying to walk on water.
He's
How you feeling,
literally
Case?
trying to be him.
I'm good, man. Good. Couple of weird things happened, but I feel like the rest was all right.
Good time with Big D.
Talking about sexually.
It's always a good time with Big D. You got to get used to it.
Yeah. Meat curtains.
No. That's not.
Pause.
Yeah, as the kids say.
No, that the open bar said.
That's that for sure. Anything else, gentlemen? 11:47 p.m. The picks have been made. 102 picks in. That was a great.
I didn't hear whether any of you are particularly interested in Kincaid.
Can you feel
Dalton?
Can you feel?
Is there another one? Yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
Zach.
Talk about that all the time.
R.I.P. Married to the game.
So that's OG.
No,
listeners know that one.
but every time you guys come on, in my mind that happens,
Man,
and
I
I
need to
sing
bring
it, and then we go.
I need to get that little. I need to get it back. I'll throw it in every once in a while. I can put that on the soundboard for sure.
We actually that may have debuted on the Dynasty Dummies a few weeks ago.
Nice.
We may have done that entire intro.
Nice. Yeah, I'm fucking around with I learned how to change the pitch and the speed, and I was messing around with the audio wave file, like just. I'm like, how are these rappers doing this?
How can you make it different enough than what DMs
BFF Dynasty presents.
Yeah, I got the one voice high. Yeah, I was hitting all that. Gabe's really. I should have reached out to Gabe. Gabe would have shown me how to do all that stuff, or just done it for me. Or really though, we need to get J Mike's voice up in there, because J Mike, man, you could get so. It's like hearing your voice, J Mike. I put us on mute, and I looked at Matt and I said, I just love hearing J Mike's voice. That is so good. And then I was like, we shouldn't have gone on mute to say that. We should just.
This is a safe space. Safe space, Jay Wayne.
Yeah. What if it's a thong? That's from the wedding. No. What's the Will Ferrell movies?
All right, I need you guys to run all your takes back. Let me hear them all.
Pete wants to know how y'all feeling about Dalton Kincaid, first round. Bills.
Oh, love it. He was my tight end 1 going into the draft, and he stayed my tight end 1. So,
is he a first rounder in tight end premium leagues?
It's
the mom's gonna say no.
Super
somebody else draft him and buy him later, but I'll fucks with him.
Yeah, super.
I think
flexes.
at the turn, I'm considering him there.
I still want I still want Laporta and Mayer over him. Yeah, as much as I like Kincaid, I think there's not much to choose between them, and I'd rather have the landing spots of those other two.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's not a knock at Kincaid. I think he's a good player, but tough to get run in with Buffalo, especially you're talking red zone.
Yeah,
Johnny Mingo or Dalton Kincaid?
I'll still take Kincaid.
What was the question?
Mingo or Kincaid?
Oh, that's Kincaid. To be fair, I haven't watched a ton of Mingo though, because I was just kind of waiting.
Well, if you're interested about hearing information about him, you should listen to the Dynasty Dummies Hoot Nanny.
Yeah,
Hoot Nanny.
Dim Sum.
Jonathan
Mingo is Dim Sum.
Dim Sum.
Pete, did you have a Dalton Kincaid take, or were you just soliciting others?
I was soliciting others. I think he's a really good receiver. To be honest with you,
yeah,
he's got the best receiving profile in the draft as a tight end. But I don't know what that means relative to the new. Some wide receivers are tight ends. Some tight ends are wide receivers. I'd rather him be Gronk than Graham. But if he's more Graham, I'm kind of okay with that. But I don't hear a lot about him, despite that, and despite he's the first tight end taken. Like I've asked twice, and everyone was like, "Oh yeah." So I guess no one's really that into it.
I think he's more Graham than Gronk. So,
I
mean, what about Schoonmaker to Dallas? That's interesting.
I like Schoonmaker though, so I shouldn't. Don't ask me.
No,
I liked him a lot beforehand. Yeah, I like
Michigan Cowboys
coming into this.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. They went crazy. Mozzie, Schoonmaker. Who else they take from Michigan? They wanted one more, at least.
I thought they did do one more, but maybe not. I thought they were going to keep.
Yeah, I like Schoonmaker a lot. Okay. Definitely, I don't think he doesn't crack like first round or anything in terms of rookie drafts. At least not for me anyway. But like I really like that spot. But again, earlier we were talking about all these tight ends. Like it's cool to see everybody going in the second round, but then we just unfortunately it's almost like that Thanos thing. Like you did all these, you had all these efforts or whatever, and where did that leave you, or where did that bring you? Back to me, right? We're coming back to the top being the top, and then everyone else just being wishes that we burn picks on. And we laughed about a Viking funeral earlier. It's just lighting these picks on fire, even as excited as we might be about it. But the possibilities, and we all want difference makers at the position and all this stuff. And unfortunately, like year after year, we're lighting these picks on fire. However, this year we've got a bunch of elites, right? Just a bunch of athletes all over the place. Yeah, a ton of them get draft capital. And so now we have to figure out, okay, does this now mean something to us? So I think that's just something that people are going to have to wrestle with. And that's going to be fun to see how that plays out in our leagues, in our drafts.
But
I'll be very interested to see what happens with Brendan Strange. That draft capital just didn't make sense to me. Second round for that guy, I don't know. He made some moves, but I just don't see a second round draft pick when I go back and think about Brendan Strange.
So, where does Laporta and Strange factor in here?
Laporta
has to be a somewhere between 201, 205 kind of guy.
Yeah, I think he's an early second.
Him as the discussion
with and so when I think premium, it's always the Russ Fisher, the 1.75. Like that's what he's got with a tight end. So then all of a sudden the guys who get targets from that position matter. Right. But it's going to be interesting. I think J Mike, to your point, the interesting thing with tight end, especially in this class where it's so deep, is you're going to see some of them go off in the late first, early second. But I think you're going to see a few of them fall, maybe Shoemaker, maybe Kraft fall down further, still with athletic profiles that you're interested in. And so those become more palatable to me. If you're taking shots on tight end in a rookie draft, I'd rather spend the later picks with the athletic profile than I would the earlier picks with the athletic profile.
You know who wasn't taken today, Zach?
Who?
Zach Kuntz.
Kuntz. It's pronounced Kuntz.
It sure is.
That was almost the name of that episode. It's pronounced Kuntz. I almost just did that, but
shout out Camp Hill, Pennsylvania.
That's the one.
The no, and I know we've talked about this, and I'll leave it there. No Israel Abanikanda, unfortunately.
Yeah, disappointing. Or Roshan.
Super excited. Unfortunately, no Roshan. Unfortunately, no Zach Evans. And I think even our boy
Kendre.
Kendre being the first running back after Charbonnet, right? So RB3 off the board. No, excuse me, RB4 off the board.
Yep.
But we see the super athletes like Izzy not get play. We see the not so super athletes, but I think Dane Brugler was pretty high on Eric Gray being like third, fourth round type.
Casey and I have a bet with him actually.
Oh yeah.
Take a pie to the face.
It's a terrible bet.
Pie to the face. Gray has to go the next round.
I got him 5th, 6th, 7th. He has.
I like him a lot.
What kind of pie are you supposed to take to the face? Is it just the whipped cream one, or are you supposed to make a special pie?
I mean, I'll go key lime. I'm a real man.
No, you can't go.
Taking a pie to the face tomorrow. It's going to be blueberry.
Why waste a blueberry pie? You could just do the whipped cream thing.
So
if you wait like 4 weeks, I got the hookup. The blueberries will be in season, and we'll start raking them up here. It'll be excellent.
Where's
blueberries for Sal up there?
That's
where's
one.
A-Chain calling in on this group right here? What are we doing with A-Chain?
A-Chain in Miami.
Yeah.
Is that a first round pick now?
It's pretty.
That's probably the landing spot that's going to boost the most, right?
Yeah, right. God landing spot, right? Is that an equivalent of a God landing spot?
Well, I think it's one of those things like when you know how Jay Wayne you leverage the titles to get people to come in, like to listen, like the guys you gotta biggest risers from the draft, right? To generate the buzz.
Yeah,
I see the vibes.
I just buck you to clicking on this, man.
so Devin A-Chain's got to be at the top of that list, right? And I think people are going to want to
must draft guys.
Yeah, like are you taking Kincaid or Devin A-Chain? Kincaid or Devin A-Chain?
I'm still taking. I'll take Kincaid.
Premium.
I'll take Kincaid.
What about?
I just think it's interesting. It'll just be interesting for people to talk about. I think
that's a small man there.
It is, but with a lot of pass catching chops.
Yeah. So for me, A-Chain was just about being having trust in the
Sean Payton
human being, in the human being who drafted him, to be able to deploy him in an appropriate manner, right? I mean, that's really all that's going to, like, he can play. There's no doubt about that, right? I mean, so how much do we, like, all right, so he comes from a Shanahan system, which didn't really pass to the running back all that much, but all of a sudden when they had an option to pass to the running back, that whole dynamic shifted. I think he's wise, and obviously he just made the fucking choice. So like, I think that's what you see the whole dynamic shift. Like, I don't know what Miami's target share to the running back was, or however you want to chop that up, but like, it's got to change now, right? Is that or is that not? Do you not see it that way?
No, targets depend on the player, not the scheme so much, even at running back. It's the whole Christian McCaffrey won't catch passes in Carolina thing.
Well, I mean, did the Niners throw it to the running backs before he got there? No, but
well,
right.
Yeah, a little bit, but also same.
You're right. It's the same thing.
They changed their shit up because the player was amazing at doing it. Right. That's what you were saying, basically.
Yeah. It's the player drives the targets, not necessarily the team.
But to Jake's point earlier, that's
right.
There's a scale to that.
What's that?
No, I was just asking Gabe where he landed on specifically A-Chain and that space in terms of like, hey, is he somebody you're looking at in the first round?
And where'd you have him before tonight?
Well, I have always been with my main man, P.A. Howdy Bun. As far as targets.
It's true. It's the only good thing about me. It's like Gabe's been on my side this whole time.
It's a good person having your corner there.
Well,
for sure.
I mean,
I'm lying. He hates me, but it would be, yeah. Sorry,
after all of our years together, how could we not at least earn this little piece together? No, I was when I first came on, we were excited about Mike McDaniel's face for
it's good face.
He is a good face.
Underrated handsome.
Underrated face reaction.
Properly rated handsome.
He did not dap up the entire Miami Dolphins organization when drafting a running back at 12th overall, but instead a probably as good running back in what do you go, third round, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. I think I'm excited for that one. I think that will prop him up quite a bit. The draft capital obviously doesn't help as much as I guess a first round, but it doesn't matter because it's still a second or it's a day two. So
right.
He's gonna be much like what's that?
If a running back goes to Philly or something like that in round 4, could you see them usurping any of these guys in terms of ADP? Like for a more prominent landing spot? Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I don't know. Not really, because I mean, like I know the running back class is so deep, but now that we know that the running back landed on day 2, that like kind of marginally props that player above anything that happens in day 3 automatically, marginally. But like, it helps, and not to mention just the player in general. Like I don't think are we all fans of Devin here, or are there any haters? There are haters out here. We're all
of who? Devin
A-Chain.
Yeah, he's
the A-Chain. The A-Chain.
Yeah. Peter is the size. You like A-Chain? What's up, Peter?
Yeah, I like A-Chain.
Yes.
Now I learned to say his name, so he's not gonna, hate me. I kept reading Arcane. I would say from here, Gabe's been out of the game for what, 10, 17 years or so, and yeah, he's got it right already. Like the only thing from here that can really have the effect you're talking about is the preseason, like a Damian Pierce arc, lower draft capital, but it's Roshan Johnson, good size, some good metrics or whatever.
Amazing player.
Good tape or whatever it is you weirdos look at. And
Peter, that was amazing. That was hilarious.
Well, it's practice. It's practice that does it.
The tape.
And then the job opens up. Someone gets an injury, or there's a good preseason game or two, or good camp buzz, and that's the only guy who suddenly is worth a late first, even after a lot of rookie drafts are done.
I'm waiting.
Peter,
I'm waiting.
I don't think
I'll tell you this.
Roshan is the Mike McDaniel type though, and because he doesn't fit that like
That's probably true.
49er scheme, the Dolphin scheme. Like I don't think that would ever happen personally. Like that's like a Trey Sermon.
That would have been.
49ers tried that once, and they're like, nope.
Abanikanda would have been a lot of fun.
That's the name though for what Peter was talking about.
Yeah.
Like that's the profile. Like if Abanikanda ends up in Philly or something stupid, like people were like,
oh yeah, that's true.
Rock it
that's
up.
True.
Like
the Damian Pierce effect.
Yeah,
I think McBride.
I think because of the athlete that he is, though, like the athlete that he is, I think that would even propel even further ahead than what people were for Pierce, because Pierce wasn't the test athlete that Abanikanda is like at all, or even that home run ability that he showed. So people will be excited.
And they're going to start comparing to Pacheco immediately if something like that happens, and that's an issue because you just shouldn't do that. those are. I mean, Pacheco like skyrocket. I mean, he was 4th round pick for so long, and then started climbing up to third, second, sometimes even late
the
first.
Zach Eason bump,
or Brian Robinson.
Yeah.
And it's fine. Like it's not like the logic doesn't necessarily like not make sense, but it's just the value of that. It doesn't really line up. Like,
but those are plays that like you can kind of see coming. And if you make that pick in the 3rd round or the late 2nd round of your rookie drafts, and then watch that build, all of a sudden you can trade that player for. I mean, you could have traded, and again, people are still in on Pierce and Pacheco because they've avoided so far all of the bullets that have been fired in this class. But you could have traded Pierce and Pacheco and Algier in season last year at points for a huge win and a pick that is more likely to
be a late round.
Yeah, sustain value, or a player who's more likely to sustain value than one of those later. And that's kind of a dynasty theory, and like how, like, because, and I know you guys play like running back heavy often, and that's completely different than the way I play. And it's not to say that one is
guys.
Well, I listen to you guys. But like that's to me.
I ebb and flow with the times, baby. I'm not getting stuck on any one thing.
But that's to me the way. Like that's the fun of it is you can play to your own style and your own strengths with how you play these players. But that to me is the value that I mine is I'll draft these players, and then when the community goes, yeah, we're in, I'm like, all right, here, have them.
Sure.
Let's go.
So I think the only thing I would make to that is I would probably pick one of those guys who I really like, and I'm going to keep them because that's kind of the fun of Dynasty. And then like, I'm not advocating for every outlier fucking keep and hang around. Like I've specifically got on Pierce late. I like Pierce. So for me, Pierce was the guy I was hanging on to. All those other guys would have been gone. That's just me. And I know Matt is Algier, so every other one of those guys might have been gone, and Algier is the guy he hangs on to. That's kind of the fun of Dynasty. Like I understand the theory in general, but like I want to hang on to one outlier that I believe in because there's plenty of outliers that make up the league. So that would be the only caveat that I throw in there, but I agree for the most part.
I mean, there is something we can look for, like how to say this. Not all outliers are outliers to each other, if you know what I mean. Like,
sure.
I maintain David Johnson had a different level profile and different level rookie season than most of the guys we're talking about with not first-round draft capital. Austin Eckler stood out specifically because he was a very certain type. Pass catchers are kind of protected from this sell all pass catchers or sell all lower drafted players. Even a running back, you can look for those outlier, those unicorn outliers, those players who just hit a little different.
Like you mean those guys on film that just look
he
different?
just looked bog standard. I hate to say it.
I'm waiting for Peter to talk about the stem of a route and all that stuff. It's coming. It's coming.
Oh yeah. I Google those words often for whenever I listen to you guys' podcast. I'm like, what the hip swivel? Okay, that's a porn site.
When he stacked them, that means he put them,
curvilinear
I'm
movement.
just saying
Great.
that's not what came up. Like, I mean, that's not what came up. I've had some nasty experiences trying to figure out what you guys are trying to talk about, and honestly, a little legal trouble. But hey, I'm not going to blame you.
Hey, you gotta look out for your own self, Peter. Easy.
Fair enough.
Hey, but
Try my
you
best.
want to get in them sheets though, too. You know.
Hey. Like seriously, it's ongoing. I don't. Let's not. Ongoing legal trouble. Let's not. No, I'm obviously joking. But no, all the things that Gabe said.
We're getting them legal Google sheets.
I mean, look, you dropped Bill Dunk's Roman on your podcast last week, Peter.
I referred to the fact that there was a word that I'm sure someone like Zach would know, and there you are knowing it.
Oh,
just proving my
spreadsheets in German. I
I wonder what first round looks like in German. I bet it's entirely different numeral.
Oh, the year I taught high school, I had German foreign exchange students, and they said that my German had a Russian accent. Which I said makes perfect sense because my heritage is Scottish and French, so that tracks.
Yeah.
It is actually interesting, not to derail the fun with something that's actually interesting. I taught English as a second language for a little while they would have me, and those who learn English from like the British school of English versus the American, like they had different accents when they spoke English, whereas they all had the same accent, obviously, of where they came from. So how you learn it can change. You can learn an accent as well as a language, if you know what I mean.
I mean, if you're lucky, you can learn the accent. You can learn the language, but to learn the accent is very
well. That's what I mean. It kind of came with the process of learning it. They seem to pick up the nasty way I talk versus the way that the Americans who are teaching English would teach it. It's something in the learning of it. Who's teaching you tends to. And it's actually apparently, although I didn't get into it because I was literally just making it up as I went along, there's different ways of teaching, and one comes from this long-running, like a lot of people from India will have a British accent when they speak English because, English people are horrible colonialists, so, we did terrible things over there. But they learned English while we were doing it to say, please stop doing that. And so there's a lot of English accents coming out of heavily... Arabian countries and also in India, whereas if you met someone from that was most of the population actually at the school, but there were also some Eastern Europeans, and they would have more of an American accent because that's where they were learning most of it.
So you
sorry,
English as a second language.
Shut up.
And what was the age range of the kids?
They were college. The idea was they could speak English. I mean, they speak English better than me, frankly, but they were trying to learn. I actually knew an English lady once who was training for the bar exam, but she worked in the Channel Islands. This has a point. She spoke perfect academic French because she had to read all these academic documents and these legal filings and these briefs, some of these really weird, esoteric, very rarely used words. But she couldn't actually have a conversation with a French person. What they were trying, well, it wasn't quite that level, but they were trying to go to university classes. And when they spoke really good English, which is not good English, I'm pretty sure, they just wanted extra tutoring. And so there was this whole program at EKU where they would go and could do Ely English as a second language, but it was more about more in-depth topics. Because when you learn to speak English, you don't often come across the word discourse, for example. We say talking or speaking or story instead of narrative. And so that was really the focus of it. Incredibly smart, all mostly funded to come over here and learn a particular trade. And a lot of firefighters, a lot of people coming over here to learn how to be ambulance drivers, or I guess higher up actually, because they were really smart. And because EKU has a big service branch, they teach a lot of policemen and firemen and ambulance folk, and so they were doing a lot of those courses. I couldn't help them out with any of the medical jargon, but I still understood the words, even though I was not nearly as smart in most cases. And because, again, it's different knowing a language versus learning it.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
I don't know. They paid me. I walked in there and I was like, verbs are cool. I use them all the time. Let's do this sheet they gave me.
My wife's master's is in ESL, so we talk about that a lot. At our house.
Well, yeah. What the fuck you letting me drone on?
My kid's learning a second language, so I feel like
my kids actually in the same way my family is consistently better than me. They've downloaded apps, and like one of them's learning French and one's learning German, and my daughter's got pretty good sign language down. I'm like, I do bad at English.
Yeah.
So that's neat. Yeah, my wife's been encouraging them to get into it.
Awesome.
Yeah. ASL is something I think that more people should know.
Yep. Who said that recently? Either one of my kids or someone on a podcast recently were pointing it out. It's like, yeah, it'd be useful.
We taught our son. We taught my son basic words before he could talk.
Yeah,
he could
exactly.
You do more and
more. Yes,
and those things. Like he still does milk. Like he wants milk, and he still does this. It's really funny, actually.
I came across that too when I had kids. It was really interesting, so they could ask for more, and they could learn this, but not do the work. That was cool. No, that was very neat.
Yeah, water, food. Like it's very interesting. Like I think more kids should be taught that, because I think there's a lot of valuable lessons there, especially with those young kids who can't communicate that well, especially with speech. They can pick up those things with ASL, and I think it's very interesting. Like it's the fact it's like with my son being the age he has now, like he's a parrot. Like you say something to him, he's gonna say it back. But like when those kids are like super young, it's just like teaching them sign language is really cool.
Yeah. No, from an anthropology perspective, I was once reading a textbook, we'll call it, about there's a culture for deaf people that's very different than ours. In the same way there's different accents, there's different types of sign language. Like a Chinese signer can't necessarily talk to an American signer. It depends on the types but also because they live such a slightly different existence. And they're not using it's not English. Well, like you were just saying, this isn't translating into more. It's a concept of more. If you know, there's not a sign for every. So they're technically speaking another language, and there's this whole idea that language is a building block of thought. And reading accounts from deaf people just living their life right next to you, they can live entirely different lives and have different experiences, and it's remarkable. And it's not in a bad, like it's literally this uniquely rich experience. So the other part is, if we all knew sign language, they'd be in our culture, and we could learn about their culture and their way of thinking, like everyday regular people. And I think that'd be pretty awesome.
Well, the problem with that is there's not a worldwide sign language. There's American Sign Language.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yes, exactly. Yeah. There was a lot of, I got into that because a lot of my students, when I was teaching at EKU, that was one of their minors or one of their course goals. They were learning sign language as part of it, and they were all up in it, and it was fascinating to hear from them. Sorry, I made this football podcast boring. Only I have that skill set.
Wait, this is a football podcast? We're talking about
it was for a minute.
We're talking a little soccer
I
here.
chased Jake off. I chased Gabe off. I'll chase you off too, goddammit. This is my goal.
Chase his video off. Where'd Gabe go? Gabe.
Video and mute.
His camera to sleep.
Hey, did anybody see Rihanna's ASL chick for the Super Bowl?
No.
She was signing Rihanna's
I didn't want
performance.
No, that's cool.
some fire. She was crushing it. I was like,
Oh, really?
The lady who does the
I saw the chick that did the ASL for the WAP song, the WAP. Y'all know that song?
Okay, yeah, I know that.
She was signing that. Have y'all seen that? It's the real.
The lady who does the weather announcements here in Charleston, she goes hard too.
But it was a much different one. The Rihanna one from the
I'm sure it was
WAP one. The Rihanna's she was crushing it. The WAP one was a little like ridiculous. Like it was like she was crushing it too, but it was a very different lyrics.
There's a lot of gesturing there.
But that's I don't mean to make fun of it at all. Like I just thought I was
No, I think it's cool that you found it cool, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no,
like,
it was
before
cool.
it just used to be the boring shows that would have it on late night, the news would be signing, and now it's literally on a concert. That's pretty cool.
They don't give it to people enough, you know. They sprinkle it in here and there, but you know.
Later, case.
All right. Sorry, I'll stop talking about it.
Oh, you're good.
Well, I did, you know, that had nothing to do with draft capital, you know.
I mean, give me a minute. Hang on. Can we possibly bend sign language around to draft capital? Probably not. It's probably too late to find that segue.
Yo, I'm gonna find this back. I think it was at hour like 3 hours and 59 minutes. I think Peter Howard said something about the film. I gotta get that soundbite for just like when I was watching the film. I'll just drop it. It was so good.
Really, every Wednesday. I'll probably drop that tone every Wednesday.
I've got a real good clip of him doing the Kirk Cousins. You like that? It's
like that. Yeah. That was a good one. Yep.
He kind of sounded like the pirate captain.
The film. It was so good. It was something else. I don't know.
I've got the J mic going similar, but not the same.
I don't like the sound bites you have of me. That's the problem.
He was in Thailand.
Yeah.
Circumcising some children.
Circumcising children.
Yeah.
You can't choose your fate, Foreman. You can't choose your fate.
But you can choose to circumcise children in Thailand.
Yeah. Sound clips never die.
Ever.
No one's acts around, they don't. So do you guys have
you just gotta land the plane.
That's I've got that too. That was Kyle.
I still want to hear the swirling of the Dunkin' Donuts cup. That's the video I want to hear.
That one Kyle has. That never got out. But that's not for a live show. But that we should probably end the broadcast. But
that's for private eyes.
Yeah, but
sound bites are the best. You get some sound bites, you drop them. You think of using a sound bite, you like plant it in there somewhere. You drop it. The audio sounds it's not too loud. Like it's the best ever. Like dropping sound bites.
That's it.
I need a full-time guy to figure out the sound bites to drop. You know, I would like to. How much does that job pay? Probably not enough. You know. It needs to be a good side hobby.
All right, I'm gonna end the broadcast. We can keep this on, but thanks for rolling with us, everybody who was in the chat. We had a good crew tonight. This was fun. The Dynasty Dummies Day 2 draft show. We'll catch you on the flip. We'll catch you next week. I gotta do this.